Hi, I'm Karlin Borisenko. In early 2020, I was the knitting Democrat who accidentally went viral on the internet for going to a Trump rally and then left the party. I became the conservative darling, was on all the shows, traveled around the country, and then realized that conservatives were no better than Democrats. If there's one thing that I've learned, it's that both political tribes are two sides of the same coin. But it wasn't all bad. On my journey, I became obsessed with understanding the woke ideology and the culture war. I broke the story of the city of Seattle doing segregated training with its employees.
How bad has this stuff become? The city of Seattle has now put out, I'm not kidding you, this is according to Dr. Karlin Borisenko, who's an organizational psychologist. The city of Seattle asked its white employees to voluntarily spend a day off in a training about their internalized racial superiority.
I broke the story that led to the first ever federal lawsuit against critical race theory in the schools. I broke the Coke Be Less White story, one of the biggest anti-woke stories of all time. It got over 30 million views. Coca-Cola's corporate headquarters even had to change their outgoing voicemail.
Throughout the past few days, you may have seen inaccurate reporting on the content of our recently launched diversity, equity, and inclusion training program.
I exposed the schools in Burlington, Vermont for grooming middle school children live on the internet. They called me an unwoke cult leader for that. And the Vermont Human Rights Commission slandered me publicly as being a hate channel. I even got called a hero in Breitbart for exposing that the Washington Post was writing a hit piece on Christopher Rufo. I have broken story after story after story about what's going on in the public schools, from Cambridge, Massachusetts, to autistic sex education, to the Department of Education in Michigan, literally training teachers all over the state how to groom children. I wrote a book called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. I host a podcast all about fighting back, and I'm downloading all of my knowledge to you on my Substack, karlin.substack.com. The world is a crazy place. We are literally surrounded by cults on all sides. On this show, we're going to do a deep dive into all aspects of the culture war, and I will show you the dark, dystopian underbellies on both sides. Here are the commitments I'll make to you. I will always tell you the truth. I will always bring you receipts. And if you stick with me, I promise you will see the world differently. Welcome to the cult. Please mount that like button for me and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Well, hello, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Trendlin has been suggesting and cajoling and begging and pleading and sliding into my DMs for a couple weeks now. Because Trendlin really wants me to watch the Whatever podcast. Now, we're going to do a little bit of a different episode today, because you'll see this is not a normal episode of The Cult. This is more an episode of Nitwits. And so we're not doing our official cult programming today. We're doing Nitwits. This is an important distinction because, listen, those of you who watch me regularly know I don't watch other creators. I'm not just saying that. There's several reasons that I don't watch other creators. Number one, I don't have the effing time. I really don't. Between running my community and trying to have content for my Substack and doing live streams 6 days a week and wanting to, on occasion, just relax with my husband and watch either stupid like Project Runway. I'm working my way through Project Runway right now for my stupid reality show Fair, or we might watch like an actual movie. We watched Nefarious the other night. It was great. We went to see Oppenheimer the other day. That was great. Like, I guess what I'm saying is there are a lot of things that I do in the world, and I don't have time to sit down and watch I just don't watch other people's content. But the other reason I stopped watching other creators' content is This is something I'll can you all keep a secret? Can everyone in the chat keep a secret? I fucking hate most content creators. Perhaps hate is a strong word. I am unequivocally annoyed and unimpressed at the vast majority of content creators on the internet. I think that the vast majority of them are either failed actors or comedians that are now wading into like politics and like cultural commentary because they're failed actors or comedians and they still want to be actors and comedians, but they were not able to make it in the entertainment industry because they're not very funny and they're not very smart and they aren't really good actors, and so they default into like content creation or commentary or stuff like that, where they will find audiences that will make believe that they're funny, but they're not funny. I'm sorry, Chrissy Mayer is not funny. She's not. Like, there are so many other people out there that are just like they're failed actors and comedians that are still desperate to be actors and comedians that they're building out their niche, but like I guess the point I'm trying to make is I don't want to waste time watching failed actors and comedians that quite frankly don't know as much as I do about what's going on, because I actually study it and break it down and really try to reverse engineer it, because that's another thing I spend my time doing because I'm insane. I don't like wasting time watching people who are not as smart as me and not even as smart as my audience members, many of whom are much smarter than me, who are not as focused as me, who don't actually care about making change in the world, who just want to be actors and comedians, but they failed in real life and so they had to come over here. Like, I think it's a waste of time. I do. However, on occasion, my audience does like to get me to react to different creators. And for me, it really is a completely kind of like I'm going in blind experience watching this because I truly don't know who these people are. I can look at YouTube and see the whatever podcast has 4 million subscribers. That's, impressive. Good for them. I have no idea who they are. I truly don't. I know who Destiny is because I saw Destiny speak once at a conference, and way back in 2020, when I left the left, Destiny wanted to debate me, bro. But like, I have actually never watched Destiny beyond seeing him speak, like do a debate with like Milo Yiannopoulos at like Myth Informed in 2020. Like beyond that, I truly have no idea who Destiny is. I have no idea who these whatever podcast people are. And according to Trendalin, I'm going to hate this, which really bodes well. The reason I bring this up is because when you watch Nitwits, which this is a Nitwit stream, we might be streaming at the cult time right now, but when you watch a Nitwit stream, I just really want to manage everyone's expectations because I can be, well, a little bit of a snarky bitch on Nitwits. Nitwits is my time to let my hair down if it wasn't underneath a hat, to relax, because I figure if I'm going to watch other people's content that I really would not be inclined to watch under any other circumstances, I'm going to do it with an audience on the internet to at least make it somewhat productive. And I'm going to try to do commentary on it to break down the psychology of it or tell you what I see happening or things like that. But I'm also just going to be a little bit of a bitch. And I'm going to be honest, guys, I can just look at this panel right now and I know who none of these people are, except I know who Destiny is, but I don't know anything about him really or like what he says. But like I don't know who any of these people are, and I can already tell that I have nothing in common with them and I don't like them. And so if you are expecting on this stream today, which this is like a 5-hour podcast. I don't know why Trendalin wants me to watch a 5-hour podcast. I couldn't even get through 3 hours of Candace Owens and Andrew Tate We'll do the best we can, okay? I don't know how long into this I'm gonna go, but we'll do the best we can. I'm gonna be a bitch. Like, I really wanna manage everyone's expectations. If you have some sort of expectation that I'm gonna do highfalutin academic commentary on this, there's a time and a place for that, and this is not that time or place. So, if you don't wanna watch me be a bitch on the internet, then go watch something else, but I don't wanna hear any complaining. I don't want to hear any like whining about you're supposed to be a psychologist. Why are you calling someone a dick? Like, I mean, this is what this stream is, guys. And I will encourage everyone in the chat to bring your inner assholes to this stream. We can all partake in this. There's a time and a place for everything. And if you want to be a dick in the chat to the people on the stream, you can't be a dick to me, you can't be a dick to other people in the chat, but you can be a dick to the people that we're watching, okay? Let's all work out some feelings today. All right? We're going to be watching the Whatever podcast, Heated Debate with Destiny, Obnoxious Feminist Kicked Out, Dating Talk number 75. I have no idea what this means other than Trendolyn told me to watch it. I have no idea what I'm getting into. And apparently, Trendolyn has cleared her schedule. Trendolyn, I'm glad you were able to make it today. I'm glad to be able to give you this gift. Is there beer? Bot, that's a really good question. My husband will be getting off work in 15 minutes. And when my husband gets off work, he generally goes to the store and he generally buys beer, usually beer for himself because I don't usually drink during the week. But perhaps I will just send my husband a text message and say, honey, I love you. Can you pick me up some Sam Adams Boston Lager, please? That would be pretty great because that's I like that's just like a good solid beer. It doesn't need to be fancy, doesn't need to be crafty, but maybe I will send Victor on a beer run. I didn't think of this earlier, but maybe I will. All right, guys, so that is what we are watching today. Now, I do have a couple announcements before we get started. Number one, well, which one do I want to do first? Which one do I want to do first? Let me see. Let's talk. This is gonna be a serious thing for a second. We're gonna do a serious announcement real quick. And this is specifically for paying supporting members of my locals community, which is kb.locals.com, which I do still have many still paying. Like it's not a community. I haven't been pushing my locals as much lately because I'm trying to transition over to Substack as my primary content hub. Now that's not to say I'm getting rid of locals. I'm not getting rid of locals. There are still hundreds of people that are paying supporters and locals. And I love them dearly. A lot of these people have been paying supporters of mine for like the entire time I've been on the internet, like about 3.5 years or so. And so I'm not getting like they're the only reason I'm not pushing locals as much as I once did is because I'm just focusing on Substack now. But everything you get as a premium subscriber to Substack, my premium subscribers in locals also get. However, we had a little bit of a kerfuffle today in that, does anyone remember Carrie Smith's woke cancel horde? This is going to be a little bit of a throwback. If you don't know who Carrie Smith is, then, well, consider yourself lucky. If you need a little refresher on who Carrie Smith is, I wrote a whole book about the 2-year smear campaign that this cunt ran on me. And the thing of it is after I wrote this book, and this is a legitimate book length document, guys. I call it a book because it is a book length document with all the receipts of what this bitch did to me. Not just to me, to my community, to my friends. She spun up a cancel horde on the internet while claiming to be a former SJW. She spun up a cancel horde on the internet that has been harassing me and my community since December of 2020. However, in probably roundabout, oh god, I want to say about a year ago, maybe a little bit more, like 10 months ago. No, it was 8 months ago. I know it now because I started this site 8 months ago. I basically, after a year and a half of having to deal with this bullshit and not responding in any like cohesive way, I was basically like, F this bitch. And I literally wrote an entire book documenting all the shit that this woman has done to me. I finished publishing the book at the beginning of the year. And there were a few updates after that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is after I published this book, Carrie finally shut her fucking mouth. And a lot of the harassment that I had been experiencing and that my community had been experiencing kind of started to die down, okay? Until today, because now I know for sure that members of Carrie Smith's cancel horde, the people who she spun up to harass me and my community on the internet, actually paid money. They paid me money to join my locals. And I know for sure that it's in locals because they wanted to get access to the private community Zoom calls that I do twice a week with my supporters. Now, these community Zoom calls are there's no secret about them, to be honest. It's honestly just a bunch of us get onto Zoom and we talk about whatever we want to talk about. And they're nice. It is a great community of people. It's a community of people that just wants normal like conversation with other people. There's a lot of diversity in the group. There's everyone from like 18-year-olds all the way up to like people in their 70s. Like I mean I have like the most like legitimately diverse community of probably like any content creator on the internet. Well, I started to get wind a couple weeks ago that members of Carrie's cancel horde had infiltrated my community and had paid money to get access to these calls. The problem is that when they sign up for locals, I don't know what their username is. And today, a member of Carrie Smith's cancel horde got onto my community Zoom call, eavesdropped on what we were saying, went all over Twitter, lied and distorted what was said on the community Zoom call. Then he posted the Zoom link for the private community Zoom call where we're just not bothering anyone. We're literally just having a Zoom call and talking. He posted the private Zoom link on Twitter to send more people into my community Zoom call. And then they started playing porn in the middle of the community Zoom call. So you heard correctly. Carrie Smith, who pretends to be a good Christian. She's a very good and devout Christian. The members of her online cancel horde came into my community Zoom call today and played porn in front of everyone for no good reason other than to harass people in my community. This is year 3 of them doing this bullshit. All because Carrie is jealous that I have a larger community and a larger platform than she does on the internet. So, I am working very diligently on sussing out exactly who this person is. However, I need help from people that are in my locals community, from supporters and locals. Now, some of you are supporters in both locals and on Substack. If you have access to Substack, I'm going to ask you to use that. But if you are a supporter, here's the long and the short of it, guys. If you are a supporter in my locals community, I need you to reply to this post in the community, and I need you to tell me that you want to participate in the community Zooms, okay? And I am doing this in locals to put security measures in place so that I can, number one, figure out exactly who in Carrie's cancel horde signed up and paid me money to get access to my Zoom calls, to come to my Zoom calls and play porn in the middle of them so that I can block their asses. And I just need your help in order to do it. So for all my supporters and locals that want to participate in these community Zoom calls, just reply to this post, just say yes, and I'm going to do a follow-up with you guys, and it's really going to help me out, and it's hopefully going to allow us to have a little bit more security around the community Zoom calls. What if I'm not on locals? Then you don't need to worry about it, Jeff. If you are a supporter on Patreon, if you are a supporter on Substack, you don't need to do anything, okay? You will still get access in exactly the same way that you get access. The thing is I now know for certain that they've paid to attend the community Zoom calls through locals. And so this only applies to my locals supporters, okay? That want to participate in the community Zoom calls. What if they make another account? Well, I'm going to be there's going to be security measures that are put in place, Yasmin. Don't worry about it. I have a plan and I have a backup plan. So I just need to know I need to be able to identify who in the community wants to be able to participate in the community Zoom calls. And guys, hopefully, my hope with this is that this little problem lasts like less than a month and I'm able to get them out entirely, and then they lose interest and then they go and do something else. All right. But I really do want to maintain security on these calls, not only because I don't want to subject my community to seeing porn on the middle of a call as a result of Carrie's cancel horde being assholes, but more than that, it these calls for people in my community are something that they look forward to. It is something that we all enjoy. It is a great group of people who have really interesting conversation, who are not hurting anyone, some people in my community use these calls as like a lifeline to having social interactions. It's the group that they have. And over my dead fucking body are Carrie Smith and her unhinged cancel horde going to destroy this community? Because there are a lot of people that are actively engaged in the community that this is their outlet. And Carrie can bitch and complain about that and whine and say I'm a narcissistic cult leader and a sociopath all she fucking wants. But when her fucking minions try to destroy my community, they're not only trying to destroy me, they're trying to destroy something that is a resource for other people who have made real human connections over the last 3 years and who use these calls as an outlet and social support. So over my dead body, am I going to allow these evil fucking cunts to destroy this? And if we need to put security measures in place for a little bit, then we will do that. But if people have questions, then I would go take them up with Carrie. Because she's the one that's been driving this bullshit for 3 years. She's the one that got these people riled up and completely unhinged from reality. She is the one that started this all and perpetuated it from the very fucking beginning. So I'm sorry, guys. I really thought they had moved on. I really am sorry. I wish there was something more I could do, but I'm doing the best I can. And I know that you guys understand that this has been a source of great frustration. These people have gone out of their way over the last 3 years to quite literally try to destroy every single thing that I have tried to build. And when they're trying to destroy my community and my community calls, they're not only trying to hurt me, they're trying to hurt every single person involved. There are hundreds of people that that participate in these calls. Not everyone in my paying supporter community does, but there are hundreds of people that participate in these calls, that use these calls as a source of support, encouragement, positivity, optimism, human contact. They're trying to destroy all of it, not just for me, but for everyone else as well. And they can go fuck themselves. And we will all manage our way through it. And please, if you are a supporter of my locals community, just reply to this post and let me know that you want to participate in the calls, and we'll figure this out, guys. We'll figure it out. It might be a little bit bumpy for a couple weeks, but we will figure it out. I've got some super chats. Philosophus says, I'm very grateful for your support Zooms, and I'm grateful for the community. I'm grateful for you, Philosophus, and I'm grateful to every member of my community. And I really wish that there wasn't an unhinged horde on the internet that decided to harass members of my community for no good reason other than they are miserable in their sad, pathetic lives. But all we can do is manage our way through it, and I do appreciate everyone's patience. I do have a bunch of super chats from Naruto. I just want to acknowledge. In case you missed it, I DM'd you a screenshot on Twitter. Michael Knowles liked my quote tweet. I did see that, Naruto. Thank you very much. Michael Knowles liked Barbie. Can you believe it? Michael Knowles liked Barbie. Who would have thunk it? A pilot legend was born today, and progressives announced a plan to buy every black person an AR-15 to scare. That one from Jeff Charles is satire, Naruto. That's satire. But I do appreciate the super chat. Naruto also says, prediction, Trump will go to jail, get elected, and then pardon himself. Wouldn't that be the most hilarious possible outcome? And then Naruto also says, the other day I saw you saw Idiocracy for the first time. Idiocracy is a great movie. I hope you enjoyed it. Everyone should see Idiocracy if they haven't already. And Jeff says, I attended the call once, the community Zoom, and it was immediately evident that you have a really close knit and great community, and the Zoom call is very important. The Zoom call is very important. You know, it's just a place for people to connect. That's all it is, and to have human conversation. And we don't all agree on everything. In fact, we don't agree on a lot of things, but it's like it's just nice. It's like normal human interaction outside of the outrage echo chamber. And it's something that I really appreciate. It's something that members of my community really appreciate. And that's why I am very, very, very protective of it. And and we will figure this out and we will work our way through it. So guys, thank you all for, again, I'll put the link one more time in the chat for only paying members of my locals community. Please make sure and reply to this post and let me know if you want to participate in the community Zoom, and I will be following up outside of locals with more instruction on that, and I do appreciate it. I also just want to let people know that if you are in my supporter community, whether you are on my Substack, which is what I would recommend, Carlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. That's actually the primary place I do recommend supporting my work nowadays, because that is my main content hub on the internet and will be my main content hub moving forward. But also, if you are a supporter in locals, if you are a supporter in Patreon, you are invited to join my supporter Discord and come and join us for movie night on Sundays. Now, movie night on Sundays normally starts at 8 p.m. However, this coming Sunday, because we are watching the 3.5-hour epic Titanic, because too many people in my community haven't seen it, we are starting movie night at 7 p.m. This is an hour earlier than usual. I just want to let people know, don't show up at 8 p.m. and expect us to just be starting the movie. Okay? We are starting at 7 p.m. on Sunday, so set your alarms, do a reminder, do whatever you need to do. And you can come and join us in the Discord for Titanic on Sunday. Murphy's Pool says, give us the info on this turd, please. No, not just now. Not just now. That asshole doesn't need any more attention than which he's been given. I also, guys, I want to give you a preview because I have my merch store, which is unwokeart.com, but I also have this Unwoke Art Substack. And the Unwoke Art Substack, it's different from my main Substack. And this is basically a place where I announce when I have new merchandise in my merch store, and you get a little story behind the merchandise, you get my thoughts behind the merchandise, you get music associated with the merchandise, stuff like that. I definitely encourage everyone to sign up for my merch Substack if you want to see the cool designs I'm launching, because I am working on an epic design. And I want to give you guys a sneak preview of the design before we get started. So, Trump is on his indictment victory tour 2024, and I am making a rock concert t-shirt about this Trump victory tour. And this is going to be the front of the t-shirt. How does everyone like my new Trump design for his indictment victory tour? And then on the back, I'm gonna make it just like you went on like a concert, like a rock concert tour. I'm gonna have all of the Trump indictments listed as though it's like rock concert dates. So it's gonna look like a concert t-shirt, except it's gonna be the Trump indictment tour. And I just love this design. I mean, come on. You wear this design, you will trigger some leftist good. So I'm working on this design right now. And if you sign up for the Unwoke Art Substack, which is again unwokeart.substack.com, you will be the first to know when it launches in the Unwoke Art merchandise store. And you will be one of the first to be able to get your Trump indictment victory tour t-shirts. And yes, Fish Addict, I did get a link to all the indictments, I think. I think I have it. I'm going to double check that, but I'll make sure. And it's going to be great, guys. And I'm just like, I'm so tickled by this idea. I had the idea. I was like, this looks like a rock concert t-shirt. And I was like, I'm going to put all the indictments on the back, just like he's going on tour. It's going to be great. All right, guys, that is all I have. And now we need to get into this 5-hour epic podcast. What, Trendlin? What are you doing to me, Trendlin? All right, guys, for this episode of Knitwits, I will be knitting my spring cleaning shawl from West Knits. I might even actually finish it today because I'm actually pretty close to being done. I just need to do a couple more rows and then bind off. So you might actually get to see a finished shawl at the end of this. And as a reminder, I have never watched this podcast before. I have no idea who these people are, except I've heard Destiny's name, but I don't really know that much about him. I'm going to probably be an epic bitch in this commentary because I have some feelings to work out from the fact that I still have to deal with nonsense with my with the online harassment horde that has been targeting me for 3 years. And so I might be a little bit of a bitch on this, but everyone's just gonna like accept that. That's the way it goes. You're allowed to be a bitch too, just not to me, not to other people in the chat. But if you want to be snarky about the low IQ idiots that we're gonna be watching on the screen, you feel free to live your best life in that chat. But we're gonna get started, and I guess we'll see how this goes. All right.
The Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. Is
that John Doyle? John Doyle's on this? Oh, great. This is already... John Doyle is very smart. I am absolutely convinced that, like, well, every single woman and at least 1, 2, 3 of the men that I see sitting here are stupid.
Bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported. Heavy YouTube demonetization, make very little from ad revenue. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. Is that where confirm or deny, Destiny? Are we your favorite YouTube channel?
You're my favorite YouTube channel.
Thank you.
You're the one I've donated the most to.
Yeah, that's true.
That's super chats? Or?
Yeah.
That's an endorsement right there. Okay, I'm going to clip that. Okay. So YouTube takes the 30% cut. I wanted to shout out our top 3 big Ds of the month. We got Bad ZXE, Ivan Jr., Victor. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. So if you want more of your patronage to go towards whatever instead of the pockets of woke megacorp YouTube, please consider donating via Streamlabs. So
I just want to say too that 30% cut is also obviously applies to this YouTube channel. Not that I don't appreciate your super chats. I always appreciate your super chats. But if you really do want to support the work I'm doing, sign up for a monthly or annual membership on Substack or Locals, like whatever, or like even Patreon, like whatever floats your boat. That gives me consistent, reliable income. I really do appreciate it. Oh yeah. Now, like, I mean, like, I'm not gonna like some people just like giving super chats, and it's part of the fun, it's part of the culture. So I'm not gonna poo-poo them. But if you really do want to support the work I'm doing, then sign up on Substack. That would be great.
Also, donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $99 and up. Oh my God, thank you. Okay, we'll do the fit check later. Thank you, AB Check, appreciate it. Donations and super chats $99 and up will be read, answered. The following are via Streamlabs only. A little too late, Eric. Well, that's all right. $299 and up triggers instant TTS, text to speech. $499 and up for an Instagram review. Just include your @ $9.99 and up to mute anyone's microphone for 10 minutes. If that's toxic as fuck. Maybe we won't do it the show. I don't know. Okay. So
hang on. We got a great question. Hunter Biden's Coke stash. Interesting name. How much is it to subscribe to Substack? It is $8 a month or $80 a year. You get access to a whole bunch of perks and also my premium content if you do it. $8 a month, $80 a year. I appreciate it.
So your microphone, is there like a limit on that?
It's plausible. Yeah, they could mute my microphone for the entire show if they were so inclined. So
how long is the mute for?
Sometimes what's that?
How long is the mute for?
10 minutes.
Jesus.
Don't give them any ideas, Destiny. Okay. Gosh. Okay. See the description for the full details. Guys, please keep the soup chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. Guys, we also have channel memberships. To become a channel member, hit that join button.
I have channel
memberships. Get a cool badge
as
next
well.
to your name in chat. We have 6 different tiers of support. Tier 1 is just $5 a month.
See, people used to always complain, like back in the day, how much shilling I did at like the start of like videos or streams or whatever. And then I realized that all these assholes do like way more shilling than I do, like significantly more shilling than I do.
And also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. Guys, we're also not live on Twitch right now because reasons. We also got merch, shop.whatever.com. Yeah, we got shirts. Those are cool, I guess.
My merch is way
also follow
better.
Us on Instagram at whatever.
Significantly better merch.
Bugged. You can't send us messages. So any girls who want to be on the show, DM my personal Instagram, BD_Atlas. I don't know why it's bugged.
That's smooth, nice.
Just getting girls to slide into the group.
No, it's legit.
Exactly.
It's legit.
Even, brought to you by viewers like you.
Should I grow the beard back? Yes or no? Also, check out my nonprofit. It's BLM, Big Labia Matter. Just saying. Go follow us. Okay. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 2 clips channels. Link for that. And it is in the description. Go subscribe. Get us 200K subscribers on our second clips channels, guys. YouTube.com/nevermind. And yeah, we're about 9K away, so really appreciate that. By the way, the auto-generated first 3 letters of this video's URL is HO, H0E. Just thought that was interesting. Wow. We've had DIX a few times too. So
what does that stand for?
The last one?
Oh, just like dicks. Oh, I didn't know. Sorry, my bad.
My sophomoric sense of humor.
Like 10 years.
Yeah, it's been a minute. All right, so without further ado, after that rather long-winded introduction, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hey, my name is Stephen Bunnell, 34 years old. People know me online and on Instagram as Destiny.
Okay, welcome.
I'm Melina, known as Melina on social media as well, Melina Jorensen. I do Twitch. I'm 24, and I'm married to this. My wife, Destiny. Here.
Yeah, your wife.
Your wife, Destiny.
It's my wife,
Shots
Destiny.
fired.
She's such a beautiful woman.
Thank you.
And I'm Erin, aka Straighterade on all platforms. I'm 24 and I'm looking to do live streaming.
All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Pixie, Pxie. I currently stream, and yeah, you can find me on Twitter or Twitch.
Age?
Oh, 24.
Can I just say something? Like, as like, don't make your career ambition to be a streamer. And I say that with the full like irony of streaming live on the internet and doing 6 streams a week, if not sometimes more than 6 streams a week. I understand the irony of me saying that, but I never set out to have a career being a streamer. I did real things first. I did marketing for 10 years. I became a psychologist. I did psychology for a while. I have my own psychology practice. I still do like components of that. I built a like Substack where I'm teaching people about culture and how to break it down and what's going on. So I'm still trying to work in like education and stuff like that and just like helping and serving people in the way that I'm best able to. This streaming thing for me happened by accident. This was not a goal. This was not expected. And the reason I say that, like that you shouldn't make your career aspiration to be a streamer, is people who make their career aspirations to be streamers are generally really pathetic, vapid people that don't actually have a lot to offer the world. If you want to do something, think about it in terms of like how you want to help the world, how you want to serve the world, how you want to lift people up, how you want to teach people something, how you want to like demonstrate your value to the world beyond like I have boobs and I have long hair. Like it's sad and pathetic. when people become professional streamers, and then they have nothing else to back that up other than look at my boobs. It's just like it's sad. So that would be my recommendation. Don't make it a career aspiration. If it happens as like a byproduct of what you're doing, that makes sense. But don't be these women. Don't be these women. It's a bad idea.
Oh, wow, I'm 24. Okay.
I'm Billy Ray. I'm 25, and I am a content creator, mostly on the topic of men's dating.
Don't make your aspiration to be a content creator
Lev.
either.
I'm 20. I got fired from PetSmart, so now I'm working at Los Pollos Hermanos. And yeah.
Oh, this girl.
Wow.
All right.
I'm Jonathan, also known as MLD. I'm 37. I'm based in Tokyo, Japan, and I'm here on my YouTube tour on whatever podcast. I do men's self-improvement.
I'm Mary Morgan. I'm 22. I'm a commentator at Timcast Media. You can find me on a show called Pop Culture Crisis.
The inflection in your voice suggested there was another bullet point. My name is John Doyle. I am 23 years old, and I talk about politics on the internet.
You said 23?
That is correct.
Okay.
My name's Chase, 28 years old, professional photographer and brand consultant.
All right, rock and roll. And
Okay.
before we have everyone give their relationship status here.
Wait, how old are you?
Don't aspire to be a brand consultant either. Professional photographer is fine, but brand consultant is bullshit.
I never introduced myself.
Why not?
You
He
know,
needs no introduction.
I'm the mystery. The mystery.
Wow.
But if I could.
I want to know. Yeah, I'm curious.
Hi.
Can I guess?
My age?
Yeah.
Go for it.
29?
No.
What?
34.
Oh, cool.
Just
okay.
turned. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well,
Just the red hair makes you look so much younger.
it brings out the yeah. But thank you. I guess that's a compliment. Yeah, I just turned 34 recently. So.
Cool.
And I had a couple questions for you, Destiny. So, Destiny, you prefer Steven?
You can call me Steven.
Okay, got it.
Unless you really want to call me Destiny.
Yeah. By the way, we were talking about this before the show. So, and I feel deeply honored that you did this. You left a super chat on two. One was accidental.
Yeah.
And that's your first time super chatting ever on a channel.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big endorse. Can we say that Destiny endorses the whatever
Let me tell you, I
podcast?
got so triggered by your episode
So
that I was
triggered.
slamming my keyboard trying to figure out how to throw money at you. Yeah, if that's an endorsement. You got it.
I heard it from the bedroom.
Yeah.
What was what was the super chat?
It was something you guys were saying some crazy dating shit, but I'm sure we'll fight about it here. So.
All right, let's go.
Okay, that was the one with Rolo, right?
Yeah.
And you guys had quite a noteworthy debate yesterday with
Indeed.
you, Rolo, Mike Sartain, and Sneeko. So that was a good show.
Thanks.
And also, I just want to pay you a compliment or two. I've seen a ton of your videos, and you're a very intelligent guy, exceptional debater, so very sharp. So I just wanted to give you flowers on that.
Thanks.
So I think with that said, I reckon we might have our work cut out for us. But one question: have you ever taken the IQ test?
Never.
Never. You think it's up there? It's probably.
I'd
pretty
say
high.
probably like 165,
pretty-
170. You know, maybe in that ballpark there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's
That's
go around
probably
the
a little
table
high.
once more. What's your current relationship status? Are you single? Are you in the talking phase? Relationship,
Oh,
engaged,
God.
married, whatever it may be.
I am married in my relationship status. Naruto, can we all just recognize their ages and almost none of them have fully functional logic centers yet? Naruto, that's so nice and considerate of you. Naruto is saying, listen, Carlin, these people are young and maybe you should just tamper down just the bitch notch, just a few notches for the younger people because they don't have fully formed logic reason functions of their brain. I'll take that under advisement, Naruto. I will. Lizard, Manospherians think all women over 25 are grandmas. They won't date or have anything to do with them because they think it's not alpha. Well, do you know what most women that actually have working functional brains think of that? They think that's sad and pathetic. What I've heard from people in their men in their 20s is that women in their 20s are really annoying and boring in bed and don't want men to do anything without them being around, and they don't want to date women their own age because they find them to be annoying. That's what I've heard, but that doesn't sell well on the internet, does it? Oftentimes, guys, there is a big difference between what people say they want on the internet and what is actually real in reality. So I would never take these manosphere assholes like that seriously, if I'm honest about it, because most of them are probably having really, 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 really bad sex and don't even know they're having really bad sex because they're having bad sex with young girls who suck at having sex, and they're pretending that that's a good thing, but they haven't dated anyone except people under 25, and they think, okay, I'm gonna stop now. It's their loss, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Situationship. Go ahead.
I say situationship / married, I guess, depending on the day. No, yeah, we're married. We've
Or
been
they're
together
or they're
for
having
about
no
4.5
sex.
years.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess the same.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. Okay. How long was it? You said 3.5?
About 4.5 years.
Oh,
we've
four,
known each other.
4.5.
Years.
Excuse
Been
me.
married for 1.5 years now.
No.
That's crazy.
Married for 1.5.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
God, still
What
newlyweds.
about you?
I'm single.
Single. Longest relationship?
I never had a relationship.
Never had a relationship.
Mm-mm.
What?
Never
What's
had
the
a
longest period of time that
relationship.
you've dated somebody?
I've never been on a date either.
Never
I'll
been.
take you on one.
Yeah.
Have you been asked out on dates, but you rejected the guys, or?
Oh no. Well, I revealed this on Fresh and Fit, and then after that, I got more date offers than I'd ever gotten in my life. But yeah, I just haven't taken up random strangers on the internet for dates. Crazy.
Are you aromantic?
No.
Have you been asked out in real life?
Yeah.
Just weren't interested in any of the guys?
No, I was asked out twice, and I got stood up for both.
Damn.
Rip. RIP's in the chat.
That sucks.
But so you've never had anything with a guy?
Or a woman? No.
Sure. Or a woman?
What about a they
Nothing?
them?
No. Or
Jesus
they
Christ.
them? No.
Okay. Why do you think that is?
That's weird.
That has to do with the fact that, like, in high school, I was in a dual enrollment program, and then I just kept my nose in a book for
No.
4 years.
Wrong. No. If you are in your mid-20s and you've never been on a date and you've never been laid, and it's like not a strategic, it's not like a religious thing or a moral thing, like I'm gonna save myself for marriage and all this stuff, which, perfectly respectable position. I'm not bragging on people who do that, but like, if you have only been on if you are in your mid-20s and you're running around on podcasts where you're wearing low-cut shirts and showing off your boobs, and you're saying, I've only been asked out twice in my life and they both stood me up, and I've never had a date, and I've never had a relationship, and I've never had sex, that's not because you kept your nose in a book in high school. You're no longer in high school. Go into the real world. Go out on a date. Go get laid. Go live life. Guys, the time to have a lot of irresponsible sex, as long as you're safe and you're not getting pregnant and stuff like that, is in your 20s. Like, go. So far as I'm concerned, unless there's some sort of like religious or moral objection to it, everyone in their 20s should be having as much fucking sex as possible. Because trust me, when you get older, it all goes downhill. It does. Okay? It's like your 20s is the time to have fun. You should enjoy it. Be safe, use protection, don't get fucking pregnant, but enjoy it.
Because I graduated with my associates, and then I got to college, and then the pandemic started, and then I was busy just doing too much gig work, and I didn't have time to like pursue a relationship because I was just focused on like finishing my bachelor's, which I did. And then the pandemic happened, and I just haven't gone around to it yet.
What did you get your bachelor's in?
Biology.
Biology. Okay. Are you pursuing like a master's degree, or you're done with school?
I might do it, but not sure yet.
So it's hard for me. Like,
Are you on dating apps?
Yeah, dating apps. Anything?
Have you ever been?
No.
Kiss? Has there been a kiss?
Yes, I have. In fact,
There's been a
kissed
kiss.
people. Yeah, on record, I think. Yeah.
On record?
Yeah.
Was it like recorded on a stream or something, or
not on a stream?
Did you kiss someone?
Okay, apparently people in the chat are missing the part where I said very clearly multiple times, you can be safe. Guys, condoms are a thing, You can try. I had a metric fucking ton of sex in college, guys. I never got an STD. I never got pregnant. There was never even a pregnancy scare. Like, it is perfectly possible to have a metric ton of sex when you are in your, well, I mean, I guess at any age, but I'm thinking specifically of in college. and not actually get sick and not get pregnant. It is, I promise you, it's not even that fucking hard.
Fresh and Fit?
No.
Was
Who would
it
I kiss at Fresh and Fit?
Fresh?
No.
Not your type?
What? Not exactly. No. I don't think I'm his either, to be fair. So
I don't know what his type is, but
it's not me.
fair enough.
Are you open to having a relationship?
Yeah, of course.
With Fresh.
With Fresh?
With Fresh?
Who
If you
isn't?
Myron or Fresh, which one?
Jesus.
Married or Fresh? Oh my god.
Those are your only two options.
How about you answer first? Who would you go for? Myron or Fresh? Who's just
Myron would
speaks
be
to you
more capable of protecting me, I think.
Yeah.
I'd be a little frightened, I think.
If you wanted to be the protector, though,
Mhm.
who would you want to protect? That's the question.
Jesus Christ. This is
Oh.
really I'm befuddled. You've stumped me. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a tough question.
It's hard.
It's tough. I would go for Big Mo behind the scenes.
Mhm.
Good
honestly.
answer. Good answer. 10 out
Dude,
of 10.
Big Mo. Do you know? I don't know if he was there when you were on.
Not familiar. Who's this?
He's the sweetheart of the Fresh and Fit podcast.
Irresistible, I bet.
He's big.
Yeah.
Big Mo.
He's called Big Mo.
He's
so I
called
don't
Big
know.
Mo, so I guess it's not offensive for me to call him Big. Sweetheart, great guy. And then I'd probably maybe Chris after Big Mo.
You're
Okay,
very
this
intimately
is a little-
familiar
this
with
is
the
very sus.
cast
This
of
is getting
Fresh
a
and
little
Fit.
sus. Okay.
I feel like it's like a beautiful mind strategy. Like you don't want to go for the main guys, you want to go for the pretty girls in the background. So you're opting for all the background people.
Yeah,
That's
and then
interesting strategy. Okay.
And then the two main guys see that I'm kind of not paying attention to them,
Mm-hmm.
and then they come around because I guess that works. Okay. And so first kiss, but virgin.
Virgin.
Have you had sex?
Had sex?
Well, you
Can't we
said
just
you've
do
never.
introductions first before we get to these
Well, I mean,
questions?
you're you don't often hear someone who's, for example, 24 who's never had anything. So
Is it uncommon?
I think it's
fairly
fairly
uncommon.
uncommon
In America.
in America.
Or does it just feel uncommon? I
You-
feel
if
like
you
on
don't
this
wanna answer-
podcast, don't they talk about a lot how like there's increasing rates of loneliness, people are delaying things more and more. Doesn't that also apply to women, I'm sure?
I mean, have you had sex or not? I think
Thank-
That's what he's
thank-
asking.
thank you.
Like, have you had it? Like,
It's a good question.
she needs to decide if she's gonna take you out later or not.
Oh, okay,
That's what she's
okay.
asking.
Well, we'll get to that part of the podcast.
Is this really the state of young people in America? Okay. Allotrope, sorting yourself out as a gay person is different for everyone and depends on their parents' attitudes. I started late and I'm still dating at 33. And that's fine too, guys. I'm not like making any commentary on if you're a little bit of a late bloomer that makes you a bad, ineffective person. I'm just not. But the fact is that she said, and I appreciate the super chat, Allotrope. Thank you. The fact is that she said that I haven't had sex because I was getting my associate's degree and then I was getting my bachelor's degree. And guys, it is really hard to go to college. Okay. Again, I managed to go to Boston fucking University, have a metric ton of sex at Boston University, and still graduated with my bachelor's degree from Boston University. Like this is not impossible. I don't know why like they're making it seem like has social media really screwed things up that much for young people that they really don't know that it is possible to both date and study in college? Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. I find amusing how people like this seem to be mentally stuck in their high school years. Oh God, ain't that the truth, Rottweiler? Manosphere MGTOW guys show the same level of insight I expect from a teenager, especially on dating and women. Well, I think that's probably true. This is like asking the most inexperienced people in the world for their advice on a topic like they're experts. It's like, really? No, I'm not going to take dating advice from you. This is a bad idea.
Yes, a little later.
All right.
You don't want to.
Are you just gonna let her manhandle you like that?
What the fuck? Yeah.
Like, we'll get to it later.
But has there been any?
I don't know why I'm
Has
so
there been
fired up
anyone?
about this, but I'm
No?
just like in disbelief that this is the
Okay,
state
that
of
means
young
the answer
people.
is yes, right?
What is John Doyle going to say?
But
I
she
think
said
so.
she's never
Dude.
dated a guy,
I
but
think
you
so.
have kissed a guy. Do
I have kissed a guy, yeah.
you want to just answer the question so I can go back to
It's really
asking
important.
Destiny questions?
What? Now, why don't we get to that first?
No.
Let's
Just
ask
answer the
Destiny some
question. Answer the
questions.
question.
What's the question again?
If you're uncomfortable answering it, that's fine. But
Are
you
you a
said you wanted
virgin
to
or not?
answer the question
had it in the
later
butt?
on in the show.
Have
No,
I
no.
had it in the ass?
No. Are you just a virgin,
Jesus
just in
Christ.
general?
Just in general?
Yeah, like regular
Does
virgin.
lesbian sex count?
Yeah.
Does what?
Lesbian sex count?
Yeah, we're
as
talking
that
about like
real? Is that
men,
a thing?
women.
or
No, it's
lesbian
not.
virgins is
Look,
my question.
have you ever been with a woman? Have you ever been with a man?
Have you ever been
Have you ever
fucked?
been with a
Biblically,
woman or a man?
biblically speaking.
Jesus.
Or are they them?
Oh
Bro, just answer the
my
question.
God.
Jesus Christ.
This is literally like that scene in The Breakfast Club.
This
when they're all
is the
pressuring
most
Claire
annoying
to, like,
thing
say
I've ever.
whether or not
Trendolin.
No, I never did it. Yeah. You asking me if I'm a virgin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bro, how many times do you have to repeat it? Hello?
I just have to really make sure. What does it mean to be a virgin? Let's get the definitions out of the way first.
I'm very curious about that too, actually.
A male
hold on.
and
You
female can just say have that you're not
sex.
comfortable answering and move on, right?
What?
Just do it.
Just say that you're not comfortable answering and we can move on.
That's the only reason why somebody wouldn't want to answer that question is because of discomfort.
Just
Do
Oh,
it.
man.
Make your dreams come true. Just do it.
I think we should move on from the sophistry.
Good idea, Chase.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Well, I want to come back to Destiny really quick. Actually, we'll let
I'm not a
everybody go.
virgin, if that's what you're asking.
That's not what I was going to
Oh,
ask,
okay.
but we'll let everybody go. Then I had a couple specific questions for Destiny. Go ahead.
I am currently single. My longest relationship was 3 years.
Okay. Billy Ray.
I have a wonderful
You know, Sarah.
boyfriend.
Hang
Rock
on,
and
that's
roll,
not what I meant to
longest
shout.
relationship.
This might be
About
more
4
productive,
years.
but that's not what
Okay.
we're doing today. But I
I'm
appreciate you
seeing
letting me
someone.
know.
My longest relationship was 2 years.
Closer into the mic, please.
I am seeing someone, and my longest relationship was 2 years.
Okay. John.
Recently single, longest relationship, 4 years, 5 years.
Sure. Mary.
Currently in my first relationship, which is at 10 months.
I am single. My longest relationship was about 2 years, 18 months, right around there.
Yeah, currently single, longest relationship, about 1.5 years.
And can you give us a little more information about your current situation?
My current situation being that I'm single and what? You want me to go into the looking for a wife thing?
Waiting for marriage.
Waiting
Yeah,
for marriage.
Practicing abstinence and excited to meet the woman that God made for me whenever that happens.
Are you like newly abstinent, like born again abstinent, or are you
Everybody says the born again thing. No, I became abstinent in 2020.
like you were born in 2020, or how does that?
As
does abstinence
as
imply
in-
that you've never had sex?
He became a
before?
Christian in 2020.
Oh
No,
oh
I
my God,
became-
I'm so glad for you.
I became a Christian about 9 years ago, but I've been I repented of fornication in 2020.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you became Christian 2014 or 13?
What sect are you?
About
I have this crazy idea that we're obviously going to get into deep philosophical conversations today about sex because that's just like, I guess, the nature of what we're watching, sex, relationships, like whatever. I have this crazy idea that God loves us just the way God made us. And God made our bodies to have things that, feel good. And I'm not saying necessarily that, like, it makes sense to screw everyone. I'm not suggesting that. But what I am saying is I don't buy into this idea of like God wants you to wait until marriage and only have sex with one person. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think that God is probably very deeply amused by human sexuality. I think that God probably looks down and just like fucking laughs at human beings and our hang-ups about sex. I think that our hangups about sex often, and this is a little bit morbid, but are related to like hangups about death because like the French call the orgasm the little death. It's supposed to prepare us for the big death. It's like it's that act of like absolutely releasing. I think that people who engage in this abstinence stuff, and listen, if that's your choice, I'm not judging you. I'm really not. But I also think people who are doing this abstinence thing and that they're like, I'm only going to sleep with one person ever, and that's going to be the person I marry. A, I think that's unrealistic. But B, I also think it's like, it's a control issue. And it's just like, I don't think it has anything to do with God at all. I guess my ultimate point. Yeah. Like, I've repented from fornication. Do you really think God cares where you put your cock? I don't think God cares. Maybe that's just me. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry, the podcast appeals to people who can be entertained by dangling keys in front of their faces, and even that is too sophisticated for them. Yeah, isn't that the truth? But I promised Trendlin that I would watch this. I've told Victor to get me beer, or asked very nicely for Victor to get me beer, and so we're gonna give it its fair shot. You know,
March or April of 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or what denomination are you?
Catholic, yeah.
Non-denominational Protestant.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What?
he's a non-denominational
Yeah,
Protestant.
but you
Why not,
have an
actually,
opinion on that?
Pick a team, okay? Make a decision.
I mean, I'm
Wow.
looking
Let me
at.
guess, you don't go to a church either, right?
Non-denominational
No, I do.
Protestant,
What
and he's
denomination
all
church
like,
is that?
God
It's
hates
a
me for
non-denominational
fornication.
Protestant. Calvary Chapel.
Wow.
They make non-denominational churches? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah.
You can find them usually in strip malls, right between like a Popeyes and like a Planet Fitness.
Oh my
right?
God.
They're just pretty normal churches. You know, they're not in like strip malls.
No.
Mine's just downtown. Yeah.
Oh, based.
Yeah.
So
Wow. Really aggressive in here tonight. Sorry, what's up?
From her, you think, or
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
For everybody. We're just a lot of energy in here tonight.
Is there?
Yeah.
A little tension, eh?
It's all good.
Is it? Do you think it's because of the wig?
It might be.
I think that's.
I
You
think
should keep it on.
the wig is like staving off more tension that could enter the room.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Should we introduce more tension into the room? Should we take it off?
Oh my.
He
I need to
looks
fix
better
my hair.
without
Holy
the
shit,
wig.
that's scuffed. I'll get up in a
He
sec.
looks much better
Destiny,
without that
you
hair.
have a son, correct?
Yeah.
Are you involved, or is?
Yeah,
what-
I lived there until he was around 9. Then I moved to California and then Florida. And then anytime I travel, I try to visit him afterwards. So I'm heading
Gotcha.
up to Nebraska tomorrow to hang out with him.
You said he's 9?
Yeah. No. Until he was 9. He's 12 now.
Mm.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And who here is bi?
This
Wow.
whole side of the panel.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
All
Okay.
a bunch of degenerates over here.
Totally.
Haven't found God yet on this side of the table.
You will in time.
Destiny, hold on, wait. I should put this back on while I ask this question. Hold on.
Are we decreasing the tension for this question?
You look like Chucky.
Chucky, Jesus Christ, holy
I feel
shit!
more intimidated, honestly, with it on.
It's
like,
a little scary.
Yeah.
You feel like he's gonna like try something?
Yeah, like he's gonna attack me.
It feels like I'm in death.
He
Note.
won't. I'll hold him
Yeah.
back. Don't worry.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Destiny, am I your type?
I'd say no, probably not.
What the fuck, dude?
What's your type in terms of men?
Like if they're
Like liberal, progressive, you know, the they thems.
Oh, come on.
really?
Appearance-wise.
Appearance wise,
Um,
like if I was just like bleeding heart liberal.
What
His
about
enemies.
Chase?
What about Chase?
Is Chase your type?
Yeah. Would you
Visually.
chase?
that'll be
Chase?
in the after show. We'll talk about
Visually.
that.
Is that a yes?
I don't really have like a guy. I only date women.
Wait,
But
but you're
only-
attracted
only
to men.
You
like-
smash dudes, but don't date them.
We'll go with that. Okay.
Okay.
Is it off? Is it off limits?
Well, I don't know how much you want to fucking
Are
do
you a
erotic
bottom?
fan fiction here. For, like, if you want like details of my hookup experience with guys, we can do that if you want. I
You
mean,
gotta go
that's-
to
but
his
we're on
OnlyFans to
YouTube,
get
so
that.
you know. I don't know.
I mean, we don't need certain details, but just getting
Destiny,
some
are you a
basic.
top or a bottom?
Thank you,
we don't-
Mary.
Yeah, we're not. We don't have.
No?
to
At least an
No,
Easter
okay.
egg.
Oh,
Fair enough.
okay.
I don't think we have to get it all.
Are you sure that this is the only side of the table that's
That
bi?
means he's a
I mean,
bottom.
you're
I
intimately
find it like,
familiar with
yeah, there's a lot of guys that are
Russian.
really
What do you
You
mean?
interested.
don't know if he's a top or a bottom.
Oh,
Like,
you know, just like curious, you know.
Am I your
Yeah.
type?
By
What-
kissing.
Yeah, you're
Am I good?
bi-curious.
Can we do it later?
Hetero flexible.
I mean,
Very
like,
interesting. You
yeah.
put on the wig and
Never
everything's
say
matched.
never say never.
Well, you said it was a lot of
Never say
tension
never.
earlier
Just
as
keeping
well.
an
You
open
know?
mind.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
respect that.
But I mean, he already rejected me, so I kind of like.
I didn't reject you.
Oh,
I'm more like a personality. I'm like a
Fucking
sapiosexual.
go.
You know, if you impress me intellectually. Then.
well, that's not going to happen. Because I spill over
Have
my
you
words.
tested your IQ, Brian?
I don't know.
You strike
you
me as
don't
a-
Yes,
know if
I
you
agree
passed
with
it.
this.
Sure.
English is my second language.
Most bi
so my
guys I know are
articulation's
bottoms as
pretty poor.
well.
Oh shit! Thank you, man.
Especially the bi guys that have preference for like dating and relationships with women. Most of them are bottoms.
Berner donated $299.01. Brian, I started watching a month ago. Your social experiment has convinced me to stop sleeping around, which was a big part of my life, and focus on the one woman I know I want to marry. I'm thankful for your platform. Keep growing. Texas forever.
Yo, Base Burner, thank you for the big TTS, man. Really appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the social experiment.
Mad
that what that
props
is?
for your abstinence as well, base burner.
What was the social experiment?
I think he's referring
Just the show.
to the show.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know if it's a social experiment, but I suppose you could frame it in
could
that
probably
sort
call
of
it
way.
that. Yeah.
Or
I'd say that's
because
fair.
I also did like social experiments like back in the day, but I don't think he was referring to that. So,
that sounded.
I'd be curious to hear from Base Burner if he wants to send in another TTS. What inspired you exactly to stop sleeping around? If you want to answer,
They're like,
us.
can you send us another $300
No chase for another $300.
answer our
Was it-
question?
Might as
fishing.
well.
Okay. So just a question about your guys' relationship. So is it from my understanding, it's a polyamorous relationship. Is that right?
Yeah, basically.
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Wait,
Is
we
the
don't
wig
live
kind of
with, like, a-
flippant?
We don't have like a third.
Is it flippant? The
Well,
wig?
we don't have.
Sorry,
Wait,
I'm-
what?
Is the wig a little flippant when I'm
What do you mean
asking
by
serious
that?
questions? Like a little,
Don't worry about it.
you know?
Don't
It's
worry
okay.
about it.
I've gotten used to it now.
Yeah.
I've
gonna
seen you more
It's
with red
okay.
hair than not red hair, so it's actually kind of normal now.
Okay, cool. I'll take it off in a bit, but
You guys were kind of wishy-washy on that answer. What
It's
does
like,
that mean?
well, we're like poly, but we don't like
Yeah.
live with like a third person or anything like that.
What
We
are
just
like the
live-
rules of your guys' relationship that you have with each other? Like, what are the rules and boundaries?
I think generally we just try to communicate with each other when we see other people.
Honesty.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
And that's generally it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody have veto power over the other?
I mean, like in any relationship, anybody does, right? Like if somebody wanted to see somebody and the other person like hated one of your partners, it's probably not good. So
Mhm.
Have you guys?
So
have you guys-
Melina has like an indefinite veto over you, and you have an indefinite veto over her.
yeah,
You're
I mean,
just
of course,
this
to
guy's
some
like a
extent,
hard
right?
no.
Like if we have like mortal enemies and the other person's trying to like sleep with them, it's probably not going to work out very well.
Well, yeah,
Probably
no,
not the
I'm
most
just,
healthy thing.
I'm not like leading you into any kind of like gotcha moment. I just
Sure.
genuinely want to know. So
Yeah.
if she wants to sleep with someone, you're like, no, she has to respect it, and then vice versa for
Yeah,
him.
I mean,
Has
it'd be
that
similar
actually
to
happened before? Where you had to veto or she
yeah,
had to
sometimes,
veto?
yeah. There's a lot of like streamer stuff that gets really dramatic sometimes. So yeah.
Do you feel like explaining the circumstances?
Like, let's say that someone sleeps with a monogamous person and then they get really obsessed with you. And then it's kind of like, this is really toxic. Like, I want to keep seeing this person, but they're like really shitty towards my partner. So, of course, I would want to like, that's not fun. It's not fun for me to listen to someone that I'm sleeping with that hates my partner. Or the other way around, too, like knowing that he's sleeping with someone that hates me.
Would
It's
you
just
even
really
entertain?
disrespectful.
Would you even entertain that as a woman? Like, this guy like definitely hates your
I
husband.
usually just sleep with girls.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But it could
okay.
be the same thing with girls, too. They want to date me.
They just like hate him, but that's okay.
Yeah, or
with
some,
you?
or like they're monogamous, so they're gonna get really jealous. They don't understand the open mindset. Like they don't like. It's just gonna be
So
that.
basically,
mindset.
like sometimes people see our arrangement and it seems like a fun thing to do. It's kind of similar to Friends with Benefits, where people think it's a fun thing to do,
Yeah.
but then when they try it, they get really emotionally attached, and then because we're already in a relationship, it gets really weird.
Yeah.
So,
Has it been
yeah.
difficult maintaining this dynamic?
I mean, in
we
a
run
way,
into a lot of crazy
yeah.
people,
but it's also
or
a lot
like
of fun
things
too.
get
so I mean,
crazy.
like, yeah.
So how are
You're
you?
probably not attracting the most sane people in the first place.
I
by
try to go for
advertising that.
people that are open or like that are poly now because it makes things a lot easier. So we can just avoid like the jealousy because I don't even think it's really fair to like. I almost feel like when someone agrees to sleeping with any of us, and they're thinking it's a fun thing, usually we're like a lot cooler, and they don't really realize until later on, and then they get really obsessed or they feel really, really bad. So I usually feel really bad for them later on as well. So I don't think it's really fair either to do that.
How long into your guys' relationship did you start this dynamic?
Right at the very beginning.
Right at the very beginning.
Yeah.
So you guys were like right off the bat, like, yo, let's do it this way.
This is the only relationship I've ever done.
Whose
with
idea
people.
was the whole open relationship? Yours, Destiny?
Basically, yeah. Like after my last relationship, I didn't actually ever think I would date again because sleeping around is fun and shit.
Yeah.
So the idea of like being locked down to one person is not fun. And I started talking to her, and she was cool. And she's like, "Oh, well, I do open relationships." I'm like, "Oh shit, this is like perfect." So
And so why did you decide to get married then? And what does that
because
mean
she
to
lives
you?
in Sweden and I live in the United States, and the only way she can spend any considerable amount of time with me is to be married.
So it was just green card, just that.
Kind of, yeah.
Is during
But I mean, like we love each other too.
During the
Mhm.
pandemic, this just it was crazy for everybody
Yeah.
visa wise. So, but then
We'll probably
also-
do like I imagine we'll do like an official ceremony at some point. We just have to like get the logistics set up and everything.
I think we've been together for long enough to like, oh, we're like married. We love each other.
So I'm not familiar with all of the regulations or whatever, but isn't there a timeline that if you reach like 5 years of marriage from a green card marriage, you can get divorced and the person who is from another country can keep their green card?
Yes, it is 4 years. It is 4 years that you have to be from the time how it works, and I know this because I am married to an immigrant. From the time from the time my husband, so how it works is like when you first get married, if you are like at least for me because my husband and I got married pretty much 6 months to the day after we met because he was going to be deported and I didn't want him to be deported. And I loved him and I knew I wanted to marry him on our second date. And so it wasn't like a total green card marriage. Like, we do generally love each other. We generally love each other 12 years later, right? But like when we got married, it was 6 months to the day after we met, basically. And then he was issued a like temporary green card, and that temporary green card lasted, I think, 2 years. And the reason it was temporary was because we had not been married for like, well, actually, is it 2 years or 4 years? We had not been married for the requisite period of time for him to get a permanent green card after we got married. And so then we had to go through all these effing interviews with immigration to prove that we were actually living together and did have a real relationship and had to love each other and all this crap, and like had to answer stupid questions we had like the full on immigration. We had 2 interviews with immigration. In the first interview, they didn't really ask us anything. And they were like, yeah, you guys are probably actually really in a relationship. And like we were living together at the time, like, whatever. But then they brought us, before they issued the permanent green card. And this was like 2 years into our marriage. They brought us in and they did the thing in immigration where they separated us and they brought me into the room first. And they asked me all of these questions about Victor. And then they brought Victor into the room and I wasn't allowed to look at Victor or anything. Like, I had to like stare at the floor and give him no indication of what I had answered to the questions. And they asked Victor all of the same questions that they had asked me, and to make sure our answers lined up. And there were a few of them that we answered differently because the one they got me on was, what is Victor's mother's name? Because Victor's mother left when he was a kid. And he literally never talks about her. And if he does talk about her, he doesn't use like her first name. He says like my mother, right? And so I could not remember for the life of me what Victor's mother's first name was. And I was like, and then she asked me like, what is Victor's phone number? And I was like, I have no idea what his phone number is. It's in my cell phone. And she said, but what if you lose your cell phone? And I said, well, it's uploaded to the cloud. I still to this day don't know what Victor's phone number is because it's programmed into something. I just hit a button or I say call Victor or whatever. I don't know what his phone number is. Anyway, so there were a couple questions that they got me on. And I will never forget Victor's mother's name now. Victor's mother's name is Ludmilla, but I didn't know it at the time. But overall, we answered the questions pretty much the same, and they were able. So they issued the temporary green card, and then like 4 years into our marriage, they issued the permanent green card. And by pure coincidence, 4 years into a marriage is Victor could. So this is for people who say, because like some people on the internet are like, well, Carlin just has a green card marriage. Victor could have literally divorced me 8 years ago and still maintained his permanent green card and not have been kicked out of the country, because she's right. There is a time period. It's like I'm pretty sure it's 4 years. They may have changed it now, where if you are married to someone for 4 years and you get a green card because of that marriage, after that time period, if you guys get a divorce, you can still stay in the country. But my husband loves me and we actually really are married, and so no divorce for us. Ha, too bad, so sad.
And at that point, do you think that you will divorce and then stay together?
I don't think we'd ever divorce, but technically, don't take legal advice from me, but I think if you're in the United States on a visa and you're in the process of getting the green card, you can break up already and still follow through the green card process.
That is not correct. Destiny is wrong. That is not correct.
And you come from a family where this is practiced, right, Melina?
I think my parents did do like swinger stuff and like open things, like non-monogamous things together. I don't know.
Were you aware
if
of that? At the time?
Not at the time, like when I was a kid or anything, but like later on when I was talking to my mom when I was older, and I was like, oh, open relationship makes a lot more sense to me. She's like, oh yeah, I did that too. So it's like, okay.
Are your parents still together?
No.
Okay. Destiny, didn't you come from like a Bible Belt background or no? Like,
yeah,
you did, right?
Very conservative, yeah.
Do you feel like that's catalyzed your political evolution?
I mean, I'm not related to that at all anymore, but it would be stupid to say that my upbringing didn't influence my political stuff at all. I'm sure it has. It's hard to know how it manifests exactly, but yeah, I was writing articles for my school newspaper supporting like Bush in the Iraq War when I was in high school. So
Wow. So you're on the other spectrum from where you
my,
are now.
My mom is Cuban, so Cuban people in general are very, very, very conservative.
Were you ever
Especially-
socially conservative at the time?
Yeah, yeah, very much. Like not hated gay people, but very much against like LGBT stuff and all that.
When did that change?
Through high school, I became an atheist, and then as I started to get more, once I started streaming, when I turned like I think 21, 22, once I started to make more money, my political views started to shift quite a bit.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Do you feel like you're getting interrogated right now?
I've answered all these questions.
This
million
guy's
times,
like a
so
super
you're good,
fucking
yeah.
streamer. This is not his first rodeo.
Yeah,
This-
knock me out.
what's
Whatever
the
you want,
largest?
dude.
What's the largest stream you've been on? How many live viewers?
I think it was when I was covering the Miskiff shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like
It was like 60,
70,000.
70K.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jesus, on
80K,
your
stuff
stream?
Like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
Wow.
on
wild stuff.
YouTube. Yeah.
That's pretty lit. It's pretty lit.
I might have missed this while I was adjusting my hair, but I had that.
Oh, you combed it for us. Cute.
Yeah, I got to be presentable.
Of course.
So you guys are in a polyamorous relationship. So, and I apologize if I missed this. You guys both sleep with other people.
That's yeah.
So in what
That's
way are
the
you not a cuck?
idea.
I heard that you got mad at me for calling you a cuck.
Well, I got mad at you for calling me a cuck because you didn't know anything about me and you were radiating more pick-me energy than I've ever seen in a girl in my entire life. So
Yeah.
I thought it was really funny.
But how are you not a cuck is what I asked.
You know what a cuck is?
Yeah, what is a cuck to you, I guess?
You know, someone like Nico, someone who sits in a chair, someone who watches.
No,
So wait.
Someone
Hold on,
who
wait.
watches their woman get fucked by another man.
Yeah,
and
I don't
is
sit and watch
okay
my
with
woman
it.
get fucked by another man.
Someone who allows that.
Well, someone who allows it is just somebody in an open relationship.
And how do you expect that to last for the next 5 years?
I mean, it's lasted for 4 years, which I think is longer than any relationship you've been in, right?
Yeah.
So I think I'm probably doing okay. That's fine.
She's also younger.
I'm 20.
That was good.
I'm 20.
Okay, and I'm 34.
And I don't have someone looking for a green card.
That's fine. She's already got her green card. She's free to leave if she wants.
Do you guys feel like you're going
Why does this 20-year-old who doesn't know anything and basically has no life experience believes that she's like in the best position to give someone that's 34 years old with a child and that has been in multiple relationships life lessons about what type of relationship he should engage in? I'm sorry, 20-year-olds, sit the fuck down. Honestly, because I understand you think you know everything. I thought I knew everything when I was 20 as well. I really, really did. Sit the fuck down. You don't know shit. You have no life experience. Especially like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that Destiny is like the sage of everything because I truly don't know. I don't watch him. I don't like, I've heard he's smart, but like whatever. But like, the fact that I know that he has a 12-year-old kid and the fact that he's been in multiple relationships, he has way more life experience and knowledge than that bitch has in her pinky finger. It makes no even sense that she's giving him advice. I'm sorry.
to be together into old age? Like, do you want to stay together?
I had the
forever?
same question.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Do you want to have kids?
And
Yeah.
I think
let's
so,
just
yeah.
let's just
Wow.
clear
Wait,
something
do
up
you
too. Hold
think-
on, one more thing. Sneako's not a cuck. He did it one time and he said it was not for him.
Oh,
So
good
you
to
got to
know.
drop that.
Okay, good to know.
Do you think
He didn't
this-
even truly. Also, to be fair, he didn't do the cuck thing. He went to a swingers party. He wasn't into the swinger stuff.
Yeah.
It's weird because like
You know
there
why
is, like
he
a
did
whole
it?
like sexual fetish you can explore relating to cuckoldry. Which, by the way, if people are into cucking, that's knock us about. That's cool.
Do you know
So
why
wanna
he
do
did
cuck
it,
queening?
Destiny?
What?
Do you know why he did it?
If I had to guess, it's because he heavily models himself after men that he respects, and Patrice O'Neal talked about it.
Bingo.
That's my
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. It was no.
Like,
He
it's
watched
not- but
Patrice
he didn't-
O'Neal
he
doing
didn't-
it.
Yeah,
He's
but
a
he
kid.
didn't.
He was
He
a
didn't
kid.
go to the party thinking like, I want to watch my girlfriend get fucked and jerk off in the corner.
not like he
he
was
went to
turned on
swing and then
by
he
it.
wasn't
Right.
into it and they left. Yeah.
No,
I
reality
think
was he I think he stepped out. He felt guilty, so he like gave her a free pass, and then he did it one time. He's like, "This is terrible."
Why do people have this fascination with who streamers are fucking? I mean, I understand that like a lot of them probably create this drama by like talking about what they're doing on the internet and then people get curious and etc. But I guess my bigger point is like, if you are more interested in who other people are fucking and how they're fucking them than you are in what you're doing and whatever relationships you have, then you probably have a really boring, unfulfilling sex life. Why does it matter to you who does what with other people or how they do it? Why is that even interesting? Focus on your own life. Focus on what you're doing. I promise you're going to have a lot more fun if you just focus on yourself.
Terrible. I never want to experience this again, and that's it. So that was years ago.
So it's not a cuck in that case because
If-
a cuck likes it.
Yeah. And he continues down the path of cuckoldry, which he does not. Nico's
I have
totally
a
hates it.
question. There was a clip of you two that went kind of viral on Twitter a few days ago where you started like ballroom dancing with some guy in the background of a stream. What was the situation there, and who was that guy?
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube called Abba from Abba and Preach, and I think he's trying to steal my girl from me.
Is he?
No,
For real?
so he dances. She's
You
got like a
looked
background.
pretty devastated.
I did,
Maybe
hold on,
that's
wait,
just how
hold on,
your
wait, no,
face
hold on.
Jesus.
Wait,
Okay.
I did not look devastated. When you guys
A
are
little
watching,
bit, though.
no, I don't. When you guys are
That's
watching
just your
clips,
resting face, though.
no, when you guys are watching clips, there's 3 responses I can have. I can either like laugh about it, in which case you'll be like, oh my God, he's coping. Or I can just sit there and just watch because I'm just watching my chat and my stream and be like, oh my God, he's secretly terrorized. Or I can be like, oh no, guys, like don't, and like joke about it and be like, oh my God, he's like secretly coping. Like there's literally no response I can have because you're projecting like all of your insecurities on the situation.
So
Well, you don't want to
He's
like,
right. Destiny
no,
is
he's
right.
Abba Preach from the YouTube channel.
Wait, do
He's
you
hanging
think that?
out.
Wait, hold on. Do you think that dancing is fucking? Because in that case, there's a lot of there's a lot of
There's a lot of
children out there
issues
dancing.
to
And
unpack.
maybe you should
Yeah,
just think about
like-
it. You know? Yeah.
Oh yeah, careful.
No, I was just saying the reaction to the clip was obviously.
Yeah, I know,
very
but I don't
strong,
understand
so-
why people are having a big reaction to.
I think it was
They were
the fact
also
that Destiny looked
in
very...
his, listen, in his defense, they were playing "Hello Darkness, My Old Friend" and like zooming in on his face to like show like maybe despair or something.
Yeah,
feeling.
find something that wasn't there. Yes, but it feels really,
because
it
you
just
can
feels
cut-
really
yeah, it's
ridiculous,
just-
right? Because
you
I've
can
done
edit
like
anything to make it look like
I did
anything.
like 12 years of ballroom dancing when I was younger, so I'm like I was competing in that sport. So if I meet someone that does some sort of dancing that is with a partner, I can like dance with them really well, and that's like what's the fun of
You
it,
can
right?
tell
I think
Destiny
she's saying
is
like in a
like
traditional
seems like-
sense of things,
God.
it looks bad on him.
Why does like I have heard from multiple people that he's really smart. He obviously is. Like even just in the little bit that I've seen, like I agree with Sarah. Destiny is probably like the smartest person. Although John Doyle is very smart, and John Doyle is being smart right now, and he's not saying anything. But like Destiny's probably the most intelligent one there. Why does he lower himself to do this? Is my question. Like, what? Why? Is it like? Is this the type of audience that Destiny wants to attract? I mean, I guess. I mean, there is something to be said about, I guess, attracting a stupid audience. They're gonna spend their money willy-nilly, and you're gonna make more money off of them. So I guess there's that. But like, I don't understand why he's doing this. It just seems rather beneath him.
But you guys don't have a
We
traditional
literally fuck
relationship.
other people though. Why the fuck?
No,
would
I know. I'm just saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Why
You
would it look
guys
bad?
don't have a like from a traditional
also-
Have you guys ever
standpoint.
danced?
From a
But
tra-
also-
hold on. From a traditional standpoint, it looks bad, but you guys are not traditional. I think that's what she's saying. It looks bad, but
Wait,
not
is it
taking-
in a-
Wait,
but
hold on,
also
wait. Even in a
it's not
traditional
bad. It's not
aspect,
bad in
like
a
you can go to
tradition.
weddings. Like sometimes
Well,
other
it was
people
in your
dance with other
house,
people.
so,
Yeah.
you know.
Have you
Does
guys
that
ever
change it?
danced?
Like it's not like they're like
I know you're
grinding.
not like at a ballroom.
I'm not.
dancing event
I'm not
or
okay with.
anything
If I
like
marry
that.
my wife, I'm not okay with her dancing with.
And that's
anybody.
great.
Same.
Your insecurities are
Yeah.
yours
Yeah.
to deal with. But I'm
It's
just
not
saying that, like,
insecurity. No,
Of
that's
course
not
It is
insecurity.
insecurity. It
Hold on,
absolutely
whoa, whoa,
is
whoa, whoa, whoa.
insecurity.
It's not. It's not
Yes,
an
it is.
insecurity. It's
Destiny
just
is
a boundary
right.
I have. It's not
and that's
insecurity.
fine, but
That's
it's
an
not. But it's not. It's not
That's
just
not
the
an
boundary.
insecurity.
It's you saying that, like,
It's
in a
respect.
traditional relationship, this wouldn't be okay. Plenty of people dance with other people. It's not a huge deal. Now, if they were like fucking grinding on each other or some shit, that'd be different. But when they're going through like moves on like a ballroom dance thing, I think that if you got a huge problem with that, I think that's just more about
So
you.
wait,
than it's
why
more about
why
me.
is
I
my
agree.
boundary all of a sudden limited
The
and
problem
labeled
wasn't
as
your
an insecurity?
The problem wasn't your boundary. The problem was you
Your
said,
boundary is not limited. You can have whatever boundaries you want. But like if you're gonna say that like a woman I marry can't dance with other people, then you're gonna do that on the internet in a podcast that gets millions of views. You just have to be prepared for the fact that people are going to say that you probably really lack a lot of self-esteem. You probably don't trust anyone that you actually date, and every relationship you have will probably fail because of your self-worth issues that you should really go to therapy and work out.
well, in a traditional relationship, you made it sound like it was a boundary that everybody should have.
No,
if
no,
you would
no,
have
no,
said
no.
just me personally, I'd be like, okay, sure,
I
that's
did
fine.
say just me personally. I say the
You
way
said- you
she's
said in a traditional relationship.
the way they're perceiving you. But and then I built on it saying me personally, I'm not okay with that.
Sure.
Hold
and for
on.
you personally,
Hold
that's
on,
fine,
Billy. You wanted to go?
I can change the subject a little bit if you want to.
No, we're
It's
fighting.
the same, it's
No,
the
no,
same
no.
subject.
Why would we
It's the
change it when
same-
we're having a
I
good
know.
fight
We're
right
fighting.
now?
We're fighting. Don't
I thought you wanted to come in on something
No, I
related
wanted
to
to
this.
come in on the relationship about children.
What?
She's going to ask, how can
The
you guys do
question
an
about
open relationship and have children at the same time? And then we're going to
No,
answer.
I-
We'd probably close the relationship if that happens,
Wait,
but yeah, go
that's
for it.
that was my question.
I
What
know.
do you plan on doing when you have children?
No, we would probably not be fucking around as much because you wouldn't even have the time for it. I
Do
would
you make
imagine.
eye contact when you speak or no? I'm over here.
Well, kind of, yeah, but I can't really see you, and I don't want to block the camera because
Well, it's actually better if he just kind of maintains more of a straight.
My bad.
Straight on.
I do have a question for both of you guys. Out of curiosity, how many men beyond Destiny?
Flan Life, thank you for the 50 gifted. We'll have to do the fit check later on in the show, guys. Thank you, man. Go ahead.
Besides
you guys
Destiny, in your guys' relationship, if you feel comfortable answering, how many men have you been with?
Like total, I actually don't really know. Usually it's just women.
But if you had to estimate,
Isn't it Is that accurate that you tend to hook up with
I don't really keep
men
count
and she
on
tends
like
to
how
hook
many
up more
men.
with women?
No.
would you say?
I've hooked up with, like, 8 guys in my life.
Hold on. Would you say it's like 5, maybe 10?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's like years ago, right?
The last time you were with a guy besides
I
Destiny
think
in your
so.
relationship?
It's probably a long time ago. Usually just women.
Okay. How many women have you been with besides her in your relationship?
I don't think he keeps counting, but it's a lot of them.
Okay, but like, come on, give me like a ballpark
have no
estimate.
idea. I don't
here.
wanna
It's a lot.
call
Destiny's
them
fucking
Why
amazing.
does
No,
it
it's not.
matter?
Where I'm going with
It's
this?
probably 10 times as many as mine.
It's a decent amount, but it's cringe to talk about because
Yeah.
I'm not here to like fucking jerk off over like fucking.
I understand.
Sure.
Where I was going with that is like when was the last time you were with a guy besides Destiny?
I don't remember.
A year ago, 2 years ago, 3
I'm
years
not
ago?
really
Probably
that
within a
into
year, I
men,
think,
you know,
right? I think.
something like that.
About a year ago.
I think within, yeah.
Oh shit.
When that happened, like, did you feel comfortable with it based on the amount of
Generally,
communication?
this is the way that I approach it. If I'm gonna hook up with somebody, it's kind of weird if your partner is out like fucking somebody or hanging out with somebody in like a semi-romantic way, and then your partner's just like at home doing nothing. So
Right.
usually, if I'm going out doing something, hopefully she's got like similar plans, and then vice versa. If she's got plans, then I've got plans. So no, we don't usually feel bad about it because we're doing something together generally.
So it doesn't create insecurity for you guys? At all?
No.
I mean,
You're
as much insecurity as like any
secure?
like normal relationship. Like there might be times. The only time I think that insecurity comes creeping in is if there are other problems in the relationship. So for instance, like if we're fighting a lot and then somebody tries to like hook up with somebody, then like that might cause people to feel a little bit weird. But like otherwise, no, it's just neither of us care that much about it. If we did, we wouldn't have an open relationship.
I mean, I get turned on by it, so
You get turned on by him hooking
Yeah.
up with
You're a
other
cuck.
chicks?
Yeah.
So you're a cuck.
Cuck
Yes.
queen.
Yeah, I like that.
Cuck queen. Is
Yeah,
that-
I guess cuck
It's a
queen.
term. It's a term.
Exactly.
Wait, can I ask the
Yeah,
panel
it is
what
now.
the interest or like the angle is for interrogating the relationship to this extent?
I
agree.
For me, I just genuinely don't know, so I'm going straight to the source.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not interrogating them. I personally am just curious
It
about
feels
it. 'cause-
a little bit like it. You guys are
No, I'm
basically
just-
like
I'm
this
just-
close to like. So we
No.
already
I
asked like,
think
do you
it's
like in the
because
ass?
to, like,
Do you like
No, no,
flavored
no.
lube?
It's so
Aaron, you're
repellent.
projecting interrogation onto me where it doesn't exist. I'm asking because
That's not
I just know for myself.
projection.
Is
that-
it
Where were
curiosity?
you,
Is that the angle?
It's curiosity,
Okay.
and I'm kind of probing into it because it's like I can't imagine being in a situation where my girl was hooking up with another guy and it wouldn't drive me insane. And so if it doesn't drive them insane, I'm curious.
Why were you
like,
curious
is
about
that?
the number of men?
Because different people are different and different people want different things, and it's okay for different people to have different boundaries in their different relationships that no one has to participate in if they don't want to.
Just because it's an interesting
You
question.
gotta come from somewhere.
It's an
You
interesting
gotta be a little
question.
bit more creative in
It's an
this.
interesting question,
You're a smart guy. You can be a little bit more creative about
There's
it.
15,000 people watching, and I'm sure a lot of them would be curious.
So it's for the content.
It's a juicy
Of course,
question.
That's what it is.
It's a juicy
not like
question.
I'm
Exactly.
genuinely curious. It's like you're not trying to bring
It's
the
like an
content.
unusual
There's an element of
dynamic.
curiosity, and there's also an element where I'm trying to make an interesting show for all the people that are watching.
I feel like just because they're in an open relationship, maybe that doesn't mean they should be subjected to like particularly
Subjected? They
invasive
voluntarily came on this
questions.
show.
No,
No
like
one
if
was just
somebody
gonna be the
volunteers
dynamic.
that they're in a monogamous
Why
relationship.
are you speaking on behalf of Destiny? I don't.
Yeah.
If
Are
he
you a
has an
lawyer?
issue, if he has an
Yeah.
issue with the
Are you
degree of
Destiny's
questions
lawyer?
we're asking him,
No,
then-
I'm curious myself. Like, I didn't expect that half the panel already would be just about their relationship.
Well,
That's
it's-
why
it's
I'm
such-
like,
Aaron,
other
Aaron,
stuff.
it's
Can we
such,
talk
it's
about
such
you
a
then?
unique. Aaron,
What-
hold on.
or-
yeah, let's talk
Aaron,
about
Aaron,
you.
answer the
Since you
question.
refused.
It's such
Wait,
a
Since you
interview
refused.
me?
unique.
Yeah,
We
let's-
can talk about you,
Okay.
but you keep dodging all the questions, so we're gonna ask them
Yeah.
questions.
We can
Well-
go to you then.
No, let's go to you. Are
You
you a
just did it
virgin?
again. You just did it again.
Someone's
Bro.
gotta
You're
give us
dodging
I don't
all
want
the
to steal all the
I'm
attention.
perfectly
Why
happy to
wouldn't I
answer
want to?
questions.
Is this what it's like to like be at like a college party now? Is this what this is like? I'm trying to decide if this is what it was like when I was in college, or if like things have just, if maybe it's I've gotten older, maybe have things just gone massively wrong in the world, and this is where we ended up. These people are these people like, what am I trying to ask? Is this what we can expect Generation Z to offer us in the world? Is this what the schools are turning out? Is this what we have? These are the people that are going to run society? I'm having so many feelings right now about spending all my time trying to explain to people how society is changing and the Cultural Revolution and all of this stuff to try to save some semblance of the American like vision and values and stuff like that. And this is who we're handing things over to. Do I have that right? Oh, great. Thank you, Trendalin. Thank you for this gift that you're giving me that is going to lead me to do some pretty heavy drugs later and just contemplate all of my life choices. Thank you.
You're
Share
saying
with
I don't want to
everybody
steal the
here.
attention, but you came to a dating show and you've avoided all the questions about your dating life.
Yeah.
Besides the fact that
Questions
you've
about
never
my
been
sex
on a
life
date.
or my dating life?
It's kind of all under the same umbrella.
Is it though?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fates.
Of course it is.
You're on a dating
Come on.
podcast and you don't think that your dating life is up for discussion.
No, I didn't say
Wait,
that.
It's
I
all
don't know
it's all
that, like-
connected.
I
It's
want
all
to
connected.
ask
Come on.
some questions for the monogamous people in that
Okay.
case.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Wait.
you
Virgin? Confirm or deny? Just give us something. Give us a
really,
look.
this is like the most pressing topic for the dating.
It's literally a
podcast.
yes or no. It'll take you 1 second to answer the question.
Is it about the duration?
You're
How long it takes to
obviously
answer
a
question like
virgin.
that? That's what
Dude, I'm
determines
gonna
the
What's
fucking
what's up
blow
with
my
the
brains
sophistry?
out.
Why don't you just
I'm
answer?
sorry,
it?
I'm yelling.
I mean, you were evasive about why you were like excavating.
I said
their
because I was
relationship.
curious and because it's good content. and
After
it's a
after
juicy
a lot
question.
of a lot of deliberation mentally, I feel like Fresh is the best one for her from the Fresh and Fit
Yeah.
podcast. I feel like she fits the archetype that Fresh goes after.
What archetype is that?
Chubby white girl.
Got it.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Just
I would
joking,
rather
Fresh,
be
love you.
watching
Although I
Red
had a
May than
question
this.
for you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Go
love
ahead.
this
I'm
guy.
ready. Thanks, Plan Life.
You said earlier
This is
with respect to like
this is so much worse than socialism. I would take, at least socialists are smart. I would take socialists every single day over this shit. Trendalin, you owe me.
the dancing thing.
Yes.
You said it would be a boundary of yours to not let your partner or wife dance with another man.
Correct.
Is that really a boundary or isn't that more of an agreement? I feel like a boundary is something that you say that I'm going to do or abstain. But I
Are
don't know that a
boundaries- are
boundary
boundaries
could
not
really
agreements?
like include. I don't really think of them
I
that
think-
way. I think
I
of
think
boundaries
people
as
can agree
things
on
that
boundaries.
like I would independently decide I don't want to do or I do want to
Was it a
engage
bad
in.
idea to give you that Game
You
Boy?
gave it to me. You told me.
I no, I
Focus on the conversation.
Steven.
Yeah, I would.
I know.
You fucked me. You lied to me.
I'm sorry. I missed.
There is a boundary. They're talking about the difference between a boundary and an agreement and a contract. Continue.
I just know when you do your streams, like you're
Oh,
playing
oh,
Factorio
Come
and
back
shit.
to the hello.
Okay.
Don't let her
I
dodge
can
the
answer.
virgin
Okay,
question.
okay.
Okay,
Okay,
go.
okay.
No, I
can
actually want to
answer.
interject.
Okay,
You're so
here.
fucking.
Hold on, go ahead.
No,
Let-
wait.
let me-
Let me interject. You-
Let her go.
Okay, hey.
Let her go.
Let me
and then-
clarify on
Okay,
her
I
boundaries.
just wait. I just want to say
Go ahead.
something. Earlier you guys were talking about traditional relationships.
What?
I was raised in a Hispanic traditional Catholic family household. The idea that dancing ballroom or dancing in general is non-traditional to me is insane because like all of South America, Central America, Spain, they dance salsa, they dance merengue. That is part of the culture. And a lot of people there are very traditional, very Hispanic Catholic.
Well,
so to me,
hold on,
there is
hold
a
on.
discrepancy
The
there.
issue is not with the actual dancing. The issue is with dancing with someone who's not your partner.
That's
Do
true.
they
That's
white?
what they do.
That's
White.
what-
Is that what they
culture.
do?
Yeah, they do
Yeah,
that in the culture.
it's literally
White.
just part of the culture. You,
Is
like,
it?
Yes,
Not part of my
absolutely.
culture.
Is that part
I
of the
was
culture?
literally born and
Not
raised
part
in
of my
that culture.
When it comes to the reaction to that video that I brought up, it was because of the
That guy, this one, the one with the yellow shirt, he probably has like the smallest dick that you guys have ever seen. If he really is so fucking insecure that he won't let his wife dance with someone else in a dance that's not sexual, it's just dancing. He probably has the smallest dick that you have ever seen in your life because that is the only explanation for how someone could be that deeply and pathetically insecure.
context around it. If
No,
it were
hold
just
on.
two
No, no,
random
wait.
people,
The-
I don't think that.
Should we watch the
Wait,
video?
hold on. No.
Should
To
we
be
watch-
clear, the
We should
reaction.
watch
No,
the
no.
video,
You can watch it if you
actually.
want, but the
So that
reaction
people know what
is.
we're talking
If you're okay
about.
with it. If
Yes,
you're
if
okay.
you want. No, I don't
If you're
care.
okay.
You can watch
If you're
it all
okay.
you want. I'll jerk off to it for you if you want after the show. Okay.
Can we
Listen.
record it? I have an OnlyFans.
Just do it under the table.
Yeah, as long as you pay me for it, okay?
50-50.
Hold on. The issue is not the reaction to the video, or even the context around it. The issue is that right now, everybody in like the red pill like culture that's like taken over like online shit is like obsessed with like cuck and everything related to it. So much that I think it's actually a hidden fantasy for a lot of the people.
I
talk
agree.
About. Where
Destiny
like
is
if a
right.
guy is talking
I
to somebody
agree.
else or a girl is talking to themselves, like cuck. Like people talk about it incessantly. It's like fucking insane. More so than it would have been like even 5 or 10 years
You
ago.
think it's like
And then-
projection?
I
yeah,
agree.
it's some kind of weird obsession with like being cucked or cucked. Like to the point where on some of these shows, I don't think I've heard it here, but people will say things like if your girlfriend has like a high body count, you start dating her, you got cucked. Or like if your girlfriend is like talking to another guy in a way that's getting cucked. It reminds me of like the old 4chan copy pasta where it's like the ultimate cuck is a father that raises a daughter because he's preparing his daughter's pussy to get plowed by some other guy.
Whoa.
And that's like the
That got
ultimate
dark.
cuck. Like
Oh,
I'm just saying that
man.
like the obsession with like the cuck shit is like insane. I don't think it has anything to do with me or the dancing because like she said, in a lot of traditional cultures, a lot of people dance. And if you do like ballroom dance or competition, you're not only competing with a boyfriend, right? You're like dancing with like partners and other people that have been practicing with you and everything. So I just think the obsession has to do with like the current culture around like the whole
I don't
cuck and
think
like
that
dating
there's
shit.
an obsession. I think that cuckoldry and other weird fetishes are being pushed in both pornography and pop culture, and people are just responding to
Yeah.
that
Absolutely
because they don't
not.
like it.
I think that
Cuckoldry as an
the-
actual fetish is really rare.
I think that people recognize degeneracy and they naturally
This is
say
it.
something
There you
towards
go.
it.
So it's the it's like this weird like degenerate angle, and then like the red pill
Listen,
stuff and kind of the track
listen,
con stuff.
listen. I cannot believe I'm about to say this on the internet. But yesterday I said some things that gave everyone more information about my private life than they necessarily need. So why not just go for it? There are way more degenerate fucking things to do in the world than cuckoldry. And my husband just walked in with beer and just he looked at me like, thank you, Victor. I'll trade you a coffee mug for beer. There are way more degenerate things you can do in bed than that. And now Victor's gonna go take a shower. He's gonna be like, I'm gonna be ready for whenever Carlin has done this podcast. Hang on, let me get a beer. Oh no, do I have a bottle opener? He brought me glass bottles, but I don't know if I have a bottle opener. Hang on. I know I did at one point. Thank you, Victor. Victor just brought the railroad spike bottle opener. Thank you, Victor. And then we're going to talk about degeneracy. All right, everyone get a drink, because God knows I can't survive any more of this without alcohol. There we go. Nice Sam Adams in my special Sam Adams glass that we hold at the bottom because that keeps the beer cooler in the rest of the glass. All right. If you really think that the most degenerate thing that you can do in related to sex is cuckoldry, I just want to encourage you to, expand your horizons. Maybe you go on a fetish website of some sort and you see what kind of degeneracy they're doing on those sites. Because I promise you that cuckoldry is like not even an interesting kink to have. It's not even interesting. I mean, whatever floats your boat, man. I'm not judging, but like if the manosphere thinks that is like the craziest thing that someone can do, all that really reflects to me is an absolute lack of adventure and imagination and experience, to be quite frank, because yeah, maybe I just had a lot of sex in college, but like cuckoldry doesn't even rate in like the top 10 degenerate things that a person can do. And that's all you get for right now, all right?
and the
Well, there are
fighting
some
against like the
people
perceived
that believe
wokeism stuff.
there's a right way to express sexuality and a wrong way, and I guess you're saying there's not a right or wrong.
I never said that at all. There's plenty like.
Well, you put degeneracy and weird in air quotes.
Well, because
Is there
she said
anything that you would
degenerate.
consider sexually degenerate?
Yeah, but he said we weren't allowed to talk about some of that.
So those
Fair-
subjects, would you
fair
say
enough.
those are the only things that
Stay tuned
qualify
for
as
Rumble.
degenerate?
But you're allowed to partake in it.
In broad speaking terms, as long as people are exercising or practicing some sexual thing that's between them and it's not hurting anybody else, in general, I think it's probably okay for people to do that. If you want to have like a pure monogamous relationship, if you want to be abstinent until you get married or whatever, and that's how you want to explore, I think that's totally fine. But it seems like people from some backgrounds find that they can be incredibly judgmental of other people's like sexual exploration, which is really weird to me because they'll get like really fixated on it.
Well-
Like I've never had a conversation before where I'm like, what's it like to like only have your husband or boyfriend's dick like going in and out of your pussy? Like these like really explicit conversations. But then people come to me and it's like, what do you think about like your wife like fucking other guys and shit? And it's like, it's really weird that I'll get like really, or like even earlier, he's like, so you're bisexual. I think you asked me, right? Do you fuck guys in the ass? Do you take dick in your ass? I'm like, Jesus,
I did
that's
not
a really
say
so
that.
did you ask if I was a
Mhm.
top or bottom, right? That's essentially what you're
Yes.
asking, right? Which is fine. I don't care. Like the explicit questions are fun and I'm used to dealing with it. But it's interesting to me that based on my lifestyle, I'll get like these really explicit questions. And I feel like if you're in a more traditional relationship, if somebody asked you that, you'd be like, whoa, that's like way over the line. Which I think is just an interesting
There's
observation.
probably questions that
How
we could
dare you,
ask to
Mary?
monogamous people, right?
Yeah.
That would
Yeah,
be
you're
really
very
harsh.
offended by that, I guess.
What?
By me asking.
There's nothing you can say that will offend me. I
Look,
promise.
I think people ask questions about your relationship because I would say the vast majority, they don't think that it's normal or conducive to a flourishing long-term relationship.
And that's fine.
Especially America.
You are 20 years old and are in your first relationship. You have no fucking idea, blonde girl from Timcast, what it takes to have a thriving relationship. Your input here is not required.
Marriage, 'cause they
Sure.
think it's fundamentally humiliating to a
Mhm.
man to not have sexual exclusivity with his wife.
And that's totally fine. But the way that the questions are phrased was earlier was, I'm just curious. But it's not a curiosity.
I didn't say that, but
Sure, that's
I
fine.
said that.
It's not an actual curiosity.
I'm
There's
critical.
That's fine. Yeah, there's a normative loading of like, you're doing something that I don't approve of, and now I'm going to question you on it, which is fine. But like, if we want to get into that, then we can get into that.
Well, I mean,
rather than like the like, oh well, I'm just curious. Like, does it bother you that somebody else might like come on your wife? And I'm like, Jesus Christ, yeah, I don't know.
Let's back up a second.
Yeah,
you're,
sure.
you're kind of projecting that the disapproval does exist, but the
Well, I'm not
questions-
projecting because these two at least have explicitly said it right.
Yeah,
so it does exist.
I
as
just
well.
said
You
it
might
was-
be
It's
curious.
not.
I just
It's
said it was
not
a boundary
necessarily.
of mine.
No, I'm
It's
pointing out
not.
her
It's
idea.
not necessarily that the questions are rooted in disapproval. It's more just that like your guys' relationship dynamic is it's a taboo in society, so people are curious and they have questions, right?
Well, you were. I think you're curious. Well, I don't know. I'm treating you as good faith. You're
Mhm.
curious. Like these two at the very.
It's not as taboo as people think it is. I'm sorry. There are like, listen, man. Like, I'm not saying that everyone and their mother is into stuff that's like, not the missionary position and is like a little bit more adventurous, but like you guys understand, right? Like, okay. A couple of years, well, maybe it was more than a couple. There have been many documentaries produced about the swinger community, right? Do you know who primarily makes up the swinger? And I legitimately don't have experience with this. I'm going based on documentaries. I don't want anyone spreading any fucking rumors. Like, do you know who primarily makes up the swinger community? Older married couples. It's older married couples that have been married like, a long time. And then they decided they wanted to spice things up. And yes, it is the boomers. Exactly. It's the boomers who are having all the sex at these swinger parties. That's it. Like the idea that like the only acceptable thing to do sexually is like missionary position, like with one person monogamously, or maybe doggy style if you're feeling really. It's like it is such a young kind of like inexperienced view of just like human nature in general. I'm sorry. It's just like this is so fucking juvenile and like I cannot.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with being disapproving, but these two questions are coming from like a, don't you realize that this is really bad? Is like that's like the angle of the question, basically.
It's not like understanding or curiosity.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just gonna bully you, kind of
Yeah.
for what you're doing in your
Which is
life.
fine.
Do you guys feel bullied by them?
I don't feel bullied. I love
Do
it.
you-
Melina does a little bit.
No, it's just like negativity, not understanding.
Do you guys
not
wanna
like
react
being
to the video
curious
in
or anything? It's
question?
just being
Yeah.
like,
We
Yeah, if
could
you want to
do-
watch it, we
really,
can
really
watch
fast,
it.
Yeah,
you know?
Eric, can you work on trying to find what would be a
It was
good
posted on
keyword
Twitter
for
a
us
bunch.
to?
I mean, when you're
I don't
so
want to do
open
the.
about
Hold on,
it,
I don't want to do the
sorry.
video where there's like the music over it. I
You can
want
do the
like
video with the music and the Zoom if you want. Whatever you want.
copyright.
To do, okay?
Copyright strike.
Oh.
Try to find just ABBA Destiny dancing video. While we do that, I just have
Pretty sure you can go to Rollo's
three-
Twitter or Andrew Tate's Twitter. Everybody's retweeted the video, so you can find it on there probably.
Wait, I'm kind of curious. How do you guys define degeneracy? Like, what do you guys?
That's a
do
good
you guys have,
question,
a general
actually.
definition for it, or
It's
do you
not
just say like, oh, I don't like that, it's
I
degenerate?
mean, I personally, I don't know about you guys. I would personally say off the cuff things that like degenerate the stability of society, right?
Things that are contributing to the fall of the West.
Yes.
Okay, but
So like,
thi-
give some
is-
examples, Chase.
Yeah, like this is still a very
What'd you
general
say?
definition.
Give some examples.
Examples of
Chase.
degeneracy.
Examples of degeneracy, I would say like women getting ran through in their 20s. I think polyamory is degenerate. No offense. I think it has if it was to be widespread throughout society, I think it would really tear and rip at the fabric of society, and things would fall apart very quickly.
Don't like,
Ho-
isn't it like
hold on,
20%?
hold
Oh,
on.
yeah, go.
Homosexuality, transsexuality.
Oh, there it is.
And then like
There
stuff
it
like
is.
alcoholism, addiction, all these kind of
You're
things.
really
Like I think
based.
all of that's
Cheers,
degenerate.
asshole.
Okay,
That's how I would define
and
it.
your definition of degeneracy is basically, if everybody did it, then society would fall apart, and that's why it's degenerate if just one person does it.
It's degenerate for both society at large and also for individuals, right? Like homosexuality, for example, there's a lot of homosexuals that have early mortality because of the diseases that are associated with homosexuality. You could also say the same for people that have, do rampant fornication, get STDs through that. It's degenerate for the individual as well, and it starts to wear apart
This
their body,
guy,
their mind,
this
their
guy's
soul,
gonna
all
have
these
it coming
things,
for
right?
him
It's very
later in life.
unhealthy
Oh
on an
God.
individual level and on a societal level as well.
And you're worried about this specifically degenerating the West, like homosexuality, all of this cuckoldry.
I would say the evidence is
It already-
abundant.
Yeah, but- it already
but the
is
West
The evidence is
degenerating.
abundant
I
that
mean,
it
look
is
at
currently
Hollywood.
degenerating the
It is
West.
already degenerating at a massive
Yes.
rate.
Yeah,
Yes.
gender bending, sodomy, homosexuality. These things have never happened in Europe. That's so true.
They definitely
they
didn't
have
happen.
symptoms
They-
of like the declining societies.
They definitely didn't happen in ancient Rome or Egypt or any of these like societies that like in their heyday were the world power in their like it's like to say that these things have never like bro, come on. Like you could make the argument that that whole Leviticus passage in the Bible, in the effing Bible, is not actually about gay people. They're not making a commentary on being gay. They're making a commentary on men leaving their wives to go sleep with other men. That is what the Leviticus thing was about in the Bible. Not about being gay, about men leaving their wives to go fuck other men. So don't tell me that this has just never happened in the world before and this is a new thing. That's ridiculous, and it's reflective of the fact that you're young, you don't have a lot of world experience, you aren't the brightest crayon in the box, and you think that the only way to have a successful relationship is apparently not to fornicate with the person before you're married. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. One of the worst possible things that I think people can do, unless both people are virgins, that's the possible exception, is to marry someone without sleeping with them. You want a recipe for a relationship that could potentially end in disaster, that could potentially like be one of the most unfulfilling things that you have ever been in. Not to say that sex is everything about a relationship, because it's really, 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 really effing not. But you want to talk about a recipe for disaster? Marry someone without ever sleeping with them, and then get to your honeymoon and find out you have no sexual chemistry at all. Like, that would be my very idea of a nightmare. Raven, thank you for the super chat. Did you see that Leah Remedy is suing David Miscavige, the International Church of Scientology and Religious Tech Center? And also, it's no one's business what he and his wife do. Also, Doyle is not sounding so smart now. John Doyle hasn't even said anything. I mean, I heard something about some sort of Scientology lawsuit. I haven't looked into it that much. I'll probably check in with my friend Andrew Gold and see what he's talking about, because he's been talking, like, that's something that he talks about quite a bit. So I'm sure he has some good videos on it. But thank you for letting me know. That's really interesting.
We're not the first people to think that you can like have sex with a guy or change your gender. I mean, there have been sexual revolutions in different capacities throughout history, and no society has ever survived those types of revolutions, typically like a sign of the decline happening.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Do you think our society is on the brink of collapse?
I don't know if
think
I'd say the
it's-
brink. I
No.
think that's alarmist, but we're definitely headed in the wrong direction.
Every marker of a healthy nation, America's heading in the opposite direction.
Just because of what people are doing in the
I
bedroom.
don't think that
It's
our
not just
society is
because of
actually
that.
capable
No.
of
Yeah, do
collapse.
you
I think
think-
it's too sophisticated.
Yeah,
I
I
disagree.
was about
That's
to
part
ask,
of
do you
it.
think these things are what were the cause of collapse, or do you think that there are other factors like economic factors or factors relating to, like, let's say, illness, disease, widespread that might be the cause or the causes of the society's falling?
The only disease killing America is like the woke mind virus, where everybody's just like trying to
So
be so fucking
true.
woke.
I like how we said there was a literal disease killing America that like
Kind of
conservatives
is.
wouldn't even recognize. as
It
being an
kind of
actual
is.
thing.
Come on, because even you, like,
also
as,
the
as like
obesity
progressive. Hold on,
crisis,
as progressive as you are, like you've seen. Sometimes these people are too fucking
I
crazy.
fight with them all the time.
No,
but I
I
also
agree, I agree.
recognize that like conservatives are literally telling people not to get vaccinated, but we think that like gay people are like ruining society more than that. But
Well,
they
there's
don't.
good
Not
there's
all
good
cons-
reason for
There's
that
not.
though. Yes, there is.
Tell us the reason.
Well,
Why is gay people?
I
ruining
saw one
society?
woman. I saw one woman take the
That
vaccine.
wasn't what I was speaking to.
Listen, I
No?
saw one woman take the vaccine and become retarded. That was enough for me to be like, no, I'm just not gonna fucking do it. You know,
What's the
Okay,
TOS?
I saw
on
one
talking about
person
the
not take the
vaccines?
vaccine and die. That was enough for me to do it.
Let's
That's
avoid the
anecdotal.
vaccine
I mean,
talk.
it's
Let's
because he's
avoid the
way too
vaccine.
smart
no,
for
I,
this.
I
Then
do agree though, because like especially with like Hollywood
Way
and
too
TikTok,
smart.
TikTok is like predominantly used by teens, and the algorithm is sort of catered towards left-leaning ideals. Like, oh, there's this, there's that, and it's sort of teaching kids that this is what you have to be. This is the right way to think, and it sort of shames them into forming their own opinions.
I mean, it's controlled by. I mean, it's controlled by China and ByteDance. Like, if the actual Chinese TikTok Douyin is actually feeding their population way different stuff, like engineers, scientists. Like these kids over in China, like the number one career they want to be is like an astronaut. In America, it's a YouTuber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Which is
the TikTok algorithm is
retarded.
probably fifth
Don't want
generation
to be a
warfare that China is
YouTuber.
using
1000%.
to
China
continually
hates
divide
America.
America and push us towards a
China-
collapsed civil war scenario.
If you talk to like
personally.
Main Street, like regular people behind the firewall in China, they don't fucking like America at all, and they're like totally down for Chinese domination.
Wait, do you
We're their,
guys
hold
know-
on. We're their biggest trading partner. Where do Chinese
We're
people
kind of
send their?
losing focus though, because this is a dating podcast. So
Well, but
maybe
I
we
think,
should
but I think it's important
recalibrate.
because it's never just a dating podcast. I noticed this with a lot of this kind of like red
Oh.
pill stuff. Is that like everything?
I didn't cut you off for record. I wanted to hear your perspective.
You
yeah.
just- you
Oh no,
just
no,
did,
I didn't
though.
see you coming up. Did you?
No.
Just
in
continue
general,
with
just
your thought,
general.
please.
Yeah, there's like, it's never just about like dating or just about TikTok. It's always got to be part of this grander plan to like I like how we get
Hang
into this
on, got a
conversation, like,
super
what about
chat
your
from
relationship?
Rottweiler. Thank you, Rottweiler, for the super chat. Degenerates built civilization, make art, music, comedy, etc. Celibates make wine at monasteries and complain. That's exactly right. Degenerates have produced some of the greatest elements of our entire effing culture. If you guys think that artists and musicians and writers are sitting at home contemplating their virginity and not engaging in tomfoolery and shenanigans, I'm sorry, has like anyone ever been to a rock concert? Like artists are like whores, for lack of a better term, right? So there is a time and a place for degeneracy, and by the way, the reason that I'm specifically saying that like there it. So if you think about chakras, I know switching gears, but I promise there's a point. If you think about chakras, chakras are your energy center of your body. If you're woo-woo like me, I don't know how many people believe in chakras in the chat, but I do. You have 7 chakras, okay? These chakras represent elements of your life. You have your root chakra, your sacral chakra, your solar plexus chakra, your heart chakra, your throat chakra, your third eye chakra, your crown chakra. Some people say there's another one up here. There are smaller chakras too, but the 7 ones are the main ones. The sacral chakra, which is where the sex organs are, is your creative power. Creativity is directly linked to sex. Creativity means your ability to literally create things in the world. Create a piece of writing, create a piece of art, create a clever tweet, a clever meme, a podcast, whatever it is. When you are creating, you are giving something to the world that did not exist before you thought it up, right? That is directly linked to sex, because sex is the ultimate creative act. Sex literally creates human beings. And so the reason that you're going to see degeneracy, people stooping quite a bit, a lot of sex, linked directly with artists, people who are creating art, music, culture, etc., 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 is because creative energy, as in artists, is directly linked to creative energy, as in sex, because sex is the ultimate creative act. And the process that you have to go through to experience true creativity, you have to get yourself into a state of flow where the ideas aren't even coming from you. You will do your best creative work when you are completely open and not resisting at all, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Explain creative after psychedelics. That sentence doesn't even make sense. Do you want to elaborate? Well, when you do psychedelics, you open yourself up to a flow of energy from God. So that's exactly the creative flow that I'm talking about. So yeah, it's directly linked, bro. I'm an artist and the best thing I ever created was my son. Exactly. So that's why that is. This isn't just like a flippant thing. If you want to control culture, if you want to change culture, if you want to make the world a better place, then you do it through the arts. You do it by creating things to give the world. And if you want to deny that that's directly do you want to know why the conservative right loses the culture war every single time? Do you want to know why the conservative right has no hope of ever winning the culture war ever? Because they are profoundly uncreative, partially because they deny their sexuality and repress their sexuality all the time. If conservatives got laid more, I promise you, they would have a much easier time winning the culture war. But no, nope, can't do that because Christianity.
Well, I think this is causing the fall of the West. And it's like, holy shit. Like, gee, I didn't know a guy like getting fucked by another dude is like causing like America to lose its position as
I'm
like
so
the head of the
curious how that works.
It
You
feels
tell
like
me.
everything is like tied into like these
I want to
grander
know
global narratives.
why is gay sex causing damage to society?
Okay, so that's a great question. What I would say is the family is at the bedrock of civilization as a whole. If you have a nation full of healthy families, then you're going to have a healthy nation, right? But there's an attack on the nuclear family. Feminism is a prime example, right? Feminism is something that divides men.
There is an attack on the nuclear family, but it has nothing to do with feminism and it has nothing to do with people having sex. There is an attack on the nuclear family that is a serious thing. These people completely misdiagnose the problem and what is actually going on because they don't spend time watching socialism content for hours and hours and hours every week like we do. So they have no idea what's actually causing the problem. They're just saying all of these social things that we don't like are bad because they're destroying the nuclear family, when in fact they're not actually the things that are attacking the nuclear family, and they have no idea what the real problem is. If you want to know more about that, watch any of my Abolish the Family streams that we've done from Socialism Saturday.
Women, it causes a lot of tension in households, and as a result of that, that's one thing that contributes to broken families. If you have a nation that's full of broken families, you have a nation that's slowly going to fall apart, and we see that happening right now.
Aren't a lot of heterosexual like marriages ending in divorce anyways? So it has nothing to do with gay sex or anything like that.
Yeah, so your question
There's
was
a lot of
framed-
family that's already breaking apart for other reasons.
So
why are you not focusing on those sort of things?
So I'll answer it in the frame of homosexuality. Have you seen like any of the data on population collapse that's projected in the next like 50 years? There's a lot of countries around the world that are not having children at the replacement rate necessary in order to continue maintaining their society. Have you seen any of that data?
I'm very familiar with it. Yeah.
Okay, so like Elon Musk talks about this all the time. If you look at the data on homosexuality, like a few generations ago, it was like less than 2% of people were homosexual. It was 5%, 10%. Gen Z, they're around like 23% identifying as LGBTQ.
Hold on, whoa. To clarify, if we're going to do geopolitics,
homosexual
the
is not the
identifying
same as queer.
LGBTQ are predominantly bisexual. It's not people that are actually becoming gay. Number one. Number two, population collapse is not happening because of degeneracy or LGBT stuff.
I would say it's a contributing factor.
That's fine, but you'd be wrong. The reason why it's happening is because when countries develop and people are given the opportunity to explore lives, they're not just saying like, oh, I'm 22, I'm gonna have a ton of kids. That's been the big issue. Now, I feel really strongly about this because there arguably is an issue relating to population collapse. Like we can talk about replacing people or whatever, but like those conversations need to be intelligent and they have to revolve around what's actually happening, which is women getting access to reproductive control, like birth control, and women entering school and the job market. Those are the two massive driving factors. Because the reality is if you put a bright future in front of somebody and you say, do you want to pursue that? Or do you want to have 4 kids by the time you're 24?
Hang on.
Most women.
Steven is making a point, but it's not actually making the point that Steven thinks it is. And I'm going to explain why it's not making the point that you believe it is. To the point of the artist and sex, there was a female author who wrote an erotic novel and got punished by the system in the 18th and 19th or in the 18th or 19th century. That novel was probably called, what the fuck was it? The Story of O. She claimed she was a virgin. I want to mention there are exceptions. Do you know what she did, Steven? She channeled her sexual energy into writing the novel. It was not that the sexual energy did not exist. She channeled it into the creation of the novel. So your point actually doesn't disprove anything I said. It actually proves everything that I said, because she literally wrote an erotic novel. You don't actually have to have sex in order to write an erotic novel. You just need to channel your sexual energy into the creative work. She quite literally birthed a creative project, probably because she wasn't having sex and wanted to, but she didn't for whatever reason. And if she had had sex, she probably wouldn't have written this creative novel because she would have been channeling that energy elsewhere. So thank you for proving my point. There are no exceptions to this because this is literally illustrating exactly what I said. Thank you.
Women are reasonably choosing like, oh, I think I'd rather actually like live my life and do this. I'm pretty sure every single woman at this table has probably made the same choices. All the conservative women that talk about it generally make those same choices. Where they'll tell you like, oh, like look at just pearly things, right? We'll echo all of the, we need to have kids and blah, blah, blah. And she doesn't either, right? I think that the issue is that we've given women access to all of these things and they really enjoy it. And now we need to have a conversation. What are we going to do for our future population? Because blaming gay people isn't going to put that back in the box. I think that's the big issue.
Those are some fair points.
Also, you do
hold on.
realize
Let me
that
please, Aaron, hold on a second. Let me respond to everything that he just said.
Sure.
Okay, go for it.
You raised a number of fair points. The idea that like the most attractive thing to women is going out there, making their career, like living their life, so on and so forth. And that's what like basically all these women want, conservative women included. I would rebut that by saying I've heard from thousands of women that are in their early 20s, conservative especially, and all they want is to have kids, but they're finding it difficult to find a man who actually wants marriage and who also can provide for them. Like I hear from girls every single day. They're like, I wish so badly I could find a guy who would want to get married and would want to have kids with me. Okay. That like the idea that all these women would
Guess what type of guy those women are not going to want to marry? Gay men. I promise you, if your solution to this is we should just get rid of homosexuality because all these women are just desperate to marry men and be in functional relationships with them, I promise you that those women getting married to gay men is going to be, well, not an effective solution to the problem.
just want to go out there and like live their lives and have their careers and stuff. That's not true.
That's great, but I can't argue against your thousands of women. All I can do is look at stats.
Well, there's also stats showing that women are increasingly less happy.
Yeah, stats on happiness have been notoriously difficult to track. But if we look at actual behaviors, women are over, like, for instance, what we would have said 40 or 50 years ago is women don't really like school and they're not going to sit in math class because women just don't learn like that. They don't enjoy doing that. And what we've seen is when we open schools to women, not only are they doing really well, they potentially outcompete men in schools. They might even be more geared towards like learning in a classroom environment than men who would rather like go outside and play and like be more physical, right? So I think we have to be careful with this assumption that women are built to want to have children and do that a ton, because women are overwhelmingly choosing to go to college and go get jobs and like enter the career field. I think that if we just work on the assumption that, well, they don't really want to do that, we're going to be having the same conversation in 20, 30, 40 years. And people like you're going to be like, well, I don't know what's happening. Is it the woke people pushing women to go to college? Or I don't know, like, well, I've talked to hundreds of women that seem unhappy. Well, if you're really a woman, I mean, this is true. If you're 21, 22, 23, and you're looking to have a family and settle down, you can do it. you're going to find a man that'll want to do it, but you can't live
They
in.
can't.
You
They
can,
can't.
but
They-
the problem is
they
want
really
that.
struggle.
They
not
want that,
trying.
but then they want to live in LA, Miami, New York, Austin.
Yeah, they're also probably doing online dating bullshit, and online dating bullshit is never actually going to like deliver you a functional person to have a relationship with. They're probably like waiting for men to call them instead of going out and meeting men. There are any number of things that these women are probably doing wrong in order to find a man. And it's not that men are gay, it's because their expectations are too high. They're probably like, to be honest, guys, and I'm just gonna be blunt, whatever, we're 2 hours into the stream. I would venture a bet that most of the women who want to get married really young and just start a family are either giant pains in the asses who are nagging these men and not letting them have any fun and not letting them be themselves. They're doing online dating, which is never going to result in you leading a functional relationship at all. And your expectation is that you're going to live in one of the most expensive cities in the country. Well, marrying someone your age and you want to start a family, but neither of you can even get a job where you can afford to have like basically anything more than like a 1-bedroom apartment in the cities that you want to live in. It's just not practical. It's not reasonable. And it doesn't set you up to actually do what you want to do. But like, sure, blame gay men for that.
A lot of them don't.
No, they
You-
don't.
This is part of the problem.
I'll give this. If you're a woman and you want to find a husband that will take care of you, just have kids, go to the fucking Midwest. Go to fucking Montana.
Yep.
Go to fucking. There's tons of places where you can find
Yep.
men that will do this.
He's
If
right.
You want to do that. You want to live in one of the 10 most expensive cities in the United States.
Okay.
You want to have a fun life. You want
That's
to
a
have
fair point.
Yeah, that's the issue. Right?
That's a fair
Yeah.
point. But to go back to the original subject, I would say like hookup culture, our current dating culture that is especially incentivizes like the red pill stuff that especially incentivizes men to like increase their value and go and hook up with as many women as they possibly can. Like that's something that's degenerate, that's decreasing the birth rates. To just pass off the whole like LGBTQ rates increasing as a non-factor when it comes to population replacement, I don't think that's fair. Obviously, if you have a quarter of your population that's not interested in heterosexual monogamous relationships,
They're not a quarter. Those are mainly bisexual. And a lot of
but
them are women.
even bisexual, like the people the people that are being conditioned by our culture to be interested in that, like that's obviously going to have a negative effect.
I don't know if anyone else has experience with this, but maybe it's just like the bisexual men that I know, but most of the bisexual men that I know are almost exclusively have relationships with women, and they just occasionally like playing around with dick on the side. But they're not dating men. They're having relationships with women, and then every once in a while they go out to play. So those men are still available to women if they want them. Don't make an excuse like that.
Effect on birth rates, so it does play into it.
It doesn't. I promise you. If you
How
wanna-
could you say it
Because if
doesn't,
you
bro?
Google every
Come
single
on.
industrialized country on Earth, as they become industrialized, women have less children.
I
It's
think-
true.
D- d-
Every single industrialized country.
He's 1,000% right. The more a country trends towards being more industrialized, the birth rate does drop.
Yes, and that data
Like
is
to
clear.
below
But the
1.8,
original question was, how does homosexuality contribute to decreasing?
But I don't
birth
think like
rates and
homosexuality is an issue
degeneracy?
in like South Korea or Japan, and they have like some of the lowest birth rates in the world.
Also, being homosexual doesn't actually preclude you from fathering any children.
Well,
Here, let's. But it's not on the top of the to-do list. Let's be honest. It's not on the top of the to-do list.
It
for gay
does
guys. Gay guys
actually-
aren't like trying to fucking
I
start a
think
family.
that women not
Hold on. Let's move away from this topic because it's probably a little
TOS.
It's probably a little fucking TOS.
Wait, is it?
Probably. I mean,
Population stuff?
Talking about.
I doubt it. I
Gay
doubt it.
stuff.
I doubt it's
Children.
TOS. If you want to change the subject,
well,
you can.
Yeah,
but
I do
don't
need
think
to.
it's
I do need
TOS.
to announce a couple things here. So
I feel like you should give her because she wanted to talk for a long time and we cut her off a lot. You should give her.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think partially the reason why women are so unhappy and not finding people is because of the very recent embrace of promiscuity. How they're putting themselves out there as like, I don't want to say whores because that's a bit draconian, but hookup culture has really destroyed everyone, both sides, men and women.
Yeah.
How?
100%.
Yep.
I think regardless-
So
I think it's
hold on.
great.
Hold on. Okay. So we
I mean, you feel great because you're married to like a millionaire.
just a heads
That's
up.
why
But
you
I'm
feel
making a
great.
lot of
You
money
also
myself
have
as well.
a good amount of money.
I am not married to a millionaire, and I still feel pretty great. You don't need to be married to him. Like this chick is like one of the stupidest people I've ever seen in my life. My God.
We're making a lot of money together, actually.
Yeah.
Thanks
The
for asking.
Streamlabs
ask.
donations. Did we get a TTS that came through? We got one, right?
Yeah, there was the one. Yeah.
So we're having currently some issues with the donations. Yo, that Zin is going fucking crazy on your leg, bro.
Oh, sorry, bro.
It's all good.
Wow, you didn't airplane mode your phone?
No.
I did. I'm bouncing my
He's
leg.
bouncing the leg.
Oh, gotcha.
It's more the intensity of the conversation.
Does it make you uncomfortable, like in a sexual way?
He's getting excited.
I am getting, I'm half-mast over here. Okay. So.
Oh, she is.
Hold on.
Yasmin, you're exactly
Okay.
right. You think if that bitch in the maroon could land a millionaire, that she wouldn't want to in like half a second? She's just pissed off because she hasn't yet landed a millionaire. I wonder why. Because she's stupid and no one wants to hang out with her. No, Trendlin, this is awful. This is like torture. How far into this are we? Like, we're an hour in. This is a 5-hour fucking stream. Thank God I have beer. All right, guys. If you are enjoying watching Trendlin torture me for no good reason, please mount that like button for me. You're not mounting the like button for whatever bullshit is going on here, but I really do feel like I've been giving pretty sage advice about like sex and relationships so far in this stream. Stuff we don't normally talk about. Maybe a little too much TMI, but like, I guess that's the spirit of this show, whatever. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. They talk about hookup culture. How the fuck do people get to meet a potential partner if it isn't by hooking up? God, these are like children trying to lecture adults on life. Jesus, please help us. Yes, I agree. I completely agree with this. It's like these kids, and they are kids, I'm sorry, every single one of them is a child, except for Destiny. Destiny is the only smart person on this panel. None of these people have life experience, and anyone with life experience is gonna watch something like this and be like, bro, you're so young. You're so young. You're so young.
Oh, God. Those of you who are donating through Streamlabs, just FYI, I have no idea why. We've been having some issues with it. TTS seems to be working, but I'm not able to re-trigger your donations. So I just need to read them. We're not going to be seeing it visible. And so I just got to read 3 of these before they fall off the recent events tab. So we have Reverend Ralph 777. Thank you for the donation, man. Question in the statement: did you grow up with your biological father who is married to your biological mother? No such thing in independent females. Either your father, husband, pastor, or the state is in charge. Numbers chapters 30, L feminism.
Okay.
I guess show of hands, who here grew up with their mother and father intact
Biological
household?
mother and father.
Biological mother and father.
Not
okay.
me.
All right. We have a non. Would be interesting to hear Virgin Mary debate. Farha, that's your friend.
Yeah.
Farha. Mia Khalifa from a couple shows ago, both very smart and logical, but completely opposite perspectives. It seems I think we're going to have her back, so that could be cool to get arranged. Quick question on Farah. I asked her if she was interested in you.
That's so creepy. Why?
What the fuck? Why is that creepy? I'm just saying. I'm trying to be your wingman, Destiny.
I'll answer that question if you tell me of you two who would be the top or bottom.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah. I'm actually gonna imagine it, or if I'm okay with doing that.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
I don't consent.
Yeah, but you've been imagining a lot of things, haven't you?
How is him asking that creepy when you've literally been graphically explaining like gay sex, like, oh, come, this, that.
Because you guys are the ones asking the questions.
Right,
I know,
balls
but
coming too.
I don't think it's
You did
creepy. I
ask.
just think it's like juvenile and childish to be like, oh, it's you and Farah, like
You know what's
sitting
juvenile
and
and-
together
Like,
and love
third
each
grade
other.
here, yeah.
You know what's
It's like, okay.
juvenile and childish? Your refusal to just answer a basic question and continually try to
Is it my
redirect the
refusal to answer that question, or is like asking the question in the first
Why
place?
is
you
it every time you get asked a question, you respond with another question? And you're probably going to do it right now, but I'd like just a straight response.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why can't you just give a straight response?
You do really like straight things, right? Like straight people, heterosexuality.
Yeah,
that
I
really
do.
is your
Annoying.
jam.
Another
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is like such a
I
bad.
do.
She's not as annoying as the girl.
Yeah,
with
why are you
flower.
in bad faith? Why? I mean, you came to a dating podcast. Why wouldn't you answer
Do we have a
questions?
womp womp womp
I
sound
think
for her?
bad faith would
I'm
be
a
you guys
son.
saying that you just had a curiosity in their open relationship and then
Well, now
asking.
now you're
extremely
projecting
Okay,
that
and I
based
understand-
on
and-
something.
okay,
Okay,
Not
if you want
for
them to
evaluating.
answer, if you want them to
incorrect.
answer,
Someone has got to teach this guy what projection actually is. You can't just guys, trust me, if you just say you're just projecting when someone says something you don't like, sometimes you're going to be right and a lot of times you're going to be wrong, and he has no idea what projection. She's not she's being being an obfuscating bitch, but she's not projecting right now. That's his projection onto her.
No wonder no one is asking.
And you wonder, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. No wonder why you haven't had a boyfriend. Shit, I don't even think I'm gonna take you on a date now. No,
You're breaking my heart.
Oh, sorry.
All right, someone.
Are you going to keep this up for the rest of the podcast? Like, will you answer
You know
any
the answer.
questions?
You know
I
the
can go for
answer.
a long time. I have pretty good stamina.
Like you make me want to.
But it's like, what-
So
what
did you just come to troll?
Of course not. It's a very serious dating talk
Fresh, get your
podcast.
girl,
I
bro.
like
Fresh,
you.
get your girl. DM her.
It's a waste of time engaging with her.
All right.
Yeah, we have to get back to the serious questions like Destiny, top or bottom?
Why are you so curious? Kind of a bad faith question towards Destiny. He already said he doesn't want to answer it.
True. What are we going to talk
He's
about next, you guys?
intimidated by her. That's what's going on. He's intimidated
were
by
we?
her.
We were reading super chats. What's the
He
next
feels
one?
like she takes him out of control.
And I'm still waiting on the video of him of them
We're
of
gonna.
you dancing with
Eric,
Abba.
have you found it?
Can we talk about One Piece?
Don't pull it up yet. Let me do the super chats or these little donations here. Lynn's B, thank you for the donation for the Benells. Why isn't your spouse enough for you, and why did you marry if you found them lacking? Why not keep it a situationship? Quick answer.
It's just fun to fuck around with other people.
Word. Okay.
It's not a matter of the spouse
you have
lagging.
any-
I guess it's the same thing.
Same answer.
Yeah.
Okay. And nobody, thank you for the donation. Destiny, are you on your normal amount of cocaine tonight, or is it a larger dose? Doesn't seem like it's correcting the extra. Bro, that's kind of mean. I don't know.
Say it, read it.
You sure? Do I have your okay?
Absolutely.
It's like it's correcting the extra body fat though.
Nice.
Maybe do more push-ups and less push downs from the boys. Cheers.
Jesus.
Wow.
Push down.
Not
That guy sent a video of him doing push-ups.
not my
honestly.
words. Not my words.
It's all good, don't worry.
Okay.
Abuse.
Don't
me,
shoot the
okay?
messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
You probably really liked you reading that as
Yeah,
well.
you
He
did.
probably was
Mhm.
squeezing his, while you were saying all that.
That's lovely. Okay.
Oh man, what's next?
We have so many super chats.
Yeah, we'll
People
do the
love to
YouTube
donate money
Yeah.
about
We'll
me,
do-
so you're
I
welcome.
like how
Yeah.
serious
Which
all
one?
this is.
People love to donate money to shit on me on these shows, so you're welcome. Okay, read them all. Okay.
Can
I
you
take
actually
it.
like pull out your phone and like send one right now?
Yeah, do you want me to fuck up and send two again because I'm too retarded or
Can-
stupid to figure it out?
Is there like a PayPig component at all? Like, can we? You know what, Destiny? Every single stream I have,
Yeah.
you need to send one fuck up,
And one normal one.
and one normal one. Deal? Is that fair?
I'll think about it.
All right,
Okay.
think about it. Think about it, and we'll shout you out. So it's like some ROI.
Oh,
you
thanks.
know?
Plug
Okay.
my stream and stuff.
Yeah, we'll plug your stream.
What's next? What do we got?
That we'll do some more later. Let's pull up that video. Go ahead, Eric.
Okay.
You sure you want this? I mean,
Well, do you have like a box of tissues in case I want to like cry a little bit, or?
I have.
Use your wife's hair. Crying.
Oh, this is long. Is it the beginning? Just go to the beginning, I reckon. Put in the
Go to the part before he's
video
like,
tab.
wrapping
Video
his
tab.
big hands around her and like
Did that
really
No,
like
that's-
taking her
did
away
that
from me.
turn you on?
It would have been more if I was turning around watching.
Yeah.
The reason why my face is like so weird is I'm just staring into the camera, like imagining the whole time. Like I wish they would make it.
It's melt time.
They're ballroom
I
dancing.
think that was the worst part of the
Can
video.
you boost the audio? No, not in the YouTube player. In the YouTube.
Look, I
player.
haven't danced for years and I'm doing so well.
Dude, that's
Are you
sad,
not
man.
focusing on grand
That's
dancing?
ballroom
No?
dancing.
You're
There's
looking at the
nothing
downfall
wrong
of the
with
West,
that.
you
Yeah,
guys.
right here. This is why Russia's
Like you
gonna beat
do
Ukraine
look like
right here.
you want to die here. You can't deny that.
It's always how I stare at my stream. What am I supposed to look like?
I don't know. Maybe that's just what you look like.
I'm
I
just
think that
watching
is
my
just
chat.
his
I don't
face.
think
It
you've ever
looks
seen
fine.
me dance.
What?
You never seen me dance either.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
You've been married for 4 years and he hasn't seen you dance.
That's why I can tell you were like a little bit smarter than you could. Yeah,
You need a dance partner in that case.
If if they really think that he's about to cry, he's not. He doesn't even care. What are you talking? They really think that he's about to cry or something because she did a couple steps of like ballroom dancing with another guy. He doesn't give a fuck.
That's how I knew, man. She started flexing them shoulders and them traps. I was like, oh,
Keep it going for a little bit.
You almost done?
I was getting
Yeah.
footage for his next cuck video on me.
True.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
I said he's collecting footage for the next cuck video because I know these clips are going to show up like a million times, literally, no matter what happens.
Jesus.
I think that's pretty much all of it. You can pause it.
Oh my god, having to relive that
Destiny,
moment every day. Is
your
That
your
was
reaction, your
incredibly
reaction to
Did you feel a little
ridiculous.
something there? Watching
Feel
that,
what?
Feel a little something.
What are you talking?
There's
Do you
something.
think they're
That
like
was
trying to
ridiculous.
gaslight me into being like
Melina, did you feel a little something during that?
No.
No, you didn't.
No, I'm like traumatized from my dancing because my teachers were really insane.
Gotcha.
So you guys
Ballet.
obviously
Not to
think the
trauma
internet overreacted to this video and twisted it into something that it's not. But my question is like, why did you make your open relationship, polyamory, whatever, available public information? Why did you start talking about it? Why did you make it something that you can be mocked about on the internet?
I'm super open about almost all aspects of my life for a variety of reasons. One is because I don't like it when people present like a false front. There's online, I think, for social media, we can talk about appearances. You've got filters, makeup, plastic surgery, like everything online is fake. You've got people that present their lives as being way better than they actually are.
I agree
You've
with
got
him.
People that lie about like the problems they have. I like that I'm online. You can see there's a lot of really good things I do. I'm obviously well accomplished. I'm pretty popular. I've been doing this for 12 or 13 years. There's a lot of mistakes that I've made, whether it's words I've said, actions I've been involved in, ways that I live my life. And I'm really open about all of that because I think that right now in my life, I'm very happy. I've been very happy for most of my life, but I didn't get there by being a perfect person or pretending to be a perfect person the entire time.
There's probably
And
a
I
lot
also
of
like,
people-
I like that I can represent like different things. So like, for instance, like I know that like being bi and coming on shows like this, obviously everybody roasts me for it and says that my opinions on relationships don't matter, et cetera, et cetera. But there's also a lot of people that are like wrestling with feelings like that. And they shoot me an email like, oh, I think it's cool that like you talk about this, but it's not like your entire personality or you don't feel bad about it or you don't let other people tear you down about it. So yeah, I like to be open about like all of the aspects of my life because I think it's good to show that
I appreciate that because like I feel very very strongly that there is such an authenticity gap, especially on the internet, that people have completely unrealistic expectations about what life is or what normal people do outside of this box on the computer. And the people in this show are completely reflective of the fact that they have been sold an unrealistic, inauthentic bill of goods because they are literally not hinged into real life or reality at all. We need more authenticity on the internet, not less. We need more talk about real human relationships, real human relationships, real human interactions, not less. Not this pretense of like I'm going to put forth the most pure version of myself because anything else than that is bringing down Western civilization. It's all bullshit. However you want to live your life is fine. Whatever makes you feel good, as long as you're not hurting other people, is fine. There are no hard and fast rules for how to live life, guys. There's things that are going to work for you. There's things going to work for me. There's things that are going to work for Destiny and his wife. There's things that are going to work for, all of these people. And probably none of those things are going to be the same. And guess what? That's okay because different people have different values, different people have different desires, different people have different wants, they have different needs, etc., etc. They have different interests, they have etc., etc., etc. And I think the more that we can talk about authentic relationships and authentic experiences, and yeah, I tried this and it was really effing stupid, or I tried this and like that was really fucking great and I didn't expect that to be so great, but I tried it anyway. I think it's really important, and I think there aren't a lot of people doing it. So I mad respect for Destiny for putting it all out there and saying, I am who I am. I like what I like. I've made mistakes. I haven't lived a perfect life, but this is what I like. This is what I do. This is what I think. This is how I show up in the world. He's playing by his own rules, and I appreciate that.
There are a variety of lifestyles you can live, and I'm not going to let the crazy LGBT people monopolize those lifestyles, right? So if you think about somebody who might be polyamorous or bisexual, you're not exclusively thinking of the guy that's doing like the kink at Pride Parade, where they've got like the doggy costume on.
Exactly, dragging
I
water.
think
Thank
of
you.
ugly, morbidly
Exactly.
obese people on TikTok who are at polycules. That's what I think of.
Yeah,
Every
that's
time
what,
that
so I like to
polyamory
do.
comes
So I like
up.
that. Hopefully, my
Very
representation
bad
is a little bit better.
physiognomy associated with
the
this
worst.
lifestyle.
Guess what? You don't have to
I
sleep with
think you're
them.
very attractive. Obviously,
Oh, so wait,
Which
hold on,
one?
1 second. What the fuck is polycule?
it's a group of people who are polyamorous with each other or whatever.
Is that like a Pokemon or something?
You don't have to sleep with them, blonde 20-year-old girl from Timcast. You don't, and guess what? They probably don't want to sleep with you either because you come across as a frigid bitch. Does anyone really want to sleep with that girl? I'm being serious here. Like any straight people or lesbians in the chat, does anyone want to sleep with that blonde girl? Because I would actually much rather sleep with someone that's overweight, that maybe doesn't look perfect, but they're much more in tune with who they are and what they want than a blonde 20-year-old frigid bitch.
Some shit or
It sounds like it, yeah.
okay. Question for you, Destiny. Have you, or both of you, have you guys always been poly, or any periods of monogamy or just always?
Were you born like this?
What?
Were you born like this? Is there a gene?
Oh, well, in our relationship, if there's like a lot of fighting going on, we try to like kind of tighten up for a little bit so that there's not, because obviously if we're like fighting and then people are like banging other people, it's probably going to compound into a lot of other
Fuel on
problems.
fire.
Some more questions for you, Destiny.
Yeah, go for it.
The
dude.
Inquisitor. Not these are
That's
pretty.
good. I
These are
love it.
pretty tame. These are
I like
pretty
all
tame.
of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you running through chicks in Miami? Just
No,
like
I don't. Sexual. Okay, for me, sexual relationships are fun because one, I like women.
Yeah.
Two, I like the friendships that I have with women, and then three, it's fun to be sexual with people that you have friendships with that are women. Those are like fun things for me to explore. But it's not about like running up a body count. It's not the like, oh my god, I fucked somebody. It's just like a fun activity to like to engage.
Just
in.
like
I've
the
always
connection
been,
you can have with someone when you get closer with them.
Yeah,
Say that again,
that'd be good for
Melina.
the memes.
It's just more fun when you can like connect and like be closer with someone.
It's probably easier.
like
Go
physical
that
way as well
way.
because you get
Go
to know
that way.
someone a lot deeper than just like going out to eat or whatever. Like hanging out for a long time or like closer is a lot more fun.
But because like I get the impression, like I think you probably have fucking killer game, dude. So and you're in Miami, like you got to
but I
be
don't-
running through
okay,
the
first,
chicks,
wait,
dude.
hold on, wait. Number one, game is very relative to the crowd that you're in, right? I think I do have really good game, but only with like a certain style of girl. If you would have put me into a fucking nightclub in Miami for like a year, I might fuck one chick if I'm lucky. Because that is like totally not my thing. But if you put me on like
Don't
a college
undersell yourself.
No, but if you put
Don't
me on like a college
undersell.
campus with like nerdier chicks or like chicks that are more into like whatever shit you'd be studying in school, whatever, I
Factorio.
probably do exactly, yeah. Or like gamer girls or people that are into like music or whatever. I do a lot better. So it depends on like the scene. So like in Miami, like I'm not like out there like banging chicks with like BBLs and shit. I don't even know if I could ever score
Hey.
like that ever. I would never be able to do it.
I'm with you about. Okay, he's gonna
That-
leave me hanging.
No, that's fine. I saw the
don't-
German suit you wore earlier, and I don't know if there's like
Oh,
a good,
no,
like,
no,
figure.
that was
Question
Hold
to
on,
add
hold
on
on.
to Brian's. Are you running through dudes in Miami?
Jesus Christ.
No, not typically. No.
He really
Well,
wants to know
I-
still.
What'd you
still,
say?
Still asking
I mean,
about the dudes.
curious.
Maybe,
okay,
yeah,
taboo.
I'm curious. I have some thoughts underneath all of this, and I'm not gonna tell what it is, where it comes from.
I'm curious.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
he's
it.
running through
Don't worry
chicks.
about
Maybe
it.
he's running through dudes.
Yeah, are you looking for tips or what?
Not exactly.
My no, I'm just I'm fucking
That guy's secretly gay.
pass.
I'm convinced
Banter
of
tonight
it.
has
Feel
been-
sexually harassed right now.
has been top tier.
You're the one
Okay.
that's rubbing your leg against this guy like a horny dog. Okay.
How can I not? Look at him, man.
The reason that we are I think most of us in the chat are responding to Destiny positively. You guys mostly knew who he was before I did, but like the reason that I think most people respond best to Destiny out of anyone on this panel is Destiny is the only one who is authentic. Jeff said it. Destiny is so authentic. I love it. People can smell authenticity. The rest of this panel reeks of like fake internet wannabe fame whores that don't actually believe anything. Don't believe anything, have nothing interesting to contribute, aren't doing anything interesting. Like, it's boring. At least Destiny has something to say. And you can tell he means it.
Okay,
And that's with the wig off.
but I agree with you there as far as the BBLs and the fake tits and the
Well, and to be
lip
clear,
fillers.
hold on. I'm not saying that like if you want to do the BBL stuff and all that, that's totally fine. I'm not judging that. I'm just saying that that's not my scene. Like girls, in
That's
that
not your
scene
type
would-
of girl.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they would hate me, and I probably wouldn't get along with them. Right? Yeah.
Question for you, very serious question. Have you hooked up with any of the girls who have been on Fresh and Fit?
I'm not gonna talk about
So-
like.
huh?
Okay, here's like a broad rule that I have.
That's
okay?
that's bad game.
No. Here's a broad rule that I have too. Okay, one is a lot of women that do hook up with streamers or whatever don't like to ever be public about it for a
Sure,
variety of reasons. Because you look bad, there's associations, it's just too dramatic. And then two, I will never on shows. I will never confirm or deny certain types of girls I hook up with, because
that's
what
smart.
happens is if I deny some and I say no comment for others, people will start to like piece together. So I usually, just as a rule of thumb, I don't ever like out people.
Fair
if somebody
enough.
else wants to talk about it, I'm like, oh yeah, we hooked up, whatever. But I'll never be like the first one to out stuff like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
fair enough.
A gentleman.
Thanks.
True gentleman. Okay. So you two requested initially to come on, and then you also wanted Destiny to join us. You two describe yourselves as feminists. Is that?
Yeah.
So what does that mean to you to be a feminist?
I believe in equal rights between women and men.
Okay.
I believe that a woman should have the right to choose whether she wants to stay at home and be traditional. I think that's cool.
Sure.
If she wants to go to the workforce, I think that's cool as well. I just think that they should have those opportunities available to them.
To me, it just means gender equity, liberation, and the
Oh,
promotion
fuck this
of women's
bitch.
success
Fuck this
financially, socially, economically.
You said equity there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by equity?
you know what equity
Because
means?
equality, I have a fairly good understanding of, but equity is a bit more.
I think modern iterations of feminism have kind of moved away from trying to find equality and complete and total parity between the sexes and the genders in like a one-to-one way. I think it's less about trying to find this golden mean that's probably never going to exist, and more about like, where do we see deficiencies for the genders and on the basis of sex or gender, and how can we accommodate everybody and make sure everybody's needs are being met, and that nobody's being discriminated against on that basis alone.
On the subject of gender, if I may ask, what is a woman?
How unoriginal can
Don't
you
even
be?
bother asking Aaron
How
that question.
unoriginal can you be?
Maybe she wants to answer it.
I mean, okay. So I feel like every single time I try to come up an answer with this and I try to think it logically through, I run into some problems.
Adult,
so
human,
usually what I
female.
try to do is I do ask other people to define it first, because I'd rather work on their definition and see if everything tracks. Because so far, every definition that's been presented to me, like, there's some logical inconsistency.
Okay, but what is a woman?
Just
To me, a woman seems to be somebody who presents as a woman, who acts as a woman societally.
You can't
already
use
done my
the same
first Sam
term in
Adams.
The definition of the term.
That's not 100%
Next.
true. If you know about functional definitions, that's like, I don't want to get into behavioral psych. That's going to be a whole other thing. But basically, we have these conceptions of what a woman is, how they present.
You know
feminine
nothing
features,
about
certain
behavioral
ways that they
psych,
dress.
sweetheart.
And we tend to say, okay, if you wear skirts, dresses, have long hair, that's a woman.
So
whether it should be considered that or not is a completely different story that then starts running into logical
would you
inconsistencies.
consider Gorlock a woman?
I don't know who Gorlock is.
The fat fuck.
I don't know who that is.
Right.
But I would
Is that
love
you?
Seriously, fuck
if
this
I
bitch.
look at somebody and they identify as a woman, but I don't know that, and I just totally register that person as a man in my mind, and that's how I interact with them, then is that person a woman?
Well, that's where we start running into logical inconsistencies, right? I would say basically the main thing is identifier, right? So
Why is that the main thing though?
Because when we say chromosomes, when we say biology and try to use that
This is
definition,
not
the
developmental
reality here
psychology.
is that I did not check anybody's chromosomes in here before calling them a man or a woman.
Or genitals.
You
There are a lot of
you
other
can
micro
just tell.
calculations that I think your brain is making about someone's appearance. which makes you
Trendlin, when
register
is
them
the
as either
abortion
one or
discussion?
the other.
Exactly.
Male or female.
We're making assumptions based on appearances, not genitalia or chromosomes. So there seems
Oh,
to be some sort of
God.
inconsistency if we try to define it.
So what we're seeing now is the product of what we watch on Happy Hour and Socialism Saturday. When we're watching content on this channel, usually we're watching like people teach the classes and doing the training for the people that are then going to teach these concepts to the people that learn this shit in college. So we are like 2 steps removed from the level at which we normally learn about these ideas. And so hearing her regurgitate this stuff, it's kind of like a game of telephone where she's doing the best she can to try to say the right things, even though she was not taught correctly in the first place. So I'll have to give her a little bit of a pass of that. But let's just keep that in mind. It's like, we normally work at like at least 2 levels higher than where she's at right now. And that's why she looks so fucking retarded, because we normally work at a higher level than this, but I was tricked into watching this. And so here we are.
Biologically, because we don't actually act that way in reality. I didn't check your genitalia. I didn't check your chromosomes. I just assumed because of how you presented yourself that you were a woman. So I agree. Like it's a complicated subject. It feels like there's inconsistencies whenever we try to define it. Like, hey, but wait a second. Just because I wear short hair, does that make me not a woman anymore? Of course not. So it is a complicated subject. I'm not here to pretend I have all the answers.
Actually, I don't think we find it
John,
complicated.
what do you think about that?
She looks
I
like
think
she's
that
gonna.
you're
Oh, here.
intellectualizing it too much. I think if we took 100 people and just had them identify every person at this panel, are you a man or are you a woman, they would, with 100% accuracy, be able to discern the biological sex, even without seeing the chromosomes or the genitalia. They would know.
That's definitely not true.
That's
And I've-
absolutely true.
Man,
Totally.
woman,
I-
woman,
so
woman,
you can
woman,
find,
woman,
like,
woman,
femboys and stuff on
man,
Twitter that
man.
are more feminine than the most feminine women.
You're right. And so here's sort of the problem. I don't like the way that the conservatives, and in particular some of the Daily Wire crowd, handle this. I understand why they do it. They're trying to attack the problem head on. But you're right when you say it's not sufficient to define a woman by her biology. You know, if you say like this sort of crude, you know, people make a lot of money now selling T-shirts like real women don't have dicks, and it's like, okay, yeah, well, real women also shouldn't speak that way, frankly. It's sort of like your definition earlier, for example. Like, I couldn't ask you what an ant is, and you couldn't reply like an ant is a creature that acts like an ant. Like, there has to be some way that that creature is behaving naturally. And I think that women in their natural state tend to, not always, but tend to behave a certain way and tend to look a certain way. And conservatives, I think, are afraid to acknowledge that because we have so much internalized feminism and liberalism in the sense that we don't want to pretend that that exists, like that women act a certain way and men act a certain way. And so we do want to keep it in a comfortable area, a comfortable area of like, oh, well, my biology textbook says this, and, you know, you look like this. But in the next 10, 15 years, Chase and I were talking about this earlier, as the surgeries continue, as the hormones continue, the makeup, you won't be able to tell. And it won't be sufficient to just look at somebody and be able to say, oh, you're a man or you're a woman. And so it can't purely be cosmetic. It can't purely be biological. It's almost this like metaphysical discussion that I don't think anyone's ready to have. So in a way, the woke people are actually more correct because they're trying to have a conversation about the essence of gender. And the right is just like, oh, well,
No, they're
men and
trying
women,
to
there's only two of
abolish
them,
the
and that's
gender
just a losing
binary is
point of
what
view.
they're
So
doing.
I actually agree in a way with what you're saying. I just don't agree with the conclusion.
Part of the reason why I asked the question, you mentioned that you're a feminist and you believe in fighting for women's rights, so on and so forth. And there's this interesting thing that started to happen in our society where I've seen a number of articles about this in recent years. It came up on a couple podcasts ago. There are biological males that are being convicted of crimes, and before they go to their sentencing, they all of a sudden start identifying as women, and they get sent to female prisons where they will then go to the female prisons and they will rape the female inmates and impregnate them.
Chase, bro.
Sorry, I forgot, dude. They will grape them. A little too late.
Scuffed, dude.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, like as somebody who believes in fighting for women's rights, like, don't you feel like that kind of jeopardizes women's rights?
I think that when it comes to like the whole idea of like a sudden makeshift gender, saying, oh no, like suddenly I identify as a woman, so I can get into a women's prison and rape women. That is something. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep saying though. I'm sorry. Like,
keep going.
But yeah, that is something that would be worrisome. Absolutely. And that kind of goes back to this whole idea of like, okay, how long should a person be able to present, or are there other markers that?
For the record, I actually do know a trans woman that is in prison actually right now that has been presenting as a woman for like a really effing long time that was sent to a male prison. So this is not, I'm not saying this is not a problem because it is a problem and it shouldn't be happening. I guess I just don't want people to think that in every single case this happens because it doesn't. Like the person I know legitimately probably could have made the case for like, you know, actually they're legitimate trans women. They were legitimate trans women before they did the thing that ended up them up in prison. They were a legitimate trans woman all the way. They present as a woman. It is a real thing, and they are in a man's prison right now. And that to me is also dangerous, to be honest. But anyway,
we can actually like the psychologist can talk to you, have a real conversation, and be able to determine like what are your true like incentives or motives. I don't know how common these cases are. I do feel, and I just
but I'm not
up,
excusing men doing that
because
I think it's horrible.
The day we had that conversation, it happened again later that day. Like it's probably pretty common.
I mean, the reason why I kind of want to push back on that is because 1% of the population in the United States is trans, right? So that means like the percentage of people who are trans and also going to jail are probably like less than, if I had to guess, like less than 0.2 or 0.3%, right? So it just doesn't seem like it would have to be, unless if you have stats saying the majority of trans people are going to jail.
Well,
then
you might actually have an overrepresentation.
Hold on 1 second. It could be happening in jail. It could be happening in women's restrooms. Like these kind of assaults happen all over the place. And it's like, for me, it's like, okay, I hear you say that you're a feminist, but it's like, I feel like a true feminist would really work to protect actual biological women from this whole situation being taken advantage of.
Assault is already illegal, though.
I'd like to add on.
Yeah, it's already illegal, but it's being made. It's being made. It's being made easier. It's being made easier as a result of the direction that our society has gone in. And it's like I feel, you know, women who stand against this stuff, they call them TERFs, right? Trans exclusionary radical feminists. But it's like, I feel like there's nothing radical about it. I feel like a true feminist would actually work to protect her sisters when stuff like this is coming up.
Mr. Chase, may I add on to that? I just wanted to ask, how masculine in the face does someone have to be before you're uncomfortable in a bathroom with them?
What do you mean? That's a.
What was your question?
How
Wouldn't
masculine
ever
in
be
the face
uncomfortable.
does someone have to be before you yourself? I'm
Wait,
asking you.
have you ever been in the bathroom with like a butch lesbian?
I have. I'm asking you.
Okay, but butch lesbian, like by definition, present pretty masculinely, and yet
I'd
they're
like
still
to-
Yeah, but they're
feminists.
clearly still women.
I'd like for you to let me finish. I'm asking you personally.
She is
How
the most annoying
masculine
person in the
face
world.
Does someone have to be before you yourself feel uncomfortable and unsafe in the bathroom with them?
I honestly wouldn't feel uncomfortable or unsafe in the bathroom unless if that person, and also this applies to cis women as well, unless if that person started trying to like interact with me some way in the bathroom, right?
If you saw Chase in the women's restroom, how would you react?
How would you
just
react if you saw
ignore it?
Buck Angel in the women's restroom?
That's a good
I
question.
think this is the issue.
That's a
right?
good
So,
question.
Angel.
is
We
a
can
trans
talk
man
this
who's very masculine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But they have a vagina. I'm assuming. I don't think they
I
have
gotta
a
Yes,
catch up
they
on
have
all
a
this
Hulk
vagina.
Hogan with a
insanity.
vagina in the bathroom. Would that not make you feel
Andrew
uncomfortable?
Tate did a very interesting video on this
Yeah.
where he asked.
He did.
But it's like if I saw Buck Angel in the men's bathroom, like I'd be like, okay, like whatever, I don't care.
Yeah,
You
but
wouldn't
I can
know-
defend
Angel
myself.
was in the
Women
women's
are
You're saying
more
if you
vulnerable.
You wouldn't know that Buck Angel wasn't like a biological man if you saw Buck Angel in the men's bathroom.
went into the
than
women's
men.
restroom.
Yeah, well,
Women are
it's
more
surprisingly-
vulnerable than men, so it
Yes.
matters
I
less
mean,
who's going into the men's bathroom.
No. We're saying if you take Hulk Hogan,
Yes,
you take him a
and
vagina,
Blair White
and then
has a
he enters
penis.
a woman's restroom.
Respect
True.
my
When you
pronouns.
see them, you're gonna say like, "Oh my god, like that's a male or whatever," but you don't know they have a vagina. So the question becomes like a lot more like murky, or the answer to the question becomes a lot more murky because you're saying like, "Oh, how masculine do they have to look before you're uncomfortable?" But at the end of the day, they have a vagina, aren't they?
So-
Because
Women,
if you gave
according
Hulk
to most
Hogan
of you
a
guys?
male
Well, you
vagina,
said-
he'd still be a man.
Yeah.
But I feel like
You
you
said
said
if
I'm
you
saying
gave him a
if you-
vagina,
no,
but
okay,
giving him a
let's-
vagina via a sex operation,
Yeah,
it's
if
not
you
an
have a
actual
woman,
vagina.
Refer to
if
him
you
as
have a
she,
woman
her,
who
please.
decide, if you have a woman or somebody who's biologically born female, whatever, and they start injecting
I
like
think that's the definition that we're
okay,
looking for.
okay. If you have a woman or like biologically born female, that's the definition you're working with, and they start injecting themselves with like steroids, start grinding, start working out, get
Testosterone.
surgery to get their boobs replaced, whatever. Now they're this like super muscular person that looks like a guy, and they go into the woman's restroom. Would that be okay with you guys?
No, probably not actually. I
So-
don't think the female body is like ready to process those kinds of hormones. One of you also mentioned the butch lesbian. Have you seen the rates of domestic violence among those types of couples? I wouldn't frankly want them. Maybe they should have like their own bathrooms
Okay,
or something.
I
Maybe
also-
it should be like an
okay, I think-
LGBT bathroom.
Yes.
for
I
all
feel
of
like the
them
issue-
to use.
By the
Third
way,
restroom.
someone in the
Third
chat
bathroom.
actually
Would you
claimed
say
that women
separate
are
but
not
equal?
vulnerable, which is absolutely insane.
Well, no. I think the argument is women are not necessarily vulnerable in bathrooms. There's not like this
They
epidemic.
are more vulnerable
Hold on.
than men.
Wait,
in
hold
general.
on.
So at what-
Hold on. Number one, there's
Okay.
not this epidemic of bathroom rapes. Okay, this is like a really fantastic scenario. Number one. Number
Grape.
two.
Grape.
Grapes. Number two. Okay.
That's it.
And I don't know if this is like an SNL skit or something, but like if a rapist is chasing you and you're a woman, it's not like running into the bathroom is going to protect you, right? So the idea that
Nobody
like,
was proposing that it would.
but if there's somebody
But
that wants
should
to,
this be considered socially acceptable?
it's just
It already
wait, hold on,
is.
wait.
No,
I'm
it's
just,
not.
Wait, hold on.
It's not.
No, wait. In some
It's- yeah.
countries, okay, so like in Sweden, for instance, there's just bathrooms where everybody goes in and there's
There's
like
no,
an
like,
individual
gender
stuff. Yeah,
anything.
there's plenty of these places that exist. Nobody's out there graping everybody all over the bathrooms. It's not. This is like such a
Isn't
niche.
Sweden like the grape capital of the world?
Yeah,
now?
Sweden,
is, it
Sweden
is,
and Germany
it is,
have
it is.
extremely
No, 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 no,
Steve
no,
high
Larson
rates.
wrote "Girl
They
with
have
a Dragon
extremely high
Tattoo."
rates.
That's
of
because
assault.
they have a more
That's
general
because they hold on.
definition.
That's because in like 2013 they did a massive redefinition to open up what they
20
considered grape.
2018.
2018
Compared to
on
other
terms of- yeah,
countries.
number one. But I'm just saying that like I think that there's a valid reason to talk about protecting women's spaces. I think there's a really good conversation to be had about like women's sports, but the bathroom example is one of the silliest, weirdest things that gets brought up constantly. There is not an epidemic of people getting raped in the bathroom, and if there was, a female sign with a dress, it's not going to stop a rape.
Why do women need to come up with
That's true.
a reason that
I
they
agree
don't
with
want
Destiny.
men in the
Yeah, at
bathroom
what-
with them though?
Mhm.
It's
Why
also-
do they need a
okay.
specific reason like
I-
that?
no,
Why
no.
can't it just
Okay,
be
yeah.
If you
that they're
wanna-
uncomfortable?
At what
Wait,
point-
you don't. You're the one that's
Sorry.
pretending they need the reason. Because if you say
No, I'm not.
You are, because if you say I'm uncomfortable with somebody being in the bathroom just because like I feel like the women's bathroom should be just for people with vaginas, whatever. That's a fine argument. You can start there. But when it's like I'm worried they're gonna assault me, motherfucker, someone's gonna
That's
assault
part
you.
of it, but it's certainly not
It's
all
not
of
part
it.
of it.
You
It's
you
not
are
part of it. I don't
correct
believe
with
that.
the assault aspect.
Well, wait, hold on, real quick, because I cut her off. What were you
Okay,
gonna say?
at what
Sorry.
point does someone else's comfort At what point should that be prioritized over someone else's safety?
The problem is whose comfort, because we always talk about this.
Why
on
are
the
you
biological
assuming
side.
that
You
trans
say
women
that,
are all
but
dangerous?
So, for instance, let's say that I'm a traditional father and I want to take my boy to the bathroom. Okay, let's say he's 6 years old, and then Blair White comes walking into the bathroom. You would defend that. You said, well, she's a biological male. But I might feel really uncomfortable if I'm a traditional male, if I'm a Christian
But
man.
as a man, you're far more able to protect yourself and your
No.
child than
Hold
a
on.
woman is.
Hold on. We're not talking about who's getting assaulted. I'm just saying in terms of comfort, because earlier you said it's just about comfort in the bathroom. So if I'm a traditional male, I'm a Christian man, and all of a sudden somebody like Blair White walks
I've
up
totally
to the
done
stall
this.
and starts.
I've 100% done this. Like if you go to like some sort of festival or something and the women's line is out the thing and there's no line in the men's room, like I have walked right into the men's room and used the bathroom and no one effing cared. No one cared. And I know many women who have done this. Don't lie. Like women in the chat, if you ever done this, like let it like don't fucking lie. Like it is so much more convenient sometimes and like no one cares. This is a made up problem. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that every once in a while something doesn't happen in a bathroom, but I also completely agree with Destiny in that like if someone is going to assault someone, the sign on the bathroom is not the thing that's going to stop them from like assaulting someone. And yes, exactly. Other women have gone and used the men's bathroom as well when there is a line.
It's peeing in, and my 6-year-old son is there, and he's like, "Dad, I didn't know women could do that." Well, what am I supposed to say? Now my comfort is being violated, right? So I feel like there has to be like a better middle ground here, other than like all trans people.
No, that's the point. You don't say my comfort is being violated, son. You say, son, that's a biological male, but he's pretending to be a woman.
Yeah, but that conversation is going to be really complicated.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We
live in a crazy world, son. There's a lot of crazy
always
people.
lived in a crazy world, okay?
It's getting crazier.
No, I think America's at all-time high craziness.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
at like peak
If you think
crazy.
that we're at an all-time high, it just goes to show how good the country is. That the biggest problem you have are who's going into whose bathroom. Okay, like there are countries that are at war right now. There are multiple countries experiencing genocides right now, and there are tons of horrible problems around the world.
Yeah, but
if
that's
your
like-
biggest issue is who's
It's
going
not-
into the
it's-
bathroom that has a dick or not,
it's not
I think you're
the-
doing okay.
That's not the
alright?
biggest issue.
Way
The
to
biggest issue
underline.
came up.
What's the biggest issue?
Then let's take an
What's the
extreme
biggest issue in
example.
America? That's totally beyond the
I
scope
think
of this
homelessness
podcast.
on the
I'm
West
curious.
Coast
I
is an
mean-
extreme issue. That would be something that I would consider to be an extreme issue.
It's a
Okay,
big
but this
issue.
is an
It's a
issue
big issue.
regardless. This is
It's a
an issue
problem.
regardless, and you're
It's
out
an
there
issue
saying, "Oh,
because
there's wars being
it's an
fought."
issue,
Well, that's not what's
okay?
going on here.
Sure. Well, there are kind of
Well,
words.
yeah, there are
not
wars
yet.
being
When I'm-
fought here,
Sure,
but in
I'm
this
just saying
yet.
that if you want to have a conversation about the bathroom, okay, I think it's valid to say I feel a little bit uncomfortable if there are people that clearly look like a man entering the bathroom, and there's a lot of trans people that agree with that too. I think that's a fine conversation, but when it goes into this very weird world of like, I think they're going to do these essays and these like all this stuff going on, like I don't think sexual assaults. I don't think
Sure.
that like that's a legitimate concern.
Sure,
I think
but
that's
I
something
think
people
Yes.
bathroom aside, I think it's
Yes.
a principle of it. I think the discussion is safety and whatnot. I think the bathroom has little to do with it. I think it's just a broad
Sure, and
statement.
again, you're like
It's the
saying
principle of
you're
it.
using but then you're agreeing with me.
It's a
I don't
principle
disagree.
of it.
Yeah, if you want to
Well, I
argue the
never said
principle,
I
you can argue the
disagree.
principle.
Well, I'm just
but don't
laying it out there.
fixate on like essays in the bathroom from trans
Well,
people.
no, you were the one who was
I think we
fixating
should- I
on
think we should
essays.
leave it
I
at-
just want to say that Destiny is being so much more patient with that woman, girl, than I would be. I would have shouted at her by now. I would have told her she's stupid by now. I would have been like if I ever am in the vicinity of that girl, which I sincerely pray to God never happens, like there's going to be some sort of like, you are far too stupid to even be in my presence right now. Don't fucking waste my time. Go away. Like that's I would be so incredibly dismissive and like bitchy about it. It's not even funny. And I mean, and she would probably be like, yeah, you're so mean. I would absolutely make her cry. And I wouldn't be upset about it at all. And you know what? If she doesn't want to be made to cry by her betters, then she should improve herself.
We're getting lost in the weeds.
I want
We're
to
getting
come
lost in the
back. I
weeds.
want to come back to. By the way, can I have everyone just scoot their cups into the table a little bit?
You were
OCD over here.
fixating on essays in the bathroom for the
I
past
think
5
we
years.
should
We're
redirect.
gonna let's move on.
Let's
Come back.
redirect the
So
conversation.
initially, what I was asking you two, when you contacted me, you said you both were feminists, and you kind of described a little bit about what that means. I suppose my question is, what do you believe in as a feminist, and chiefly, do you believe in the patriarchy theory?
Yes, I believe in the patriarchy. I believe that there is like historical examples of the United States being a patriarchy, and I still think that there are certain ways where it currently exists. I think, interestingly enough, I think in some ways you guys are actually pushing against that when you guys are talking against promiscuity in men, because I think historically it's been accepted this idea that like, oh, you know, if a man sleeps around, he's just a player, he's just being the alpha. And that's a patriarchal notion. So I actually agree with you guys in the sense that like, hey, you know what, like sleeping around men or women, like that's not necessarily a good idea. But yes, I do believe that like in the general patriarchy, and that there are still like examples of it currently going on.
Okay. Do you think we live in a patriarchy?
Yes, I do. And
That's
I think
why
like
it's
building
awesome.
off of like
Real.
I think the question that you asked me was like
don't think we
more
have enough
related to what my
patriarchy.
definition of feminism is.
Mm.
I gave it to you a bit earlier, but I also like to explain it to people as feminism really is just like a neutral tool and way of analyzing and understanding the world around us and looking at it through gender relations or sex relations. You can arrive at conservative conclusions or like liberal left-leaning conclusions through it. There's many examples of conservative feminists, rad femmes, TERFs, third wave feminists. Like all of these groups are kind of at odds with each other. Yeah, they broadly fall under like we advocate for women's rights, but the way that they decide to go about it is completely different. So there's not one coherent definition of like this feminist ideology guides this group of women or people, because really anybody can claim to be a feminist or employ feminism.
Sure.
And I just feel like it is a useful tool for anybody to use, because wouldn't you agree that the lives of men and women are so different that to analyze them through that structure is often interesting and insightful?
So you think feminism is a useful tool?
Yes.
Okay. And just really quick, just to bring you two into it, I don't know if you guys identify as feminist, Destiny.
Probably, I imagine.
Consider yourself
Yeah.
feminist. Okay. So
I think it's, to be clear, that term has become so broad that it's kind of like meaningless, right?
Sure.
Like one way of fighting for equity as a feminist could just be that like any kind of like structural barriers that women face entering like certain fields of education should be removed. But other people might argue that like,
do those even exist?
They're
most
they
of
have
them
a
at this
better
point-
chance of getting accepted usually when you're a woman.
Sure. Most of the ones that exist now are probably like cultural in nature. And a lot of those I think have been largely eroded, probably especially over the past like 10 or 20 years.
Yeah.
But then there are other feminists that will push for way more radical stuff depending on where you want to go on the political spectrum. So it just kind of depends on what you're.
sure. And just so we all agree on definitions here, what is the patriarchy?
The patriarchy is basically this idea that there has been like the system of oppression that mostly benefits men and is in the detriment of women. Now, the patriarchy also negatively affects men. A lot of people have this misconception that's like, oh, the patriarchy like only benefits men, like men aren't hurt by it. No, there are clear examples of ways that men are hurt by the patriarchy. But this idea that it basically usually favors men or puts them on top to the detriment of women, generally speaking.
Can you give some examples of how men have been like boosted ahead and women have been like detrimentally damaged due to the patriarchy?
How men have been detrimentally damaged?
No, how your original point was women are damaged to put men up in the patriarchy. Just some examples?
Yes, and I think this is kind of a unique space because every other red pill space I've been in has had this idea that like men should like continue like sleeping around and trying to like, you know, like deflower women and like not marry them and just like, you know, like fuck around, have fun. And continuously basically like if women decide to like follow that lead, oh, they're stupid whores, they're like dumb bitches, like, you know, they don't know what the fuck they're doing, like, you know, they should just like shut the fuck up and go away, right? And I feel like that's a very clear example of like these men reap the benefits of sex while simultaneously looking down on the woman that they're reaping those benefits from.
How's that related to patriarchy?
Yeah, how's that to a woman's detriment?
You don't have to date the men or associate with the men or be friends with the men that do that. Let the men be macho pigs all that you want, and they can go follow their bliss. And then you go find a soy boy guy that's going to like, you know, worship the ground you walk on and all this stuff. It's like you can actually have both. You don't need to pick. Some men are going to want to fuck around. Some men are not going to fuck around. Some women are going to want to fuck around. Some women are not going to want to fuck around. Like, like, I don't know why we have to be so intellectualized about all of this. And by the way, the patriarchy has nothing to do with how many women you sleep with or how many women you don't sleep with. That's not even what the concept is.
Like guys aren't going out with guns and putting them to women's head. Like you better fucking have sex with me. Like they're out here getting it in on their own.
Well, it's detrimental to women because when it comes to things like, oh, like the workforce, or when it comes to being taken seriously, like voicing their opinions, their ideas, trying to break into like certain fields. Now they're just, instead of actually viewing the woman as a whole human being,
Honey, you literally said at the beginning of this podcast that your goal was to be a streamer and a content creator. Do you know what your future is on the internet when your goal at your age is to be a streamer or a content creator? Because it's going to involve wearing a lot of low-cut tops that show off your tits and pretending that you are interested in what men have to say when you're not interested in what they have to say, and like flirting with people for tips and things like that. When you get older like me, you do like different things. But can we just be realistic for something for like a minute? You're not climbing the ladder in corporate America. Your entire stated goal at the beginning of this podcast was to be a content creator. You got to go to Target right now, go buy some push-up bras, go buy some low-cut tops, because that is what is in your future at your age and your intellectual level, because you literally have nothing else to offer except for your boobs.
Just only on the basis
There's no wait, hold on. There's no logical connection
to the
there.
advantage of women, largely though.
No, hold on. You just said that like woman sleeping around is directly related to her getting a job. That's the kind of just made.
If I am trying to, and this is like,
is body count on resumes
wait,
nowadays? Am I missed out on that?
Can I please finish?
Go ahead.
Sin, you're gonna go get a good good push-up bra.
Trying to apply to a professional job.
Have fun.
And let's say I made the mistake of having OnlyFans or something in the past, and somebody sends that to like my employer, or if somebody's like, oh, you know, like the way that she dresses, or she gives off like slut vibes or whatever, people might see that as like, oh, like unprofessional. And she might be even like the smart, let's say she's extremely smart, intelligent, you know, has multiple degrees, whatever. Because of those mistakes in the past, now it's going to be really hard for her to be taken seriously.
That's because Mary is self-conscious about her body. You can tell just by the way she's sitting and presenting. It has nothing to do with like, you know, it's a self-consciousness thing. I mean, that's very clear to me anyway.
In a professional sense.
Sounds like the consequences of your own actions.
That's like the opposite of true.
Wait. So wait. Like, how would a guy not experience the exact same degradation if he had an OnlyFans? And they're like, oh, this guy used to do like feet milling. I don't know what the fuck they do, but you know, and that was sent to an employer. How would that like, you know?
Well, the perception.
Wait, hold on. How would that like unequally affect the man in a negative way, the same way it would affect the woman in a negative way? Because using that as an example to prove that men are using the patriarchy to keep women down, so that example doesn't hold up because it holds up to both sides of the sexes.
Well, generally speaking, when a man sleeps around a lot, and we can even go to Fresh and Fit, we can go to all these other red pill spaces, they are claimed to be high value men. Like they are claimed to be like these men who are,
they are not
like,
high
all the
value
men want to be like them. Like, oh, you should continue sleeping
They're
around.
not high value men at all.
I am very appreciative that right now that this space doesn't agree with that. But the truth of the matter is that in all these other spaces promoting the red pill, they say the complete opposite. They say men should sleep around a lot.
There's no sense. So you're trying to say like a guy could be like, hey, I want to be a doctor, and let me show you these 30 fucking sluts from Miami I fucked. And that's not going to benefit
I'm
him.
like so charismatic and so influential. I can convince like 30 women to sleep with me.
Are you saying that
I'm so
matriarchy
cool.
would be better? Are you
Does
saying
that
that
even make any sense?
are you
acting like
are you
Wait.
saying
I
that
think
society
the gist
founded
of what
on-
she's saying is that there tends to be greater social repercussions for women that have engaged in
two
sexuality
Well,
openly.
If you take an OnlyFans to your job application, like, look, I want to be this fucking X-ray tech, but I also sucked like 30 dudes' dicks.
I mean, maybe 10 years
OnlyFans.
ago, but we're neglecting that the people who staff HR departments are overwhelmingly like these girl boss types.
This is
who
an
would probably
anecdote,
be
but I
empowered by
watched a
things like that.
documentary called Life After Porn, and they analyzed the differences between male porn stars and talent after they left the industry and female porn stars after they left the industry. And the women overwhelmingly in that documentary were socially ostracized and ended up getting back into the industry, whereas the men were able to.
I would argue that's not actually unfair because there are objective
I never said it was unfair. I'm
differences
literally
between
just
male
saying
and
that
female
was the case,
sexuality.
and that was what the documentary
I mean,
showed.
all you have
Okay,
to
hold on. Hold on. So, I mean, but if you look at most adult content, oftentimes there's always a female name, but half the time you don't even see the male, you don't know the male actor.
Mhm.
So, I mean, there's differences on that level, but I would suspect, going back to your point, I would suspect if you take two people, a woman, a man, they both did adult content, they're trying to get a job. I think it's going to kind of reflect poorly on both of them if it's like a job that requires some sort of decorum or seriousness.
I understand what you're saying.
I have okay, this is like a really important tip for any former porn stars that are trying to get a job. Don't put that you were a porn star on your resume. Like, this is really simple. Don't put that you were a porn star on your resume. Just don't talk about it. Talk about the skills that you may have done, like film production. Like, I don't know what discernible skill. I mean, I don't, maybe they have jobs. I don't know, like outside of like doing porn. I have no idea. But talk about what skills you have. Talk about other things. Like, go to networking events and meet people and like sell your skills that way without talking about the fact that you were a porn star. This is just not that complicated. HR departments don't do background checks for the most part. So they're never going to know if you don't tell them. And if you're going to do porn, don't do it under your real name. They're never going to know if you don't tell them.
Saying, and you're basically saying, oh, there's a general stigma against sex work, which
Works
is true.
But
well
is that
even
the
if we
best,
take
that's the one example you go to when I'm asking about the
Precisely.
patriarchy?
We're asking how the
That's
patriarchy
barely
is-
any-
Set
You asked for one
design.
example, and I gave you
Skip
one
right.
Those are bad
script writing.
examples.
Can I take a step of this? Okay. I think when people talk about the
Jesus.
patriarchy in the broadest of sense, what we're really saying is that historically speaking, men have kind of been granted all of the autonomy in directing society, and women
Most porn
are,
stars aren't
even
going to
though in
be
some ways they're
having a
benefiting from
security
the
clearance,
patriarchy,
Brian.
they're kind of like the subjects of men. So men exist to make decisions financially. They're the leaders of business. They're the leaders of banks. Men exist to make decisions about wars and the state of the country. They're the head of the political systems. They're our presidents. They're our congressmen. And men are the
As
ones
they
making
should
decisions
be.
about how women live their lives. They're the head of the household. They're the ones working jobs predominantly. So they're choosing where people live.
Mm.
So when people criticize the patriarchy, in some ways the patriarchy benefits and hurts men. In some ways the patriarchy benefits and hurts women. But I think what people are generally looking at is the autonomous aspect. That in patriarchy, even if you are benefited and hurt a bit as a man, ultimately, you have a lot of autonomy. You've got a lot of different ways that you can decide to live your life. Some of these come out in good ways, like you can have jobs, you can be single, you can do whatever. Some of these come out in bad ways. You're more likely to join the military or work really shitty jobs. And then same thing with women.
A sex
There are ways that it can benefit you
distribution
or hurt you. It
engineer.
can benefit you in that you don't have to work.
Well
you can stay
done.
home and take care of a kid. It can hurt you in that you're subjugated to a pretty narrow set of roles. But the main issue is that feminists would argue that in a patriarchal system, the man has a much wider range to express his desires and how he wants to exist in the world, whereas women are kind of like, you have to do this one thing, otherwise you're going to be heavily socially or sometimes even legally ostracized for it.
Well,
I think it's like the broadest argument.
I disagree with you a little bit there on your last point. I think actually, if you look at kind of the options that women have, I think they have more options than do men. For example, in terms of partnering up with a woman, I would say men overwhelmingly, women have kind of two choices. They can find a man who's prepared to provide for them. They can be the stay-at-home. Not all women are going to be able to secure that option, but it's there for some women. Or
to be clear, I'm just saying historically, this is like today, as society exists today is a lot different than it was in the 1800s, right? I'm just saying
Sure.
historically when we talk about patriarchy,
Okay.
because as it exists today, a lot of what is quote unquote patriarchy is really we're talking about very nuanced social pressures and a little bit of litigation. So maybe around like abortion, but
Sure.
broadly speaking, like
Oh,
a
are we
lot
gonna
of the
get to the
issues
abortion
related
debate
to
now?
women and having freedom in society have been ameliorated.
Trendle told me
Women
I
can go to
had to
school,
watch
they can
the
have
abortion
jobs, They can
debate.
exist on their own. Like largely speaking, they've got a lot more freedom now than they did
Yeah.
even 50 years ago.
Well, sure.
Thanks largely in due to feminists. but
Gotcha.
yeah, go
And just to bring it back to you guys, I mean, my sense of the patriarchy, it's basically QAnon for feminists, but so it's like a conspiracy theory. But
wait, we got to continue to use the number one weakness of feminism, which is accountability. So you said that
fuck you,
men
bro.
are being lifted up.
It was so
and
much
women
nicer
are
when you
being
just weren't
put under
talking.
Men,
Can you just
and men
stop
are
talking?
having like these gigantic leaps and bounds in today's modern society at the
I never
detriment of
said
women.
giant leaps and bounds. I said
Well,
general
you
benefits.
that's what the patriarchy is. It's just like this big phantom boogeyman that's here to oppress all
I
women.
literally.
So I
earlier
wanted you to
defined-
I just wanted you to clarify on your point. because you didn't give an example. Destiny had to jump in. So what's your example? Because you used OnlyFans on a
No, I didn't use OnlyFans. I was trying to use this. Okay, first of all, the general point I was trying to make is that if you find out a guy has slept with 30 women, a lot of people see that guy as like a player, as charismatic, et cetera, et cetera. If you find out a woman has slept with 30 men.
She's from the streets, or
Okay,
yeah,
I think
this is
but
a very
no,
but beyond that, I
stigma
can give you
comes
other
from
examples.
the objective differences between male and female sexuality, not from a cultural.
You
stigma
are
that
a
has just been
20-year-old with
artificially
no
imputed to us.
relationship
There are
experience.
objective
Sit the
differences
fuck
between
down,
the decisions
Mary.
that women make in the so-called sexual marketplace and the decisions that men make in it, because women are the gatekeepers of sex.
Okay, can you explain to that? Or I'm genuinely curious. I just want to understand like your logic and your thought process.
She thinks women. Okay.
But hold on.
Still no example.
Wait,
Look, hold on. Let me just. I just got to interrupt you really quick.
Still no example. I'm waiting.
I'll give you your
Hold
example.
on.
right
Let me
now.
just interrupt
Okay.
you really quick here. I feel fucking terrible having the straw man for a feminist, but like you keep going back to this body count thing. I'm anti-feminist, but I'm familiar with feminist arguments. Like this whole men and women being judged differently because of on their sexuality is like such a low priority for feminists. I'm confused why that's your first thing that
Then
you're going
men
to.
are the gatekeepers
I know it's related
as well.
to dating.
Both
but-
people are
Again, you asked for one example. You didn't ask for like
Were
the
you
most
saying, all
important
right, everybody, hold
example.
on. Were you saying that was a benefit for men of the patriarchy, that men are able to sexually take advantage of women?
Yes, but there also the reason why I brought that up is because since you guys kept repeating like this is a dating podcast, like
Men and women are both. You are the gatekeepers of sex in your own life. If you don't want to have sex with someone, it doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman or a they or a them or a zim or a zer. It doesn't matter. Everyone is the gatekeepers of sex in their own lives, guys. It's not just women who are gatekeepers of sex. It's not just men who are gatekeepers of sex.
relationships. That was one of the first things that
Fair
my mind
enough,
went
fair
to.
enough.
But I do have other examples of like patriarchal like structures.
Before we get to that, I find this very, very fascinating. So are you acknowledging that men running through women, that's a bad thing?
Yes, but society as a whole doesn't seem to agree with my opinion.
Doesn't seem to agree with that. And you're saying men running through women, this is one of the negative aspects of patriarchy, and it's one of the things that men benefit from when it comes to patriarchy.
Are you seriously arguing that men are not as particular as women? Are you serious? That's just not true. I'm sorry. That is absolutely not true. There are a lot of women out there who complain about the fact that they don't have a relationship and no one loves them and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because they are too fucking picky and they have really unrealistic expectations about men that they could potentially sleep with.
Is that correct? Would you say?
Framing? Society as a whole views that as a benefit to men.
And is
that's
that-
what I'm
hold on,
saying.
hold on.
I have my personal opinion that's disagreeing with that. But in general, if we're talking about how society generally views a patriarchy, how society generally views women and men, society generally will prop up a man if he engages in that behavior.
Is that because of patriarchy, you're saying?
I do think that's an extension
Nope.
of patriarchy.
That's
this
for
idea
sex.
that like men are more
Absolutely not.
capable,
You are
that men
wrong. You are
like,
provably
stronger,
objectively
and
wrong.
therefore like those actions are supposed
Jesus
to indicate like
Christ.
strength.
I have one thing really quick.
I'm trying to make a point.
What?
He's
Go
trying to
ahead.
make a point. God damn it. Let him make his point.
I've listened.
He's put his
I've
mic on the
listened
table.
for
He's leaning
20
forward.
minutes.
One thing.
I've listened for 20 minutes. Please
Just
go
one
ahead.
thing.
Oh my God.
Is the patriarchy stronger now, or was it stronger, say, 100 years ago?
Oh, it was stronger 100 years ago. I think we've made great advancements.
And so
in
you're
women's rights.
blaming, but the patriarchy was stronger, say, 100 years ago, but now in today's day and age, when it's ostensibly the weakest it's ever been, how can you pin?
Guys, if you are honestly arguing that men are more particular than women when it comes to sex, that is retarded. That is retarded. That is so stupid. Why exactly do you think men generally have higher body counts than women? Because women are significantly more picky when it comes to sex because they believe these bullshit notions that if their body count gets too high, then no one is going to ever love them, which is absolute bullshit in and of itself. Okay, I have a lot of retards in my chat today. I mean, as long as you guys are owning the fact that you're absolute and raging retards, like, it's up to you entirely. But to say that men provably normally have higher body counts than women, but men are really the more particular ones about sex, bullshit. Bullshit. Women are far more particular than men are. Women are more particular about who they will sleep with. Women are more particular about who they will be in a relationship with. Seriously. Oh, it does. You hit retard level today on this one. I'm sorry. You did. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
So this is Brian. Let me take it from here. This is kind of he's leading to my point. Okay, you and I both agree.
Well,
that
this
men
isn't
running
true
through
either.
women
This
is
isn't true
detrimental to
either.
our
This
society.
isn't true either. Some men will sleep with anything. Some women will. Like, guys, can like. This is so fucking ridiculous. Some men will sleep with anything. Some women will sleep with anything. Some men are very particular. Some women are very particular. Stop being fucking collectivists. No, because every individual, don't be a fucking socialist. Every individual is the gatekeeper of their own sex life. Every individual is the gatekeeper of who they will and will not sleep with. I don't know how this is hard. You decide. Unless you are graped, you decide who you will and will not sleep with. That is gatekeeping. God.
Correct?
Yes.
The argument that I would make is in years past, when there were stronger patriarchal structures over society, there were
I'm sorry. I'm overwhelmed with the stupidity of this entire fucking stream. I am been pushed to the breaking point by the people that were watching, because every single person on this stream, except for Destiny and John Doyle, who John Doyle isn't even saying anything, he's a non-factor, are raging idiots. So when I have people starting to be idiots in my chat, maybe people are picking it up in the stream, I'm going to start to get a little particular about it. Because I have higher standards of my audience than I do of the audience for this particular show. I expect you guys to not be raging idiots.
decreased rates of men running through women because we had greater amounts of tradition in society. This whole sexual liberation thing that is intimately tied into feminism, I would say that feminism is largely to blame for so many women in our society getting run through, because earlier in the conversation, Destiny was making the point that nowadays we live in a society where a lot of women, both liberal and conservative alike, they want to go and build their careers and they want to go and enjoy their lives. And a big part of that enjoyment of their lives involves being sexually free in their 20s. That thing that you dislike, that is a fruit of feminism.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things historically that patriarchy protected against, because traditionally speaking, it was a father's job to protect his daughter's virginity and her purity and all that kind of stuff. That's a good thing for society. This sexual liberation stuff that's burning women is a fruit of feminism.
That's a very sorry, let me just respond to that quickly.
Right.
That's a very interesting point. However, when I look at historically examples of like what has happened between men and women's relationships, you still have structures of the patriarchy that still incentivize like men to like either sleep around or not face negative repercussions necessarily for sleeping around, until the advent of feminism also tried to help fight against that. So
that was
let
at
me
the
just
absolute
finish.
top of society.
This is basically
though,
your
and a
idea,
very small
man.
amount of men. It was nowhere near like it is today.
Okay, but the idea that like, oh, if a man cheats on you, it's the woman's fault. She was not a good enough wife. She was not like good enough, whatever. Existed for decades, right?
Exactly,
this idea that like,
Rottweiler. Exactly. Thank you for the super chat.
Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought.
Well, I think
Okay,
in
I
a
just
Christian
wanted-
patriarchy, infidelity in marriage
God.
was frowned upon for
Yes.
everyone.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was frowned
More
upon
than
for
it is
everyone,
now.
but women before the advent of feminism weren't able to.
Trendlin, you owe me an entire bottle of something, and that something is gonna be like it's. We'll drink it together, Trendlin, but there's gonna be a bottle of something, okay?
to break away from those
Okay,
from that.
I
Basically,
just wanted to say
they
that-
were stuck in.
Let her
these-
finish your
yeah.
point, please,
Okay,
Nev.
yeah, sorry.
They were stuck in these cycles where it was like, okay, my husband cheats on me, or my husband leaves me. He's an alcoholic. He's doing all
That
this.
has nothing to do with the
because
patriarchy.
there's no fault divorce. I'm stuck with him. I have to take this abuse. He could be physically abusive.
But those were situations with fault for divorce. That was grounds for divorce, abuse,
Yeah,
alcoholism.
but even then,
cheating.
the
Even
idea
Catholic
that you have
Church
to-
sees cheating as grounds for divorce.
Even
So
then,
you
the
had
idea that you have to go through this whole court process to prove that your husband actually did this stuff to you and that you didn't deserve it, right? Because those
I'm actually consciously fantasizing about walking over to my office wall, not the one with the good art on it, but like one of the ones over there, and just like banging my head. I'm actually in my head right now. I'm seeing myself banging my head against the wall.
those were the thoughts back in the day, that if your husband does anything to you, well, it's your fault because you weren't a good enough wife, you weren't a good enough mother, whatever. Did stop women from being able to be liberated or be able to get the
Sarah,
rights that they deserve.
thank you, darling.
like
I
what men have to go
appreciate
through
it.
nowadays
I
with
will
false
spend it
rape
on
accusations
Friday.
and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, nowadays the reasons for
Grape.
divorce aren't the things you've listed. It's literally just
Grape
women being
accusations.
Like, I
Grape.
feel vaguely
Grape.
unfulfilled
Sorry.
in this
Sorry.
relationship.
Yeah, can I just say, I think that you are actively
It's a great point, John.
perpetuating the patriarchy that you're cursing and blaming everything on by endorsing like OnlyFans and stuff by saying,
When
I
did I
want
ever
to punch
endorse
this
it?
girl in the face so bad. I would never do that. I would never commit violence. I believe in the non-aggression principle. I just want to punch this girl in the face so bad. I'm just in my head, just a fantasy. I would never do it in real life.
For having OnlyFans.
That was the most niche example ever.
Should
like,
women not be
wait,
judged for
I think
to be fair, false rape accusation is a very niche example.
I think you're
fair play,
perpetuating.
fair play.
No.
But I mean, come on, Destiny, come
Also,
on.
you're
Hey,
strong
hey,
men.
hey,
Pulling up
everybody,
OnlyFans in a job
everybody,
interview.
everybody, for the sake of Brian's channel, if we're going to talk about SA, let's use the word grape. Okay.
So
It's
for
okay.
essay though, Destiny, come on, pulling up like, oh, we see you may have had an OnlyFans account.
No, but you're
That's a
straw
pretty-
manning me. I used
Hey, that was
OnlyFans
my
as an
example.
example, but what I was trying to elaborate or what
It's
I
so
was trying
bad
to
Destiny doesn't
illustrate
defend
is
you.
that even without OnlyFans, if you find out or a rumor or whatever that a woman has slept around with 30 men, they're gonna look down on that woman. Forget
See,
OnlyFans. Forget
naturally,
Who
anything else.
cares?
Yeah.
Feminists to hold women accountable for their actions and believe that they have full agency over their sexuality and hold them accountable
God
when they've done things
damn it.
unwise with their sexuality.
And as a
that's the
feminist-
feminist
Dragon
option
water.
than considering them to be just tiny like
audio
angel babies who
No, and
deserve
as
to be defended no matter what they do.
And as a feminist, I agree. But
Trendolyn, when does the abortion conversation happen? Please tell me it's soon, Trendolyn. I can't take much more of this.
I also think we should hold men accountable for these
Well,
actions
who
as
do you-
well.
who do you
But
think
you
is-
seem
Come
to
in,
think
Billy.
that women
Billy,
shouldn't
come in.
be judged for
Hold on.
having an
Let's let Billy.
OnlyFans.
Let's let Billy
Wait,
go.
what? Sorry, can you repeat that?
You seem to think that women should not be judged for choosing to do porn.
I think it depends on the circumstance.
Mary,
That's
I
just
think
the
you should be
circumstance.
judged for being a
Yo,
I'm sorry,
hold
but
on.
there are
Hold
so
on,
many
hold on,
women
hold
who
on.
get into sex trafficking who start
Okay, that
OnlyFans
is not-
because they get the,
For the record, I'm actively judging blonde Timcast girl for being a frigid bitch. She may not have done porn, but I'm judging her just as harshly for being an uppity frigid bitch.
It's not the example that you gave us. You gave
Well,
us the
I was-
example of a woman
okay.
with OnlyFans.
No, I was giving a general example of like, oh, the idea of when women are judged more harshly.
Women,
but if you want, I'm gonna elaborate now, or I'm gonna clarify now. That's just an example, right? There are you asked, oh, you think women should never be judged for OnlyFans? I never said that. I do think that there are certain scenarios where they
How
shouldn't
about
be
all
judged as
scenarios?
harshly.
Okay, all right.
How about all
hold on.
scenarios when they
So
should-
for the
if you-
sake of conversation,
Let's
with
bring
all,
Billy
with all
into
due
it.
respect,
AIDS.
we could go around and around and around with this, but you have like kind of like every single answer you give, it's kind of qualified. Like in some cases this, but in other cases
Because life
that.
is
It's
not
almost
black
like
and
it's a
white.
nuanced discussion that's not going
Yeah,
to
I mean, you
trend
can
towards
you
yes,
can
no answers.
you can make every single thing nuanced is the point, but it's not fruitful for the overall
I think
discussion.
something that's
want to hear.
interesting- something
I
that's
want to.
interesting-
I want to hear.
Wait,
I want to hear
wait,
what
wait,
Billy.
wait,
Billy was
let's let
waiting to
Billy
jump
come
in.
in.
I just have a question. As feminists, who do you think is more at a disadvantage or more discriminated against in today's society, men or women?
Hey, Nev, move your mic.
You're gonna hate me for responding this, but what metric are you using? Like, what are you saying? Like, no, you guys are acting like I'm crazy.
No, I'm
and
not.
I understand the
It's just-
frustration.
We're not acting. You
You're
are
not- it is
crazy.
our
You are thinking with emotions right now. Just
Wait,
say
did you
your
even
I'm not
answer
acting.
her question?
I'm
Did she-
not
did she-
trying to
Billy,
disrespect
did
you.
she
or act
answer
like
the
you're
question?
crazy. It's just whenever you answer a question, it's like every single thing has a million shades of gray.
This is a
And
really
I
great
don't
question
look
from
at the world that way, and I
Philosophist.
think it
Answer in the chat. Which
overcomplicates
one would win in the
literally
Hunger
everything.
Games?
So you're
Beyond-
saying you look at the
beyond the
world in
point
like
of how far it needs to
simplistic
be
black and
complicated.
white paradigms. You don't ever try to look at the shades of
I mean,
gray that
I'm
exist
the
in
kind of
between.
person I believe in like objective truth, and like when it comes to the gender discussion, for example, I asked what is a woman, and it's like somebody who's born with an XX or XY chromosome. Like to me, a lot of things like that are very black and white, and I know that in some small instances there's shades of gray.
Let us know
but it's
who you
like
think would win the
when
Hunger
questions are
Games.
directed
I mean, when we were
towards this
talking
corner-
earlier about
when
like
questions are
essay and
directed-
bathrooms, we were
Yo,
like
let him
very
finish. Let him
interested.
finish. Let him finish.
When questions are directed to this side of the panel, with all due respect, it devolves into this like million shades of gray for literally everything in the conversation. I feel like it's not fruitful for conversation. Is my
So
point.
where during the job interview process do they ask you to bring up your OnlyFans history? Is it like the hiring manager? Is it
don't.
the
Is
HR?
this
the level of discourse
where,
that we're on?
Where at what point during the client interaction?
There are
They
background checks
don't.
that include your internet
No.
history. And if you
No,
choose
they
to do
don't.
OnlyFans,
That's
in
completely
your
made up,
internet
Mary, due to your
footprint
lack of life
forever.
experience.
That
You're
is a
making
choice
that
you
up.
made. That's
You
the
are
example
making
you
that
brought
shit up,
And
Mary.
In your belief as a feminist, women have full agency over their sexuality since they've been liberated. It's only
Oh
fair
my
then to hold them accountable for making a
God.
decision.
Can I say, OnlyFans aside, I personally would not advocate for employers to go looking to see how qualified the candidates are by the first thing that they're searching up after they see the name on the resume. Let's see if they have an OnlyFans
It
account.
comes up pretty quickly
And
when you look
wouldn't
at
just
somebody's
be, it wouldn't just be
background on
that.
Don't use your real name if you are going to make porn on the internet.
As part of their history, any more than I think it's relevant for an employer to be like, let's look through their Facebook, let's look through their Twitter, through their
Those
YouTube.
things are relevant.
Whatever you
sex
do.
work is
So
more
are they
relevant
like
than that stuff?
back on the company, though.
every employer is allowed to freely associate with who they want, but I would criticize any business person who thinks that it's prudent to spend their time.
Brenda, I've already
scanning
got
through
beer,
candidates
okay?
Like Instagram and
Through
social
their
media
internet
thing.
history?
Well, yeah.
So wait.
Yeah, I think
But
what's
you
more
don't
relevant
think
is
it's
their
prudent
credentials
for
and their
employers?
resume.
You don't
Wait,
think it's
time out.
prudent
Oh,
for
great.
employers to
Autumn's
care
here.
about whether or not one of their employees has OnlyFans?
Yeah, I think you're
That's
just
not prudent.
Wait, hold on.
Like
If
if
it-
I'm
No, it
hired,
can
if
be
I'm
prudent
a
depending on what the
CEO,
job
if I'm a
is, but generally
CEO,
speaking, I don't think it's prudent or like a
Oh, wait,
fruitful
Chase,
use
Chase,
of
if
an
I'm-
employer's
let me
time
make
to
this
like
point real quick.
specifically comb through their prospective like applicants' internet history.
Okay,
in that way.
internet history and OnlyFans are two different things. okay?
OnlyFans can be part of your internet.
So
Well,
if I'm a CEO
they
and I'm
do.
hiring somebody, let's say I'm hiring a salesperson to close high ticket deals and they're talking with important people on a daily basis. And I'm
Right.
sending that salesperson to go speak with these people. And if any of those people that they speak to look up that person's name and they find pornography of them all over the internet, obviously they're going to take me and my company far less seriously.
Don't use your real name when you're doing porn on the internet. This is not hard. This is not like these people are all acting as though porn stars use their real name. Porn stars do not use their real. This is so fucking stupid.
If I have somebody working like that for me, how
And
can you
your-
say
your
that that's
response
not
is just
important?
like, oh well, they shouldn't.
Yeah,
they
that-
shouldn't.
No,
think
I
that
said
that
every
is
employer and
bad.
business
No,
owner is allowed to
I am
freely
not watching
associate
this
and
shit
hire
again
whoever
tomorrow.
They think so. If they really think that that's
That's
at
not
odds with
going to
their
happen.
Company's profits, then
And
don't hire that
okay, and that's
candidate.
how you
But I
end
would
up-
be very suspect as to whether or not that's actually.
So
the
then
case.
wait a
I have
minute,
no
wait,
idea
wait.
whether or
If
not-
this-
it
if
may
it-
very well be the case that the
if
scenario that you're
this-
describing does happen, and if that's the case, then I wouldn't expect an employer to act any other way.
So okay, cool, great.
Was anyone around when I read White Fragility in like one? I read the entire book White Fragility in like a single day, and I basically lost my mind on the internet. Like I really went crazy. I really did. You can go back and find my White Fragility video where I was literally like, "What the fuck just happened to me?" I feel like what's going on now is this is worse to me than reading the entire White Fragility book in a single day. I'm going to lose my shit. I cannot be held responsible for anything I say moving forward on this stream. Because I'm starting to get openly hostile. And it's not anyone's fault in the chat. I'm not angry at you. But I'm starting to like my patience is like, I'm an Aries motherfucker. I can't take this shit.
So if this is not a relevant point, then why did she bring this up as a relevant point?
I like how almost every other person in the panel understood what I was saying and maybe disagreed with what I was saying, but at least understood it versus you who keep saying like, oh no, you think a person like should like hire OnlyFans when it's like, hey, no, like what I'm trying to say is that there are different standards for men and women when it comes to like sex. That's all I was trying to say. And yet you
Should
keep
there
trying
not
to
be
strong
different standards for
Autumn,
people who are
don't
different?
start.
No,
Yeah, do
that's
you
Men
understand-
and
a
women
good
are
question.
different, so they are held to different standards because of the objective differences between male and female sexuality.
Bingo.
Yeah, and we
What
can
would you say
have
to that?
we can
Bingo.
have this conversation right now. I just want to point out that I appreciate you guys actually bringing that to conversation than trying to straw man me over and over again.
Okay,
What
so
did we
what would
straw
your
man?
response be to that?
Would do different. So just to
Women
make
and men
sure.
are treated differently because of the objective differences between men and women, especially in regards to their sexuality.
How is the patriarchy holding women down? I'm still waiting.
Oh
Did we
yeah,
not
let's come back to that.
Yeah, why
Okay,
are
let
we
me
using
hold
the
on? Let
word
me
patriarchy
redirect.
like it's a
let me
bad
redirect
word?
the
How is
conversation.
it
It's a
holding
based
down?
word.
I think
Okay.
it
Wait,
hasn't been
so
like
hold on,
holding
I
society
got a
together.
Men
couple
invented
questions.
OnlyFans.
I did want to hear Pixie's
Hold on.
response to that.
Hold on. I got a couple questions here. Let me try to get through them, and we'll have a little. back
Adrena,
and forth.
I'm not
Okay,
just a
so-
fire sign. I am an Aries sun with a Leo moon and Pluto in the first house. I am the basically most powerful of all fucking as astrological fire ever. And I'm about to channel that onto all these stupid bitches that I've now been watching for 3.5 hours. God. I wouldn't have paid you as a Capricorn philosophist. I generally don't get along with Capricorns, but I'm glad we get along.
Under the patriarchy, are women oppressed?
Yes.
Are men the oppressors?
They're not only.
Jesus fuck.
Bro.
Don't use the words in vain.
Can someone please send me a $300 super
Those
chat
two
for sitting
feminists
through
are
this
so
shit?
far gone. Life has consequences. It's called reality. And you too need a clear dose of it. Employers want morally sound employees. News flash doing of / sex isn't moral. Also, can you two form a valid argument instead of rambling?
Thank you, Bads EXE. I think that's
Wait, can I
Victor.
respond to the donor real quick?
Yeah.
Something that's interesting to me is that, like, I think that there is a valid conversation to be had about doing employment background checks. However, not hiring somebody because they do OnlyFans. You could argue.
Not a $300 super chat, but a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael Rogers. This is a bunch of know nothings being elevated to subject matter experts, and we wonder why everything is falling apart. Yeah, indeed.
Argue that, hey, I think the corporation should take a stand and say we don't police our individual employees' backgrounds. Now, you can say that's unreasonable. However, when corporations turn that same lens and they get very woke about employees, you conservative people get really upset about that. For instance, if 10 years ago you tweeted shit about being a Nazi or whatever, or you tweeted edgy jokes, you guys would
He's
stand up
right.
and go, hold on.
Oh,
corporations should be holding
Trendolin,
employees
thank
accountable for stuff that's on their Twitter 10 years ago. But it sounds like if somebody found an OnlyFans you did 10 years ago, you'd be saying, well, it's totally fair
I'm gonna buy a
game
bottle of
to make
some
it so
sort with
that
that,
person can
Trendolin. Thank
organize
you.
Doing OnlyFans
I
is
don't
worse
say-
than
wait,
saying
that's not a
stuff
fair-
on
that's
Twitter.
not a fair argument.
One at a time. Let's go. Because
Okay, let me just say mine real quick
People
'cause
are
it's
getting
easy.
fired from their jobs
Ah!
for saying something is gay on Twitter 10 years ago, or
Sure.
like
Yeah.
making
but
making
the
a
reason-
mildly
but hold on,
homophobic
but hold on,
joke.
but we said
That's a
earlier-
totally different thing than like
no,
espousing
no.
National Socialism.
No,
or
it's
something.
actually totally not. Because what if it is the case that your salesman is doing business with another company, and let's say that the person that they're interfacing with is gay, they find out that your salesperson tweeted homophobic stuff 10 years ago, and now you've got like a blue chip company that doesn't want to do business with you because you hire people that have been homophobic.
This is why you
They can
work
use the
for
exact same
yourself.
argument that you use about not hiring
Work
OnlyFans
for
people.
yourself.
Now,
You can
hold
say
on.
whatever the
To be
fuck you
clear,
want. Ain't no
I'm
one
not
can
saying that we
fire
should
you.
fire all those people. I'm just saying that back in my day, okay, we didn't fucking peruse all the online history of everybody to decide who gets hired or who's not. I think that if you're not on the clock, then the fucking employer shouldn't have anything to do with your shit. But it is interesting that we were very selective about what we want policed in a person's history.
And that's how you end
This
up working
goes
at
back to
Starbucks
the
the rest
original
of your
point
life.
that I was making earlier in the conversation about homosexuality contributes to the degeneracy of society. I want to live in a society where you can joke about something being gay online.
Sure,
and
but
you
it
can't
could
get
be a
fired
race.
for it.
Come on. I'm saying gay,
I
but it could
joke
be like a
about
racist
things
joke.
being
It could be a
gay all the
bigoted joke.
time.
It could
Half
be a
my
whatever
audience
edgy
is
joke.
gay.
It could be any type of thing, right?
Is
Or it
that
could be
TOS? Is it TOS?
what?
To say that homosexuality is that TOS?
I don't know, but your podcast is going.
We're in
down
California,
tonight,
don't
okay? Just tell us when the stream goes down and move the rumble.
Sure, sure.
But
Okay,
all I'm saying-
hold
all
on,
I'm saying is
hold on.
I think that broadly speaking, I think we should probably say corporations, we need to stop this culture of corporations digging into employment history just because like people on Twitter get really mad that like this guy did this thing 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's like making a sexist joke or doing OnlyFans.
Okay.
That would be my personal
Fair
opinion.
enough. We got to move away from that. I want to bring it back to you guys.
Thank
Okay,
God.
So
Get into the abortion discussion.
feminists posit that
Thank
women are
you,
oppressed.
Nick.
You said yes.
I appreciate
Do you
it.
think women are oppressed
I do believe women are oppressed. Yes.
here in the U.S.?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Although
Say
I
it,
think
please.
I had
First
we had
straight
different-
answer we got all
had
night.
Different
No, I-
definitions of patriarchy, because I would say that patriarchy broadly refers to the state of the world. I'm really not interested in saying like blaming specific actors or genders or sexes and this is like no, I think that's completely counterproductive. I think you can analyze the world through a like by analyzing the patriarchy, seeing the detrimental effects of that, and if you see an issue, you can address it. I
Okay,
don't think we need
that's
to get
fine.
into this
That's
blame
fine.
game.
Okay,
Where
hold
are
on,
the
hold on,
positive
hold on.
aspects of patriarchy weigh into this conversation?
okay, let
'Cause
me
they're
please-
I know John
please-
Doyle's ready to sound off on that, but
monumental.
let's
Monumental.
stay here for a moment.
Didn't men create OnlyFans for these women to be angry
Brian,
about?
do you have a point you're trying to
Yes.
make, Brian?
Exactly.
Hey guys,
Okay, hold on.
everybody,
Fuck up,
everybody,
please.
That's a good
pause.
point.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's
Okay.
maintain this.
Losing control.
But
Please.
Trendlin told me I had
have
to
just,
watch
like
it.
a little back and forth. I want to have a little back and forth on this. Please allow
Hang
me
on.
to just get through.
Is there like a show notes or something that tells me when the abortion debate starts? Because like they do have chapters or some such shit. Where are we now? We're at almost 2 hours. Okay, hang on. Off the rails. It's going off the rails in like 2 minutes. So I guess we gotta. Someone's getting kicked out. Okay, fucking fine. We'll just fucking keep going. Fucking fine.
Right,
God
okay.
damn it.
Are men the oppressors?
Men and women are the oppressors.
Oh, great.
Why are you laughing? It's true. You don't think women hate
Are
like,
men the oppressors? Because if women are the oppressed, certainly then men must be the oppressors. Is that true?
No, I don't. I think it's too complicated to
Fair
say
enough.
one gender or
Okay.
the other.
But so you both agreed that women are oppressed.
Yes.
By themselves.
You're women. Are you oppressed?
Yes, in certain aspects.
Into the mic, please.
Yes.
How are
in
you as a
certain
straight white
aspects.
woman oppressed
Hold
in
on.
America?
Before you answer that, are you oppressed as a woman?
Yes, I would say belonging to the like identifying being a woman. Yes, that puts you at a disadvantage socially because of the social biases we've been discussing earlier on the panel.
You
think
should
that's why no
never
one has
believe.
asked
Bro,
you out,
Mary,
Brian.
shut
Hey
the fuck up.
hey
Hang
guys,
on,
everybody,
hang on.
Brian's trying
Hang
to get
on,
some.
hang on. You should never, ever, 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 ever believe that you are oppressed. I don't care if you're a man. I don't care if you're a woman. I don't care if you're a they, them, zim, zer, whatever the fuck. You should never, ever, ever believe that you are oppressed. You can do whatever you want to do. You are a fully empowered human being that is capable of achieving whatever you want in the world, no matter what anyone else says or what anyone else does. And people who teach that you are oppressed, either because you're oppressed because you are a poor man that is a victim of the system and all men are just put upon and oppressed, or you are a poor woman that is a victim of the system and all women are put upon and oppressed, because both sides, quite frankly, feel exactly the same thing. No one is oppressing you. The truth is that most people do not care what you do or what you want or what you're trying to achieve. Most people do not care about you at all. People are inherently selfish. They focus on themselves and what they want in the world and what they want to achieve, and you barely even factor into their equation. You have to see yourself as more powerful and more competent and more capable than any other person, so that no one that tries to keep you down has any shot. And I promise you guys, if you ever reach a modicum of success in the world, there are going to be people who will try to keep you down. And if you go, they're trying to oppress me because I am a woman, you are the one keeping yourself down, when in fact what you should be focusing on is showing up more powerfully than they can ever dare dream. The only person who is impacted by you saying, I am a poor, oppressed victim of the world, is you. Because if you see yourself as a poor, oppressed victim of the world, whether you are a man or whether you are a woman, you will show up as a poor, oppressed victim of the world. And guess what? When you show up as a poor, oppressed victim of the world, then more people are going to try to take advantage of you, because that is the energy that you are putting out into the world. You're literally saying, I want to be taken advantage of. I'm not good enough. You are good enough. But you have to be the one to tell yourself that you're good enough, and you have to be the one to tell yourself that nothing that anyone ever says or does is going to get in your way of achieving exactly what you want. That is on you. That is not on the fucking patriarchy or the fucking matriarchy. That is on you and only you. And the moment that you stop deflecting responsibility for achieving what you want in the world and saying it's everyone else's fault that I can't do what I want in the world, that's when you put yourself in the position to be unfuckwithable.
You're interfering with this clip farming. Come on.
Okay. How are you oppressed?
There's been countless and countless times, whether it be in academia, podcast, whatever, where I say something and people say like she's a dumb bitch, or in academia it's more like,
That's
oh,
not an example of your oppression.
well, if people are literally saying that, but then when it comes to a man saying the exact same thing I said, being like, oh, that was actually a very intelligent point.
I love this, Vince, so much. I'm oppressed by gravity, but that doesn't stop me from buying a plane ticket and overcoming that oppression. Exactly. You can do whatever you want in the world. You don't have to ask anyone's permission. And also, no one owes you anything. No one owes you a damn thing. They don't owe you contacts. They don't owe you resources. They don't owe you support. They don't owe you anything. The moment you start taking responsibility for what you are achieving in the world is the moment you set yourself up to do anything you want to do.
Well, then they are degenerating me, or
Are you talking about double standards? Because there's plenty of
that's a form of oppression. You don't think double standards is a
there's
form
some
of
that
oppression?
benefit men.
Using the
There's
word
some
How are you
oppression
defining
denotes themes
oppression?
of slavery and genocide, and some guy calling you a dumb bitch for accurately.
Oh my
being
God,
dumb
a form
bitch
of
and it's like,
oppression.
wait a minute, this is literally
Have you ever
oppression.
hung out in like a
See,
Call of Duty, like
shit.
Call of
If you
Duty
don't wanna
2?
get
This is the problem.
Nothing
Oh my
you
God.
get a job
You have
because
conversations
whoa,
like
whoa,
this,
whoa.
and you participate in conversations like this, and then feminists will literally think to themselves, why has every major religion in society imposed like borderline draconian rules on our behavior? And it's like, maybe this lends some credibility to that thing. I mean, women don't aspire to agency.
Yeah,
This is
you've
the
been
problem with women are oppressed. Can women be oppressed if they're not like tied down somewhere? You guys don't aspire to agency the way that men do. You are not fundamentally trying to lead, trying to do things like that. You think you are because you respond to the media and to society, putting that idea in your head. But if that were not the case, you go back
I think
to like
Brian
the
wants you to
21st
end your
century.
little soy rant.
No, it's
No,
fine.
I was enjoying
Literally
it.
You go back
everything.
to the
That
21st
rant
century.
was
Everything you
soy
have
free.
said.
He called it a
people-
soy rant because he was making good
That
points.
rant was
No,
soy free.
no. Everything you have literally said are the same arguments people have used against Black people in like the 60s.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
100%.
Oh, Black
you're
people,
not-
no, not the
but
Black
it's
people.
true. Holy
Shut the fuck
shit.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
Shut the fuck
no,
up.
if you're gonna tell me to shut the fuck up, actually say something
Okay, yeah, I'm
afterwards.
gonna say
Otherwise,
something
you look
afterwards.
empty.
You've been yelling this entire time, so I haven't been able to say anything afterwards. You're not gonna sit here and fucking say that you being a whore is anywhere near the oppression that other groups like Black people or whatever have faced.
You are the point.
No.
went
You're
over
saying
your
they're
head.
calling me a dumb bitch. I'm so
No.
oppressed.
You
I'm
are
saying
a
he's
dumb
saying
dumb
bitch.
bitch, so they don't act like a dumb bitch. And
Okay.
don't fucking
John made
say that I
salient
have
points.
anything to do
No,
with
what
it.
I'm saying,
Right.
first of all, you guys took my point, completely fucking twisted it.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing like oppression Olympics here.
Oh,
She
no,
wasn't
no,
comparing
no,
them.
she's
The point that I was trying to make
What about
is
the Black
that
people?
people
What
so
about the
okay, the
Black
point that I was
people?
trying to make is that people look at my gender and have limited my opportunities when it comes to like, let's say, careers.
Look
or
at
when it
your
comes to
retardation.
academia.
Billy, go ahead.
No, they don't.
Into the
No,
mic.
they
Into
don't.
the
have
mic.
You have a
She's
greater advantage being a
crying.
woman today. Do you? I
Into the
think
mic. Into the mic.
Do you know why that blonde girl is having such a tough time? Because she takes no responsibility for how she's showing up in the world, and she expects everyone to just hand everything to her, and she's surprised when they don't. She's like, you're oppressing me. You are limiting my career opportunities. No, bitch. You are limiting your own career opportunities by believing that you are oppressed in the first place.
Sorry. I think we should list. I think if we asked men and women at this table to list off how they're oppressed in today's society, the men could come up with a much bigger list.
I got one.
On God.
I
got
guarantee
one.
not
I
a
got one.
single woman has done any landscaping in the hot
Brian,
sun
you
to
think that
survive.
you're
I have.
oppressed? And
Yes.
you would say you're
Absolutely.
oppressed for
That's
fun,
but I have
oppression.
done
I
it.
think,
Yes, I
well,
have.
well,
By
I think
women.
if we're gonna play the oppression game, men.
I don't want to play
US
that game, but
today-
if you want to play that game, I
Well, I'm
guess we can
prepared
get
to play
into
it.
Let's play it.
Yeah.
Men are more oppressed than women
For sure.
Absolutely.
Can you
and
explain?
in fact, and not only today but historically too.
In some ways, sure. Like if you want
Can
to
you
talk about
explain?
like
Men
male
are scared to even
disposability-
speak to women.
If you want to talk about male
Women are scared to
disposability,
speak to
men
men.
No,
having
that have
like
to do with
climbing rates of
anything.
like suicide, I'm gonna be with you.
What percentage
On
of
those, I won't even disagree with you.
what percentage of people that are homeless are men?
Probably the majority, no?
3 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the
Where
vast
does the
majority
where
of
does the
negative
matriarchy fit
outcomes-
into that oppression? Is that like
Well, that's a really simple one. How long do you think a homeless woman would make it?
I think
She's
that
more likely
women,
to get
I agree
into,
with you, but I think a lot of women will
Sex
rather
trafficking?
go end up on their
No.
back than end up on the streets.
That would rather what?
Women
End up
are
on their
more,
back than end up on the streets.
Sure, but
Who do you
I
think
mean,
is,
like,
like, in a
even
more
ignoring
vulnerable
hold on,
place?
even ignoring that, I'm just saying that like there's a lot of questions that we ask in terms of like, and the oppression Olympics thing is weird. To be clear, because I'm drawing my own, so patriarchy arguably oppresses and raises up both men and women in different ways, right? But when we ask questions like, well, who's more homeless? Men can survive being homeless because we have a lot of biological advantages and because we're not subject to violence from other men in the same types of ways that women are, right?
Right.
When, for instance, when women talk about, or when red pillars say, you need a man to protect you from who? From other men. Right? Because that's typically the people that are abusing or violating other women. So
Fair
when you ask
play.
that question, who's more likely to be homeless? It's probably going to be men, of course. It's like 98%. But
So-
women are going to make a homeless.
Fair
because
point, but I
yeah.
want to add on to that because
Sure.
she's saying that the patriarchy, like, disproportionately affects women in a negative way and it doesn't affect men in a negative way. But then where does homelessness come into play?
So the reason why I don't like to use negative is because patriarchy is just like
I don't go based off her
Sure,
example.
I
That's what I'm
understand.
saying.
Patriarchy is like a way that society is structured. It's enforced by everybody because in some ways men and women benefit from it. In some ways men and women hurt from it. But there are the way that we suffer under it, arguably, is subjective in whether or not it's good or bad. So for instance, like I imagine on this side of the table, people would say that women being relegated to relatively narrow roles and how they can participate in the house and society, they consider that a good thing. Feminists traditionally would say, well, women being relegated to narrow roles in the house would be a bad thing, right? So it's hard to say that like, is patriarchy good or bad? It's just like a form of organizing society, the same way that a matriarchy would be, the same way egalitarian would be. There's going to be pros and cons to every type of organization, right? Even patriarchy in some ways is incredibly beneficial to how society's arranged. It makes like figuring out gender roles and households and everything incredibly fucking simple. And it gives really clear guidelines for how men are supposed to act and how women are supposed to act. That's like a benefit.
For sure.
But in some ways it's a negative.
Destiny
and that-
arguing for patriarchy.
Well,
right
but
now?
in some
Let's
ways
go.
it's a negative because you might have an incredibly talented pool of women that could be contributing to society in really positive ways that are now basically relegated to being barefoot and pregnant in their homes all the time because we don't really want their contributions, right? The reason why I think that our society has succeeded more in the West than it did in any other place in the world is to some extent because we opened the floodgates to allow any type of person to have a conversation. And that's why podcasts like this or Fresh and Fit, you're getting people from fucking that have traveled to Saudi Arabia and Dubai coming back and arguing with black women and Hispanic women and men of all sorts of different backgrounds and religions are all coming together and having these conversations. They're not doing that in fucking Saudi Arabia. They're not doing that in fucking Iran. They're not even doing that in a lot of places in Europe. That's happening in the United States of America. And I think it's largely because we've tried to break down a lot of those barriers.
Are you contributing the success of the West to the principle of free speech?
I think
Largely?
that for freedom of
Because-
speech and
because
for
the reason-
unlocking the talent pool that you have of people by not hardcore relegating them to certain roles.
The reason why I ask is because the West was successful relative to other civilizations
Mm-hmm.
long before we had free speech and equal rights for everybody.
I mean, the United States was kind of founded on pretty radical principles of free speech and democracy and democratic
yes, it
representation,
was,
right?
but the West existed prior to the United States, and
I'm talking about the real West, okay? The U.S. Fuck Europe, okay?
I mean, if we're talking
But
about
I'm
the,
just saying,
if
like,
we're
you
talking
would
about the
agree-
real
you
West,
would
it's
agree
the
that, like,
West
even
Coast, bro.
for even the people who all love to like love and hate, like people like Elon Musk, this guy came from like South Africa, right? Like there's so much cool shit that happens in the U.S. that only happens in the U.S.
Yeah, I
because
agree.
people come here,
I
and I know
agree.
you guys have argued people come here for the opportunity and stuff. We have a really unique environment here, and I think largely it's because we've tried to push people outside of like the hardcore relegated roles that we feel like they need to be in, which I think benefits all of us.
America.
Yeah.
I do have to interrupt because we do need to get a couple of these donations read. So let me redirect this here. We have Doc the Nabili. To Chase's point, the only demographic in the West that is kind of real, I suppose, well, not really, is having births above replacement level is religious household.
Let's go.
Also, even in polygamous households, marriages for the benefit of children. When there is chaos, the children end up in rehab. Doc, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, man. DJ Takavar. Oh, hold on. That's another one. Brockton
Proverbs 5
Chase, Proverbs
something.
5. Okay,
What
thank you,
is
man.
that, a cookie?
It's a. I didn't mean
A
to trigger
heart?
that one.
Handshake.
Handshake.
Oh,
Thank
And
you.
a
Hey,
salute.
thank you, Brock. Appreciate
I'm
it,
waiting
bro.
for this other one. That came in. That just came in right now. So,
Brock, you gave $200. Put the fucking verse next time, okay?
All right, DJ, thank you, Brian. Crazy to see different dynamics of dating today in the 805 from San Luis Obispo. Moved to the U.S. for the Second Amendment rights, though. Chase, Mary, put these maps. What the libtard clowns in their place. Also, Madison is so perfect. Her farts definitely smell like cinnamon. Okay, dude.
You guys
Hold on,
support
you guys
maps?
support
Madison?
maps?
No.
Bro.
No, disgusting.
Where does this come from then?
Yo, we're not talking
Because
about
it's
that.
the,
Shut
it's
up.
the stereotype.
Yeah.
Bro,
Shut it down.
Shut up, bro. Oh my
Well,
God.
Okay.
Pull that one back up.
He's doing
hold
one just
on.
disappeared.
Oh, yeah.
When he's done, you can.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Say
Yo,
something.
Davon Jackson, thank for the 100. The patriarchy is a society built by men for women and children. It's more convenient for women to raise children to the point that they think they don't need men to do it or opt not to at all. Hey, Davon Jackson, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate the donation. We have this one here from L. Chase, Proverbs 5. I challenge you to read it out loud. Let it shine, my brother in Christ. Billy, you a Proverbs 31
Why didn't you
woman.
just put
What's
it
your
in the
take on
chat?
blue-haired embodiment of socialist ideology? That's for Billy. Go ahead.
Wait, what's
You take on blue-haired embodiment of
Proverbs
socialist-
31 woman. I would encourage everybody in the audience to read Proverbs 31. It describes the ideal wife, a woman of noble character and virtue who takes care of her home, takes care of her husband, takes care of her kids, makes sure that the family's name is
Facts.
respected,
Mm.
multiplies the family's investments. Her husband will essentially need nothing because of how much she does for him and the family.
Her value is worth more than rubies.
Yes, she
as
is
it says.
a wife. It says a wife of noble character who can find her value is worth far more than rubies, and it's true. It's true.
Madison, any thoughts on the cinnamon
He's
comment?
saying that you are worth far more than rubies, a wife of noble character. What do you think about that?
I think it's actually very true because that's exactly what I want to be. A wife.
Praise the Lord,
and a
PTL.
mother.
Okay, we have nobody
she
here.
wants to
Thank
be
you
a
for the,
wife and a mother like
donation,
I
man.
need
Appreciate
a
it.
hole
I
in the
send you an Insta message on your Brian profile. Destiny wanted to see your keep it center, by the way. For the Destiny wanted to see me do push-ups in response to my message. I expect him to also do push-ups on live stream. 10 drunk push-ups with no push
Does
downs.
that mean no push downs?
I think it's a gay comment.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. You guys know way more gay lingo than I do. I'm not sure.
Couldn't tell you, man.
Oh man.
And then we had the bad ZXE. That one came through. Let me do a couple from YouTube. We're pretty
Did you
behind.
read the EXE one?
It was a TTS that I'm pretty sure came through already. It's called Reality. Yeah, that one came through as a TTS. All right, we have.
I want to read Proverbs 5.
Do we just do
Wonder what it
Stifler
says.
really quick? Okay, what do you, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10 really quick. Destiny, you
10,
first.
obviously.
10.
10, of course. 10.
Oh
I don't
God.
want to answer.
Why not?
Patriarchy.
No,
The page.
Patriarchy.
Please.
I just
We'll
like
give you patriarchy 2 buffer.
Hold
So
on,
whatever you
hold
say
on,
plus
Alright,
2.
alright.
Hold on, let her answer.
I don't know. I feel like to me it's weird when I try to like judge my own looks. I feel like I don't know. I feel like the question.
Are you a 10?
Fine, I'm a 10. Whatever.
Don't let me put words in your
No,
mouth.
I think like whenever people ask questions like that, it kind of annoys me because I feel like there's so much more to a person.
There
like how
is,
they
there
look.
is, of course.
I know. But then
we're
if
just
I
talking about
answer,
looks.
answer the question.
Here we are
Yeah,
going
so
into a million
I'll
shades
say
I
of
can
gray.
answer it for you. I'd
Can't
say
give a
maybe a
straight
4,
answer.
6.
Hello?
I mean, personally,
It's
I
not
think
that
how
hard.
someone looks is like the least interesting thing about them, but that's just me.
But
I
that wasn't
realize
the
you do this little
question.
exercise
I know,
on
I'm
every
being
single
soy, that's why I
episode,
was
and the
trying
whole
to
point
ask
is that
her.
everybody gives themselves like
What do you
let's
rate
say
Destiny
yourself?
ridiculous
seems like
things.
I haven't
so
heard that.
We
fucking
haven't
over
gotten to that
this.
side of the
Yeah,
table.
I'll
Yeah.
answer
But
it.
you guys usually rate
Like
yourself as well.
so
Sometimes,
You
yeah.
say the
Okay.
same number
over it.
every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't feel like you have a good day or a bad day?
I
We'll
incorporate
get
that
to
into
it.
my
We'll get
answer.
to
Okay,
it.
gotcha.
So do you
I'll say 10. Let's continue.
I'm gonna stick with my answer. It's a 6.7.
Nev, go
I'm going
ahead.
to say a 6 for me as well.
John.
Give myself a 7 today because this suit is really good.
I say 7.
I would say a 9. A 10's not real. That's like an abstraction, right? Like assuming a normal distribution.
Is
When you
Jesus
rate-
a
There's
10?
an idea
that's us.
of a rating system.
Okay.
Right. Well, people, I think they misunderstand that. They tend to think that like a 7 is average because they think 7 is 70%. That's like a C. Assuming a normal distribution, this is very important rating women, rating people in general. 5 would be like a perfect average, and then you would see like a bell curve sort of slope from there. So if you're talking about a 7, I mean, that's already like what, top 15%, probably even greater than that. It's very important stuff.
Hey, we over here. We're perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chase, what about you?
7.58
I think
on a
you're a
good day.
10.
Thank you.
This is not to be weird or anything.
No, I didn't
Too
think
late
it
for
was
that.
weird.
Sorry. I mean,
He is
I
You have a
appreciate that.
boyfriend,
Thank you.
don't
Thank
you?
you for the
well,
compliment.
no, I'm just saying. I see a beautiful man, and I'll call him a beautiful man.
Oh, all right.
He's
Okay.
okay.
By the
Well,
way,
she has no taste as well,
you're a
so
virgin?
Yeah, I am.
She has a boyfriend.
she's a virgin.
Okay.
I give myself
Uh-huh.
6.9 on a good day.
Sure.
How about with the wig on though?
Sure. Okay.
10. I'm like the mirror opposite of destiny with the wig.
True.
10.
Disagree.
Of course.
When does this
Yeah, the
bitch
10
get
thing,
kicked off the
though,
show?
Sorry, I kind of fucked on that by answering initially. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. So you object to the whole 10 thing. You said people really shouldn't care much about physical appearance.
It's not. I'm not going to pretend like people aren't influenced by physical appearance. I just feel like so much of society focuses on that, and it's like, dude, there's
Well, it's
so
extremely
much
it's
more.
extremely important. You
It's-
have to have
that's-
attraction to
it's-
have a relationship
Yeah,
last.
It's
That's normal.
just a question about
You
how
have
would
to
you
have attraction to have a relationship last. Well, that's true, except that I hate to break it to everyone that's in their 20s, but your looks are going to change. I promise you. For women, when they reach about their mid-20s, your entire body is going to redistribute itself. This is a joy that I was not expecting when I hit 26 or 27. Your entire fucking body is going to redistribute itself. So where you have never had fat in your life, all of a sudden you wake up and your pants just don't fit the same way that they did the day before. And it's not even that you gained any weight. It's that your entire fucking body has redistributed itself. And then there's going to be stuff going on with your hair. There's going to be stuff going on with your boobs. This is like just, and I feel like I fared pretty well. I'm 42 years old and I don't think I look 42 years old at all. I think I've done pretty well, but like I was much hotter when I was in my 20s before things redistributed and fucking settled, because that's just the way it is. And if you marry someone when you're in your 20s, which half of this panel wants to get married in their 20s and have kids and all that stuff, fine. But I promise you that the person that you married when you were in your 20s is not going to look the same as in their 30s, is certainly not going to look the same in their 40s. And by the time you hit 50, forget about it. You're not even going to recognize them. Now, here's the good news. If you genuinely love the person that you're with, it doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter. My husband used to be so skinny because he was like, I mean, he was a mover when I met him. So my husband was very, like, I mean, still is very strong, but like my husband was fucking jacked. Like he had, like he was like, when I say skinny, like not like rail skinny. He was slim and he was very muscular, and it was just like so fucking hot. My husband now has a little bit of a weight. He has a little bit of a belly. He does. Men get older. It happens. I still love the way my husband looks. Like his gaining weight, maybe, having a little gray hair, letting himself go a little bit because that's just the way life goes. I same thing. And we're still really attracted to each other because when you love each other, your looks don't actually matter all that much, to be honest. And you think that someone that you've been with for 12 years is beautiful, even if these people would say, you're a 3. It doesn't matter. And so do looks matter? I mean, I guess they do, but like if you have a real relationship with someone, there are more important things.
rate your physical looks? That's all it is.
Yeah, that's
It's not like what's
I'm
your
not
worth
saying
as a
it's-
human being.
It's not important. Obviously, it's important to some. I'm just saying, to me personally, I tend to think how people look is usually the least interesting thing about them. I think there's a lot more to people than just their superficial
Something
looks.
tells me
Yeah.
you're lying based on the fact that you've never been on a date before.
I
and
think
have
something tells
probably
me you're
rejected.
projecting,
No.
right?
I think you've rejected every dude that's asked you out because none of them have been interesting or good looking enough to go out with them.
No.
No?
If I've rejected people, it's literally just been on the basis that I don't think we're compatible. We can still be
You
friends.
haven't even gone on a date with them, though. How do you know you're not compatible?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Time on going on a date with them if I don't feel that initial compatibility or like chemistry there.
I think that's where you're failing. you're not going on dates with people yet. You're saying, oh, I'm judging them on compatibility, but you're not actually like.
I mean, when you
time
say
with them.
judgment is not just like occurring out of nowhere.
You're
If
not
they ask
spend-
me if I would like to go on a date with them, if they would just are going to tell me like come on a date with me, I mean that's different. But like when you ask somebody on a date, you're accepting that they may or may not reject
you are
right?
everything wrong with modern dating.
Hold on.
I think
hold
you
on,
are
hold on,
everything.
hold on.
I mean, we
Ladies,
already
ladies,
established that I'm
ladies,
not
ladies.
dating, so.
Are you
But you are
are you
everything
hold
wrong
on,
with it.
Billy Ray? Are you insinuating that if a guy told you come on a date with me, you'd be like, okay?
No. I just
you said it would be different if a guy said it.
No,
that way.
because she said that you're judging people on the basis of this, and I'm saying if you ask somebody on a date, you're putting yourself out there and you are opening yourself up to rejection.
Would you go on a date with Fresh from the Fresh and Fit podcast?
Would I go on a date with Fresh?
Yes,
Oh
he's a
my-
good-looking, attractive
who
man.
wouldn't go on a date with Fresh? Who wouldn't go on a date with Myron? Who wouldn't go on a date with the entire crew at Fresh and Fit? You know?
No, I'm just asking you about Fresh. Is that a yes? Say it to the camera.
To Fresh?
Yeah.
That camera right there.
Wait, are you advocating?
You're
for-
so fucking difficult. I think that's your
The answer
problem.
is no.
You just cut me off. Okay.
I'm sorry that I cut you off, but it's just like I've been holding it in.
No,
like,
then maybe not, because if I'm so like difficult and disagreeable, then it doesn't sound like Fresh and I would get along, right? So
Okay,
Definitely
here's a clarifying question. When was the last time you met or discovered or anything? Maybe you didn't meet him.
When was the last time?
Hold on. When was the last time you came across a guy who you were like, he's attractive? I would go out with him if he asked me. Can you ever remember an instance where you found a guy attractive and would want to go out with him?
I mean, when you say that, I guess it would have to, like, if you're asking me like the last time that I could remember, I can't think off the top of my head. No,
Can't remember
because-
the last guy you were attracted to?
What? No.
I got a question.
It's not because they don't exist.
Did you have
There's plenty
crushes
of-
on guys
it's
in
not-
high school or
I'm trying
college
to
or
answer your
anything?
question.
Yeah.
It's not because attractive men don't exist. Attractive men are all around me, but I'm saying that there's more to like what I'm going to consider when I'm deciding like who do I want to date more than just physical attractiveness. There's a plethora of
I know,
physically
but that's
attractive
not my
men.
question. My question is, can you remember the last guy you were attracted to?
Like their face or like when
Just
it
in
happened,
general,
or-
energy, face, everything.
Can
I
you
know,
ask to
this
be a
actually-
troll,
this
dude? This
genuinely
is
sounds
such a
like troll
troll.
question, but I don't know exactly what you mean, or like I'm asking.
Do you want
Can we
kids?
just stop
wait.
asking her questions?
Like, do you want kids?
Can
at
you
some
remember the
point?
last? Wait, can you remember the
Thinking
last
about it.
time?
I don't know if I can have kids, but
Can you remember the last time a guy liked you, like engaged in conversation and like she wanted to go on a date with you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Today?
Guy wanted to go on a date with you today.
No, like was I asked on a date today?
Yeah,
no,
that's
but
what I'm
I'm in
asking.
contact and friends with men who have asked me on dates before that I didn't go on.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Is
Yeah.
your neck okay?
Huh? Oh,
I don't know if you have like a cooling pad or something. You doing
Oh
okay?
yeah, I've got chronic neck pain issues. I've got a neck injury, so
Damn.
Does this podcast help or hurt that?
Oh, it makes it
Definitely
way
hurts.
worse. Stress does not help with pain.
Definitely
issues,
hurts.
So.
I don't know. With Chase next to you, I think that should also be like helping, right?
Bro, you're weird. You're fucking goofy.
Okay, I'm gonna go until I'm
This
done this
fucking
section.
chick.
I'm
Okay.
almost done.
Are you a
And if the
virgin?
abortion debate doesn't
No,
clarify
no, no,
that,
no, no,
question,
please.
right?
I quit.
I'm just because like
She must be, dude.
After
No,
that
she probably
conversation, I think so.
intellectualizes it and says like, "What is a virgin, though?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as virginity, and here's why. Because of
Here's
all
an
my
idea
feminist
of a
theory that I read
virgin,
in
some
school.
kind of
Is virginity even
abstraction.
real?
Nothing's
Like,
black and
you know,
white.
what is this?
Nothing is.
But
black
there
and
is no
white.
real virgin.
well, because you
Only
say
an
you've like
entity.
never been on a date, so I'm just trying to figure it out.
You don't have to ever worry about like the patriarchy boogeyman of like
Hey,
men
can I,
kidnapping you or whatever, because they just return you after you talk so much.
Brian, are you a virgin?
No, I was gonna say if you've never been on a
Wait,
date,
but Brian,
I'd like
are you
to be
a
the
virgin?
first. No, I'm not.
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
So he answered. Now
See
you.
how simple that was?
Huh?
Wait, I want to hear about your first
Question
time.
answered.
Yeah.
My first time.
Yeah, I really want to imagine it.
And like
It's
how,
kind
how
of-
old
I
were
wanna
you?
Are we
hear
gonna trauma dump on this
I'll
one?
s- it's actually kind I'll tell you after the show because it's kind of funny, but I don't want
No,
to.
Wait, I want to hear
Please
right
don't
now.
know.
The audience wants to
I'll
hear
just
about
say,
it.
look, I was 17 and it was good. It was good. Nothing too crazy.
Nothing too
That's
freaky.
it. I don't want the details of your first time. I'm just simply asking if you're a virgin or not. Is that-
You're just simply asking that.
The answer is
Yeah.
clearly
He's
no.
obviously-
Clearly no. Clearly
Very
no.
simple answer.
He's
Is
obviously.
it so clear?
like,
I mean,
okay.
If it's so clear, why do you ask?
Here,
haven't asked?
some
Alright.
guy, listen, some guy made her like this. So like it's clearly
Have
no.
you had sex?
Which
That's a better
chromosome are
question.
you missing?
Here's a better question:
chromosome
Who
am I
hurt
missing?
you?
I don't know.
Have you had sex? Bro, this chick's like,
What
actually,
is
I want to
sex,
drop the
though?
R word so fucking bad.
Do it. I think
I'm
like,
This
so
is why
tempted.
you need to judge people more thoroughly on how they look, because the moment she sat down, you could just tell by her appearance that this was pretty much more or less how the conversation was going to go. She sort of
So
has
true.
the like like
The second I walked
librarian
in the room, you should have
physiognomy.
known that was just.
But
like,
I don't
The librarian
See, here's the
physiognomy.
thing. I don't understand your objection to not wanting to answer the question, because if you have had sex, like I think anyone here who's had sex, it's not like a shameful thing to admit you've had sex. And it's also not a shame.
I can tell you.
Hold on.
I can tell you what the
It's
shame
not
is.
a shameful thing if you're a virgin either. So I don't understand.
Here's what it is. She's already revealed that she's never been on a date. So if she has in fact had sex, that means that she had sex without going on a date, and there is an element of shame involved with that. And if she did have sex, she doesn't want to reveal it because she takes herself very seriously
because of patriarchy that would shame her.
Yes.
I mean, but
Yes.
look, a lot of people in today's day and age, they're not like going on dates. It's like come over, and that can, you know what, that sort of very casual scenario could actually lead to a long-term relationship. So I mean,
Well, what's your definition of a date?
Definition of a date?
Yes.
We were actually.
Well,
Gonna have
intersectionality
some
says
dumb
this about
answer.
dates.
Yeah.
I think so. We
We
don't
should
give
just-
Brian
we
an
should just
aneurysm.
move
We're just
on.
gonna skip that question. What
bro,
you would
just
ask
like
her.
answer the
Everybody
question.
in the
So
chat, everybody in the chat is saying that you're a plant.
Do you have a
curious,
degree?
Chat, do you guys think that she's a plant, or do you guys think that she's just like this all the time?
No, she's definitely Destiny's friend.
Is a walk in the park a date?
But it's like
it's
it's
symptoms
so
of being
weird.
a friend. Yeah, I can tell.
It's like so weird. Like you're on a dating podcast, like you're 24, you're a
You're
feminist.
24. What the fuck?
Like if we were to have a
younger.
discussion about something sex related, like you would also choose to omit answering like a sex related question, or
You're
I'm
right.
just
This has been an impediment.
a
I
what?
just, you know what I
An
want to know?
impediment.
So fucking answer the question, dude. It's not like
It's
I don't
cringe.
think-
Just move on. She's holding
It's
up
not
the
a big
show.
deal. I'm like
here's
watching
what I
you
wanna
get
know,
so
Aaron.
worked up.
I'm gonna
over
Aaron,
fucking
here's
blow
what I
my
wanna
brains
know.
you
out.
guys.
Aaron, here's
That's
what I
all
want to
it
know.
is.
Why did you come on tonight? What was your
It's
intention?
like bad faith. That's
Yeah,
what
what was-
I'm
what was your
upset about.
intention?
It's not your necessarily that I don't get to know the answer. It's just really bad faith that you're playing this fucking game when you requested to be on the show.
Do you think
I
you're
have a
being a good?
question.
Do you think you're being
Will you
a
guys
good
believe what you
representative?
said,
Hold on.
right?
Do you
It's
think you're
so
being a
fucking
good
obnoxious,
representative
dude.
of feminism
Yo,
right
do
now?
we kick her off?
I think they're
Do
a
we just
perfect
fucking kick her off?
We
representation.
could. We could.
wait,
Before
can I
we
ask a
do, before we
question?
do, no. Hold on. You can. Hold on. What was your intention in coming on tonight?
Be
I had to have a
insufferable.
Hold
lovely
on.
discussion with you fine people about dating talk in
So
the 21st
clearly
century.
that's a lie. Are you going to continue in bad faith?
I don't know. Am I?
Dude,
probably just
oh,
kick her
my
off.
god, oh my god, oh my god.
I-
oh my
at this
god.
point,
we
I-
probably
no,
just
I
kick her
have a
off
gen- I have a
because
genuine
honestly, like
question.
we
Kick.
just
Oh
keep
my
getting
God.
lost in these
Look,
loops
here's
over
the
and over and
difference.
over again.
Had you just
Wait,
said,
wait. Audience.
Yeah.
You have paying audience members. Okay, we're giving a show to them. We should leave it to them. Okay, well they're already saying kick her off.
At this point, would you believe?
I mean,
what you
we've got
said?
a bunch of
That's the problem, I
democracy
think.
respecters in here.
Wait.
If you know we want to respect democracy,
Wait.
I say we just kick her off, man.
At
Wait,
this point,
how can we
would
kick
you
her off?
believe whatever she said? Because like now I'm thinking.
I think she's
No,
full of
because
shit
now
on
you're not
everything.
trustworthy.
Yeah,
She's
listen,
full of
listen.
shit on everything.
So
Let's
how do
just
we
kick
how do
her
we
off.
how do we kick her off and not blame the patriarchy at the same time?
I think we should just own the patriarchy
Dude,
and say it's based and
Dude,
just kick her
I
off.
literally have autism, and you're 10 times more retarded than I am. Like, I literally have diagnosed fucking autism. I was in the classroom with the speds and shit, going on the bus and shit, and
You're
literally.
saying words that are not allowed on YouTube.
listen,
Sorry,
here's what it
God, I'm sorry.
ultimately could have
I'm
come
sorry.
down to. You could have just said, "Hey, listen, I'd rather not share that publicly. I don't want to answer that." But you wanted to make it into some game, like some semantic game, and I just don't understand. Like, it's really bad faith. If you just said, "Look, hey, I don't want to share that," fine. But like when you kind of, the first time I asked, you're like, "We'll get into it later," and then you refused.
Brian,
and then
I'll
here
tell you
again.
what it is. Earlier in the conversation, she
I'm
made a
about to
comment
tap
about how you
Trendlin.
enjoy clip farming. Aaron,
We're gonna get through this
This
her
doesn't
getting
even-
kicked
doesn't-
off. I'm
hold
almost
on.
on this
hold on,
row.
just listen
Go
to my
ahead,
point.
go ahead.
When you kick her off,
Aaron,
it is.
hold on.
Which is why
Everybody,
I'm
please silence your mouths. She doesn't like you or your show. She came on the show to obstruct constructive
I do like the
conversation.
show.
No, you
I'm
don't.
having a good time.
No, if you liked the show, you would actually be good faith.
Yeah.
She came on the show to throw a wrench in the gears and to obstruct constructive conversation, and she's acting like she's not doing it and like we're being crazy and stuff. You should just kick her off the show, man.
Chat.
They are, dude. You had 1,000 people say
I saw
kick her off
Castle, I
right
saw
now.
Kick,
You should kick her off right
unanimous
now,
support
Brian.
to like get me off. What do you
Otherwise,
think,
we're going to
guys?
continue wasting
Destiny,
our
you
time
sticking
with all
around?
this bullshit.
What?
You
I'm
sticking
here
around?
until the end. Yeah, I
He's a
fucking came out to
professional.
this.
All
I
right.
drove all the way to this fucking city, so I'm here for as long as you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You
I tell
drove
Aaron
to this
leave.
city?
Let me
Please.
finish my
Wait,
beer.
wait,
I'm going as
look
soon
at-
as
look
they
at-
start.
no,
I
look at the
can't
chat
do
right
it.
now.
Wait, I have a
Steven,
question.
flew from my ass.
Answer
Is
question.
there
before I
anything
fucking
Aaron can do you to show good faith right now?
Yeah, be quiet.
Honestly,
I think
you had the opportunity.
You're
You had
questioning
the
her.
opportunity. So kindly, I'm asking you to leave.
Yeah.
This is Sparta!
I have
You're
a question for
You played the
Steven.
sound effect. There's no.
You gotta
doubt.
go.
Hold on.
Steven, would you
Aaron,
let her
should
in
go.
your polycule?
Aaron, you should go.
I'm not answering your question.
Yeah, you
Can
should
you
go.
just leave?
Please
I'm not
leave.
doing that.
Thank
Can
you.
you leave? I don't know if your friend wants to come with you, but
I will
you
leave you guys to ask the very important questions about Stephen and Melina's relationship and diving more.
Thank
into
you.
That's
that,
lovely.
right?
Thank you so much. See you next week. Bye bye. We love you.
Peace out.
Quickly.
Peace out. You too.
Bro,
Quickly.
you're so- bro, hello.
Mary is such a frigid little bitch. I'm sorry.
Anyways,
Yeah, that feminist chick was annoying. We're gonna cut it here, guys, because I've been streaming for 4 hours now, and I need to pee, and I just can't take it anymore. This has gone so fucking downhill. But I'm about to wrap up. I'm sorry. Like, for as annoying as that feminist chick was, and yeah, she was annoying. Okay, I get it. The most annoying person on this entire panel to me is blonde 20-year-old Mary from Timcast, who is just like, I mean, why? Why? Like, I could deal with that feminist chick. Like, she was annoying, but you know what? Just don't talk to her. Blonde fucking 20-year-old with no life experience, frigid bitch Mary from Timcast, most annoying person on this panel to me, like, by far, because it was like, no one was even talking to her. She has nothing interesting to say. She just interjects with frigid bitch commentary throughout the entire thing. There is no point. She's not going to be of any value to the world. And for at least 10 years, okay, maybe she cooks a little bit more and she gets a little bit more life experience. And let's God hope that she gets laid at some point in her life because she desperately needs it. And yeah, Burgundy Girl with the flower is also like really, really, really stupid. But you know, knowing that she's autistic, I found her much less annoying than who I'm gonna call, and I will call her this perpetually for all time now. If I ever see her on anything again, frigid bitch Mary. Because there was just she offered like the absolute least amount of value of this entire panel. The winner of all of this for me is Destiny and his wife, because God bless their patience. Destiny has the patience of a saint. He really does. And I somehow doubt that his wife is as smart as him, because he is really smart. You can tell. By the way, I think John Doyle's actually really smart too, but John Doyle didn't actually say anything throughout this entire thing. So, you know, I have nothing to judge him on, but Destiny has the patience of a saint. I agreed with pretty much everything the man said. And he was the only redeeming part of this entire 4-hour experience. So, Trendolin, when I come, if we make this happen to the LPCA convention, you owe me you and I, Trendolin, you and I are going to spend some time at the bar, because you owe me for this one. I have lost brain cells in the course of this discussion, although I also feel as though I have imparted wise and sincere life experience that no one else on this panel has the ability to impart except for Destiny. I absolutely believe that he has wise and life experience to impart. But I feel like I did some good today. I taught you that there is more debaucherous things than cuckoldry. Way more debaucherous things that you can do than cuckoldry. We talked about how, you know, when you marry someone when you're in your 20s, your looks are going to change. We talked about sincere relationship issues. We talked about how 20-year-olds are stupid and know nothing about life, and how you should never ever listen to 20-year-olds, especially blonde 20-year-olds that have never been in a real relationship in their lives. That's all I really have to say. That's it. All right. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm departing now. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m., guys.